Christmas Heist, written by Arthur Pierce, narrated by Timothy Burke. Chapter 1. The gentle ticking of the antique clock on my mantel served as a constant reminder of time slipping away. It was already the afternoon of December 24th, and my living room still bore no trace of holiday cheer. I stood in the center of the room, hands on my hips, surveying the bare corners and unadorned surfaces with a mixture of guilt and determination. "Well, Ginger," I said, turning to my feline partner, who was lounging on the windowsill, basking in a weak patch of winter sunlight. "I suppose we can't put it off any longer. It's time to decorate." Ginger cracked open one eye, his tail twitching with what I could only interpret as disdain. "Oh, joy," he meowed sarcastically. "Nothing says Christmas spirit quite like last-minute panic decorating. I can hardly contain my excitement." I chose to ignore his sarcasm, instead making my way to the hall closet, where I'd stashed the Christmas decorations I'd brought from home when I moved to Oceanview Cove. The cardboard boxes were dusty, showing how long it had been since I'd last opened them. As I pulled them out, a wave of memories washed over me. Christmases passed with Martha, the two of us laughing as we hung ornaments and untangled lights. I pushed the bittersweet thoughts aside, focusing on the task at hand. "Come on, Furball," I called to Ginger. "Make yourself useful. These decorations won't hang themselves." Ginger stretched languidly before hopping down from his perch. "I'll have you know," he meowed indignantly, "that I am an excellent decorator. My fur on every surface is a testament to my artistic abilities." I chuckled despite myself as I began to unpack the first box. Tinsel, ornaments, and strings of lights spilled out onto the carpet, creating a chaotic jumble of red, green, and gold. I held up a tangled mass of lights, already dreading the task of unraveling them. "You know," I mused, "I'm beginning to understand why we put this off for so long." Ginger patted over, sniffing at the decorations with curiosity. "Oh, please," he meowed, gazing at a dangling ornament. "You humans overcomplicate everything. Watch and learn from a master." Before I could stop him, Ginger pounced on the pile of tinsel, sending it flying across the room. He chased after the shimmering strands, rolling and tumbling with kitten-like enthusiasm. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of my usually dignified feline partner frolicking in the Christmas decorations. "Ginger!" I exclaimed, trying and failing to sound stern. "You're making a mess!" He paused in his antics, a piece of tinsel draped comically over one ear. "I prefer to think of it as abstract art," he replied haughtily. "Besides, isn't getting tangled in tinsel a time-honored Christmas tradition?" Shaking my head in amusement, I turned my attention to the Christmas tree. It was a modest artificial pine, standing about 6 feet tall in the corner of the living room. As I began to assemble it, Ginger continued his artistic exploration of the decorations. "You know," I said, struggling to attach a particularly stubborn branch, "when I pictured spending Christmas with a partner, this isn't quite what I had in mind." Ginger, who had managed to wrap himself in a string of lights, looked up at me. "Disappointed?" he asked, his tone a mixture of sarcasm and genuine curiosity. "No," I replied honestly. "Different, yes, but not disappointed, though I could do with a little more help and a little less chaos." As if to prove my point, Ginger chose that moment to leap onto the half-assembled tree. The entire structure wobbled precariously, and I lunged forward to steady it. "Ginger!" I scolded. "What on earth are you doing?" He peered down at me from his perch among the artificial branches. "Testing its structural integrity, obviously," he replied. "We wouldn't want it toppling over in the middle of the night, would we?" I sighed, gently extracting him from the tree. How about you test the structural integrity of the couch instead? I think we'll both be safer that way. As I returned to the task of assembling the tree, Ginger sulked off to the couch, though his eyes remained fixed on me. I had to admit, his antics had injected a much-needed dose of levity into what had started as a somewhat melancholy task. With the tree finally assembled, I stepped back to survey my handiwork. It wasn't perfect. Some branches stuck out at odd angles, and there was a noticeable gap on one side, but it would do. Now came the real challenge: decorating. I began with the lights, carefully unraveling the tangled strands. It was a tedious process, made more difficult by Ginger's helpful attempts to catch the dangling ends. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 40 minutes, I had managed to wrap the lights around the tree in a somewhat even pattern. "What do you think?" I asked Ginger, plugging in the lights. The tree came to life with a warm, multicolored glow. Ginger tilted his head, studying the tree with a critical eye. "It's very bright," he offered diplomatically, "though I can't help but feel it's missing something. Perhaps a few well-placed claw marks for texture?" I shot him a warning look. "Don't even think about it. Now, how about we move on to the ornaments?" The next hour was a whirlwind of baubles, tinsel, and the occasional crash as Ginger's enthusiasm got the better of him. I hung delicate glass ornaments on the higher branches, while Ginger insisted on arranging the lower ones. His method seemed to involve a lot of batting, pouncing, and rearranging, but it was entertaining to watch. As we worked, I found myself sharing stories about each ornament. The handmade ones from my childhood, the delicate glass balls Martha and I had collected over the years, the book-shaped ornament my colleagues from the library had gifted to me on my birthday a few years ago. It felt good to revisit these memories, to share them with someone, even if that someone was a sarcastic talking cat. "You know," Ginger mused, pausing in his efforts to entangle himself in a length of garland, "for all your human sentimentality, you do have some interesting baubles. Though I still think that a tree covered in catnip mice would be far superior." I chuckled, hanging the last of the ornaments. "Maybe next year, Ginger. For now, I think we're just about done." Stepping back, I surveyed our handiwork. The tree was, well, it was certainly unique. The top half, which I had decorated, was relatively orderly, with ornaments spaced evenly and tinsel draped in neat swags. The bottom half, however, was a different story. Ornaments clustered in clumps, tinsel hung in chaotic tangles, and there was a distinct list to one side where Ginger had been a bit too enthusiastic in his decorating. "It's perfect," I declared, unable to keep the grin off my face. It wasn't the picture-perfect tree you'd see in a magazine, but it was ours, and that made it special. Ginger sauntered over to stand beside me, his tail curling around my ankle. "It's a masterpiece," he agreed solemnly. "A true representation of our combined artistic vision, though I still say it could use a few strategically placed claw marks." I reached down to scratch behind his ears. "I think we'll leave it as is. Now, how about we tackle the rest of the house?" The next couple of hours flew by in a flurry of tinsel, fairy lights, and the occasional curse as I struggled with sticky tape and recalcitrant decorations. Ginger helped in his own unique way, which mostly involved creating new and interesting places to nap amidst the holiday chaos. By the time we finished, my living room had been transformed into a winter wonderland, albeit a slightly lopsided cat hair-covered one. Garlands draped the mantelpiece, twinkling lights framed the windows, and a small army of Santa figurines marched across the bookshelf. A wreath hung on the front door, and stockings, including a small one for Ginger, dangled from the mantel. Collapsing onto the couch, I let out a contented sigh. "Well, partner," I said to Ginger, who had curled up next to me, "I think we've done a pretty good job. It actually feels like Christmas now." Ginger opened one eye, looking at me with his usual mix of affection and exasperation. "Indeed," he meowed. "Though I must say, all this festivity is exhausting. How do you humans manage it every year?" I chuckled, running a hand along his back. "It's worth it for the joy it brings. Speaking of which, I suppose I should explain our Christmas plans." Ginger's ears perked up at this. "Plans? Do tell. I hope it involves a great deal of sleeping and even more treats." I smiled, shaking my head. "Not quite. You see, this Christmas Eve, it'll just be you and me. Our friends are spending it with their families." I went on to explain how Sean would be with his family, no doubt regaling his grandchildren with tales from the salty breeze. Robert was having a quiet dinner with his wife and son. Even Emma, our resident astrologer, was heading to a nearby town to celebrate with her sisters. "Ah, yes, Emma's sisters," Ginger interjected. "No doubt they'll be stirring up trouble in a cauldron somewhere. Do you think they have a crystal ball exchange? Or perhaps they're more modern astrologers? Tarot card gift cards, perhaps?" I couldn't help but laugh at the image. "Ginger, that's not very nice. I'm sure they're just having a normal family Christmas, like everyone else." Ginger snorted, a sound that conveyed his disbelief better than words ever could. "Normal? With that family? I'd be surprised if their Christmas tree wasn't levitating by midnight." Before I could respond, the shrill ring of the phone cut through our banter. Glancing at my ancient flip phone screen, I saw it was Sarah, my daughter. A warm smile spread across my face as I answered. "Sarah, Merry Christmas, sweetheart." "Merry Christmas, Dad." Sarah's voice came through, warm and familiar. "How are you doing? All set for the holidays?" We chatted for a few minutes, exchanging pleasantries and updates. Sarah told me about her kids' excitement for Santa's visit, and how her husband, Tom, had nearly fallen off the roof trying to create the perfect light display. I shared some of Ginger's antics during our decorating escapade, carefully editing out the talking cat part, of course. Then Sarah's tone grew more serious. "Dad, are you sure you don't want to come spend Christmas with us? It's not too late, you know. We'd love to have you here." I felt a pang of guilt at the concern in her voice. "I appreciate the offer, sweetheart, I really do. But it's a long drive, and I've already made plans here in Oceanview Cove." "Plans?" Sarah sounded skeptical. "Dad, please don't tell me you're working on Christmas." I chuckled, though it sounded a bit forced even to my own ears. No, nothing like that. Just a quiet Christmas Eve with Ginger, and then meeting up with friends on Christmas Day. Besides, I added, my thoughts drifting to the mysterious note I'd received almost a month ago, I feel like I should stay close to home this year, just in case. "Just in case of what?" Sarah's voice sharpened with concern. "Dad, is everything okay? You're not in any trouble, are you?" I hastened to reassure her. No, nothing like that. It's just, well, you remember that case Ginger and I solved recently? "The one with the missing girl and the treasure hunt? How could I forget? It sounded like quite an adventure." "Yes, well, after we wrapped everything up, I received a strange note. It was a warning, I suppose you could call it, about keeping an eye on my belongings this Christmas." There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was a mixture of exasperation and concern. "Dad, please tell me you're not thinking of investigating this. It's probably just some prankster trying to scare you. You should report it to the police and forget about it." I know, I said, trying to sound reassuring. "You're probably right. It's likely nothing, but still, I'd feel better staying close to home, just in case. Don't worry, I promise I'm not going to do anything reckless. Ginger, who had been listening to my side of the conversation, let out a snort that sounded suspiciously like laughter. I shot him a glare. Sarah sighed, a sound I was all too familiar with. It was the same sigh she'd used when I told her I was moving to Oceanview Cove, and again when I'd informed her of my new career as a private investigator. "All right, Dad, but promise me you'll be careful and call me if anything happens, okay? Anytime, day or night." "I promise, sweetheart. Now, tell me more about what the kids are up to. Has Emily managed to bedazzle the dog's collar yet?" We chatted for a while longer, the conversation drifting to lighter topics. By the time we said our goodbyes, the sun had begun to set, bathing my festively decorated living room in a golden glow. As I hung up the phone, Ginger looked at me curiously. "You seem preoccupied," he meowed. "Is everything all right?" I sighed, sinking back onto the couch. "I'm just thinking about that note we found. Do you think it could really be something serious, or am I just being paranoid?" Ginger stretched languidly before responding. "Well, given our track record in this town, I'd say a bit of paranoia is probably healthy. But let's look at this logically. What exactly did the note say again?" I recited the message from memory. "Keep an eye on your belongings this Christmas. Not all that glitters is gold, and not all gifts come with good intentions." Ginger mused, his tail twitching thoughtfully. "It's certainly cryptic. Could be a genuine warning. Could be someone's idea of a joke. Or," he added, his eyes gleaming mischievously, "it could be a clever ploy by the local retailers to boost their holiday sales. Buy more, or someone might steal your stuff. Brilliant marketing, really." "I doubt it's a marketing ploy, but you're right that it could be nothing more than a prank. Still, after everything we've been through in this town, I can't help but feel uneasy." Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully. Brooding over mysterious notes on Christmas Eve? That doesn't sound very festive. How about we focus on more cheerful activities? A rousing game of chess, perhaps? Or we could indulge in some of that fancy food you've been saving. Maybe even watch one of those mindless holiday specials you humans seem to enjoy so much." I laughed, feeling some of the tension ease from my shoulders. "You know what, Ginger? That sounds perfect. How about we start with that chess game? I've been practicing, you know. I might even beat you this time." Ginger's whiskers twitched in amusement. "Oh, Jim, your optimism is truly heartwarming. Delusional, but heartwarming." The chess game, as always, was a humbling experience. Ginger's strategic mind, combined with his inability to be distracted by my attempts at conversation, made him a formidable opponent. As he smugly declared, "Checkmate," for the third time in a row, I couldn't help but wonder if this was karma for all the times I'd beaten Martha at board games. "You know," I grumbled good-naturedly as I reset the board, "I'm beginning to think you have an unfair advantage. All those hours spent napping must do wonders for your concentration." Ginger preened, looking entirely too pleased with himself. As I put away the chess set, admitting defeat for the night, my stomach let out an audible growl. "Well," Ginger meowed, his ears perking up at the sound, "it seems your body is reminding you of more important matters." I nodded, heading towards the kitchen. "I hope you're ready for a Christmas Eve dinner to remember." I'd prepared a small feast for us. A roasted chicken with herbs for me, and a gourmet salmon pâté for Ginger. As we sat down to eat, I couldn't help but reflect on how different this Christmas Eve was from any I'd experienced before. "You know, Ginger," I said, taking a sip of wine, This isn't quite how I imagined spending Christmas Eve at this stage in my life, but I have to say, it's not half bad. Ginger looked up from his dish, licking his whiskers delicately.
High praise indeed, he meowed. Though I must say, your cooking skills leave something to be desired. This pâté is adequate, but it's no freshly caught mouse.
I chuckled, shaking my head. I'll take that as a compliment, I think. And I'll remind you that freshly caught mouse was definitely not on the menu options. As we finished our meal, we settled in for some holiday television. I flipped through the channels, finally landing on a marathon of classic Christmas movies. As Jimmy Stewart ran through the snowy streets of Bedford Falls, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. Martha and I used to watch this every Christmas Eve, I mused, more to myself than to Ginger. She'd always cry at the end, no matter how many times we'd seen it. Ginger, who had been dozing on the arm of the couch, cracked open one eye.
Humans and their sentimentality, he meowed, though his tone was gentler than usual. Now I suppose there are worse traditions than watching the same predictable story year after year.
We watched in companionable silence for a while, the familiar scenes playing out on the screen. As George Bailey's friends and neighbors rallied around him, I felt a lump form in my throat. I thought about my own friends here in Oceanview Cove. Sean, Robert, Emma, and Ginger, of course. They'd become like a second family to me, in a way I never expected when I first moved here. As the credits rolled, I glanced at the clock. It was nearing midnight. "Well, partner," I said to Ginger, stretching as I stood up. "I think it's about time we called it a night. Santa won't come if we're still awake, you know." Ginger snorted, jumping down from the couch.
Please, as if some jolly home invader could get past my keen senses. But I suppose sleep does sound appealing. All this holiday cheer is exhausting.
Before heading to bed, I made one last stop at the Christmas tree. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a small wrapped package and placed it carefully under the tree. Ginger watched me curiously.
A gift for me?
He meowed, his tail twitching with interest.
How thoughtful! Though I hope you realize that, as a cat, I'm obligated to be more interested in the wrapping paper than whatever's inside.
I laughed, giving him a gentle scratch behind the ears. Well, you'll just have to wait until morning to find out. Merry Christmas, Ginger.
Merry Christmas, Jim.
Chapter 2. The next morning, I woke to the soft glow of winter sunlight filtering through my curtains. For a moment, I lay there, savoring the quiet peace of Christmas morning. Then, with a jolt, I remembered the gift I'd left under the tree for Ginger. Throwing on my robe, I made my way to the living room. The Christmas tree lights were still on, twinkling cheerfully among the branches. I approached the tree, expecting to see the small package I'd left the night before. What I saw instead made me stop in my tracks. There, next to my still-wrapped gift, was what appeared to be a dead rat. I blinked, rubbing my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Nope, it was still there. A very realistic-looking rat, lying on its side under my Christmas tree.
Merry Christmas!
Ginger's cheerful meow made me jump. I turned to see him sauntering into the room, looking entirely too pleased with himself. "Ginger," I said slowly, pointing at the rat. "What is that?" He padded over to the tree, examining his handiwork with pride.
Why, it's a Christmas gift, of course. I thought that was obvious.
I pinched the bridge of my nose, torn between exasperation and amusement. "A dead rat is your idea of a Christmas gift?" Ginger looked offended.
I'll have you know that in cat culture, presenting a fresh kill as a sign of great affection. Though," he added, seeing my expression, "you'll be relieved to know it's not actually dead. Or real, for that matter." Cautiously, I knelt down to examine the rat more closely. Now that I was paying attention, I could see that it was indeed a very realistic toy. The craftsmanship was impressive. It even had little whiskers and a pink rubber nose. "Ginger," I said, picking up the toy rat, "where on earth did you get this?" His whiskers twitched mischievously. "Let's just say I have my sources and leave it at that. A cat must have some secrets after all." I shook my head, chuckling despite myself. "Well, it's certainly unique. I don't think I've ever received a fake dead rat for Christmas before." "You're welcome," Ginger preened. "Now, I believe there's another gift under that tree that has my name on it." Still holding the toy rat, I reached for the package I'd placed under the tree the night before. "Here you go, partner. Merry Christmas." Ginger approached the gift with exaggerated caution, sniffing at it suspiciously. "It doesn't seem to be moving, which is a good start," he observed. "Though, given your track record with presents, I'm prepared for anything. It's not a dog whistle, is it?" I laughed, setting the toy rat aside. "Just open it, you ungrateful furball." With delicate precision, Ginger used his claws to tear through the wrapping paper. Inside was a small plush mouse filled with premium catnip. Ginger sniffed at the gift, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he looked up at me. "Well," he meowed, "I suppose it's better than nothing, though I was hoping for a yacht, or perhaps my own private island." I rolled my eyes, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. "You're welcome, Ginger. And may I remind you that it's at least not a dead rat toy?" Ginger's whiskers twitched with amusement. "Touché, old man, touché." As Ginger began to play with his new toy, I decided to check if there was any mail. It was Christmas Day, so I wasn't really expecting anything, but it had become a habit. I opened the front door, letting in a blast of crisp winter air. The street was quiet, a light dusting of snow making everything look like a scene from a Christmas card. I was about to close the door when something caught my eye. There, on my doorstep, was a wrapped gift. I stared at it for a moment, my mind racing. Who could have left it? And when? I hadn't heard anyone approach the house. It must have been left while I was sleeping. With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, I bent down to pick up the package. It was about the size of a book, wrapped in elegant gold paper with a red ribbon. There was no card, no indication of who it might be from. As I stood there, holding the mysterious gift, I couldn't help but think back to the warning note we'd received. "Not all gifts come with good intentions," it had said. I glanced back into the house, where Ginger was still happily playing with his new catnip mouse. It looked like our quiet Christmas morning was about to get a lot more interesting. "Ginger!" I called, closing the door behind me as I stepped back inside. "We've received a gift!" Ginger's green eyes glinted with amusement as he padded over to inspect the package. "Oh, how delightful!" he meowed sarcastically. "Has Santa decided to make a late delivery? Or perhaps it's from the Easter Bunny, getting a head start on his rounds." Very funny. But given that note we received, I think we should be cautious. Carefully, I began to unwrap the gift, half expecting it to start ticking or burst into flames. Instead, I found myself holding a leather-bound book. Its cover was a deep burgundy, embossed with intricate gold patterns that seemed to shift in the light. "Riddles Through the Ages," I read aloud, tracing the gilt lettering on the spine. Ginger sniffed at the book, his whiskers twitching. "Well, it doesn't smell dangerous, though I suppose paper cuts can be quite nasty.
As I opened the cover, a small envelope fell out, landing on the floor between us. The same flowing script that had adorned our previous mysterious message graced the front, simply stating, "For the Oceanview Cove investigators." "Curiouser and curiouser," I muttered, picking up the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the same elegant handwriting dancing across its surface. "In shadows deep and corners high, where dust and secrets often lie, a mystery waits for clever eyes. But heed this warning, if you're wise. Not all that glitters bright with cheer brings joy when the new year draws near." I read the riddle aloud, my brow furrowing as I tried to decipher its meaning. Ginger, who had been listening intently, let out a soft snort.
I don't suppose it came with a translation for those of us who don't speak ominous poetry.
Despite his sarcastic tone, I could see the concern in Ginger's eyes. This was no longer just a vague warning. It was a direct message to us, delivered right to our doorstep. "Let's think about this logically," I said, pacing the room. "Shadows deep and corners high. That could be referring to attics or maybe old buildings. And the part about dust and secrets, that sounds like it's hinting at hidden things long forgotten." Ginger nodded.
"And the warning at the end? Not all that glitters bright with cheer brings joy when the new year draws near? That sounds like a not-so-subtle hint that something bad is going to happen around New Year's Eve."
I collapsed onto the couch, the riddle book still clutched in my hand. "You're right, but what? And why tell us about it? Is this person trying to warn us, or is it some kind of twisted game?" Ginger jumped up beside me, kneading the cushion with his paws.
"Well, it's probably a bit of both. The question is, what do we do about it?"
I sighed, rubbing my temples. This was not how I'd envisioned spending Christmas morning. "For now, I think we need to stay alert. Whoever this concerned citizen is, they clearly want us to be prepared for something. But we can't let it ruin our Christmas." Ginger tilted his head, studying me with those intelligent green eyes.
"And what about the others? Sean, Emma, Robert. Should we tell them?"
I considered this for a moment. On one hand, they deserved to know if there was potential danger. On the other, I didn't want to worry them unnecessarily, especially on Christmas Day. "We'll tell them," I decided, "but not right away. Let's enjoy the festivities tonight, and we can fill them in afterwards. No need to ruin everyone's holiday just yet." Ginger nodded his agreement.
"Fair enough. Though I hope you realize this means we'll have to be on high alert at the party. No overindulging in Sean's special librarian cocktail for you."
"Noted," I chuckled. "Now, speaking of the party, we should probably start getting ready. It's not every day we have a Christmas celebration at the Salty Breeze." The rest of the morning passed quietly, with Ginger and I enjoying a lazy Christmas morning. We shared a late breakfast, listened to some holiday music, and I even managed to coax Ginger into wearing a small Santa hat for a few minutes before he unceremoniously batted it off. As evening approached, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, adjusting my tie. I'd opted for a festive red and green one that Martha had gifted me years ago. It was a bit garish, but it felt right for the occasion. "Well," I asked, turning to Ginger, who was lounging on the bed, "how do I look?" Ginger gave me a long, appraising look.
"Like a Christmas tree that's been through a blender," he meowed finally. "But I suppose that's the point, isn't it?"
I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help grinning. "Thanks for that ringing endorsement. Ready to go spread some holiday cheer?" The walk to the Salty Breeze was brisk, the cold air nipping at my cheeks. The streets of Oceanview Cove were quiet. Christmas lights twinkled from windows and trees, casting a warm glow over the snow-dusted sidewalks. As we approached the bar, I could hear the muffled sounds of music and laughter spilling out into the night. The windows glowed warmly, silhouettes of people moving about inside. It looked cozy and inviting, a beacon of cheer in the chilly evening. "Looks like quite a crowd," I murmured to Ginger as we reached the door. "Ready to be the belle of the ball?" Ginger sniffed haughtily.
Please, I'm always ready for adoration. It's you I'm worried about. Try not to trip over your own feet when you inevitably attempt to dance."
With a chuckle, I pushed open the door, and we were immediately enveloped in a wave of warmth, music, and the mingled scents of pine, cinnamon, and Sean's famous cocktails. The salty breeze was a festive sight to behold. Garlands of evergreen draped every available surface. Twinkling lights were strung across the ceiling, and a massive Christmas tree dominated one corner, its branches laden with an eclectic mix of ornaments that I suspected had been contributed by various patrons over the years. The place was packed, more crowded than I'd ever seen it. It seemed like the entire town had turned out for the celebration. The usual quiet hum of conversation had been replaced by a cheerful cacophony of laughter, singing, and the clinking of glasses. I spotted familiar faces everywhere I looked. There was Mrs. Abernathy, resplendent in a cardigan that appeared to be made entirely of sequins, holding court from a table near the window. Mr. Whiskers, her perpetually grumpy cat, was perched on the windowsill behind her, looking as though he'd rather be anywhere else.
Well, well,
Ginger meowed, his whiskers twitching with amusement.
If it isn't Mr. Whiskers, spreading joy and goodwill as always. Shall we go say hello?
I made my way through the crowd, nodding and exchanging greetings with various townspeople as we went. When we reached Mrs. Abernathy's table, she looked up with a beaming smile.
"Mr. Butterfield!"
she exclaimed, her voice carrying over the noise of the bar.
"Merry Christmas! And you've brought your delightful cat. How lovely!"
I bent down to give her a gentle hug. "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Abernathy. You're looking festive this evening." She preened, the sequins on her cardigan catching the light.
"Oh, this old thing? I only bring it out for special occasions. Now, why don't you pull up a chair and join us? Mr. Whiskers could use some company."
At the mention of his name, Mr. Whiskers opened one eye, regarding us with a look of supreme disinterest. Ginger, never one to back down from a challenge, hopped onto the windowsill.
Merry Christmas, you old grouch, Ginger meowed cheerfully. Still perfecting your Scrooge impression, I see.
Mr. Whiskers' tail twitched irritably, and he let out a series of grumpy-sounding meows in response. I smiled, watching the feline exchange. "Looks like they're getting along as well as ever," I commented to Mrs. Abernathy. She chuckled, reaching out to stroke Mr. Whiskers' fur.
"Oh, you know how cats are. I'm sure deep down they're the best of friends."
Given the way Ginger was now deliberately flicking his tail in Mr. Whiskers' face, I had my doubts about that, but I kept the thought to myself. Just then, a booming voice cut through the noise of the bar. "Jim! There you are, you old bookworm!" I turned to see Everett Grimes, the owner of the bookshop below our office, making his way towards us. After his help in finding Lily during our last case, we'd started talking more and had fallen into the habit of using each other's first names. His face was flushed, and he was wearing a Santa hat at a jaunty angle. From the slight sway in his step and the volume of his voice, I guessed he'd already partaken generously of one of Sean's famous cocktails. "Everett," I greeted him with a smile. "Merry Christmas. Enjoying the party, I see." He clapped me on the shoulder, nearly knocking me off balance.
"Merry Christmas, neighbor! And why wouldn't I be enjoying it? It's not every day you get to see the whole town let their hair down. Even you managed to crawl out of your office for once."
I chuckled, steadying myself. "Well, I couldn't miss this, could I? How's the bookshop doing?" Everett's eyes lit up.
"Oh, business is booming. You wouldn't believe the run on mystery novels we've had lately. I think you've inspired half the town to fancy themselves detectives."
He leaned in conspiratorially, his breath heavy with the scent of eggnog.
"Between you and me, I think some of them are hoping to stumble across a real-life mystery. Can you imagine?"
I forced a laugh, thinking of the mysterious gift and riddle waiting back at home. "Well, let's hope they stick to the fictional kind. Much safer that way." Everett nodded vigorously, his Santa hat slipping down over one eye.
"Right you are, Jim. Right you are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I hear Sean's eggnog calling my name. Merry Christmas, neighbor."
As he stumbled off towards the bar, I couldn't help but shake my head in amusement. Everett was a character, that was for sure. A drunk Everett was something else entirely. I made my way to the bar, where I spotted Sean, Emma, and Robert huddled together in conversation. As I approached, Sean looked up with a wide grin.
"Jim," he
called out, waving me over.
"we were just wondering when you'd show up. Merry Christmas."
I slid onto an empty stool, gratefully accepting the librarian cocktail Sean pushed towards me. "Merry Christmas, everyone! Quite a turnout you've got here, Sean." Sean beamed, his eyes twinkling with pride.
"Isn't it something? I think the whole town's here. Even old Mrs. Abernathy dragged herself out for the occasion."
Emma, resplendent in a flowing dress that seemed to be made of starlight, leaned in.
"It's an alignment of Jupiter and Saturn," she said knowingly. "Creates a wonderful energy for gatherings. I predicted this, you know."
Robert, looking uncomfortable in a sweater that was clearly not his usual attire, snorted into his beer.
"You predict everything, Emma. Law of averages says you've got to be right sometimes."
"So," I said, taking a sip of my cocktail, "how did everyone's Christmas Eve go? Sean, how are those grandkids of yours?" Sean's face lit up at the mention of his grandchildren.
"Oh, there's something else, Jim. You should have seen little Timmy's face when he opened his gifts this morning. I swear that boy's energy could power the whole town."
He launched into a story about Timmy's adventure with his new remote-controlled car, which apparently had led to a near disaster involving the Christmas tree and his daughter's prized china cabinet. We all laughed at the mental image of Sean's daughter chasing a runaway toy car around the living room. "What about you, Robert?" I asked, turning to the fisherman. "How was your Christmas Eve?" Robert's usually stern expression softened slightly.
"It was nice," he admitted. "My son, he's always been enthusiastic about the holidays, you know. This year he outdid himself. Decorated the whole house and even helped with the cooking."
Emma reached out to pat Robert's arm.
"That's wonderful, Robert. I sensed that family bonds would be particularly strong this season. The stars never lie."
Robert rolled his eyes, but I could see the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
"If you say so, Emma. And what about you? How was your gathering of the astrologers?"
Emma's eyes sparkled with mischief.
"Oh, it was celestial, of course. My sisters and I spent the evening charting star maps, interpreting planetary alignments, and," she paused for dramatic effect, "decorating our telescopes with tinsel." We all burst out laughing at that, the mental image of Emma and her sisters hanging tinsel on telescopes too absurd to resist. Even Robert cracked a full smile. "What about you, Jim?"
Sean asked, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes.
"How was your Christmas Eve with Ginger?"
I smiled, thinking back to our quiet evening. It was nice, peaceful. We watched some classic Christmas movies, had a good meal. Ginger even got into the holiday spirit, in his own unique way. As if on cue, there was a commotion from Mrs. Abernathy's table. I turned to see Ginger and Mr. Whiskers engaged in what appeared to be a standoff, both cats bristling and glaring at each other. "Speaking of Ginger's unique spirit," I sighed, starting to get up. But before I could intervene, Mrs. Abernathy's voice rang out.
"Now, now, boys," she cooed,
somehow managing to scoop up both cats at once.
"It's Christmas. Can't we all just get along?"
The sight of the two disgruntled cats being forcibly cuddled by a sequin-covered Mrs. Abernathy was too much. The whole bar erupted in laughter, the festive atmosphere reaching new heights. As the night wore on, more stories were shared, more drinks were poured, and the sound of off-key Christmas carols filled the air. I found myself relaxing, the worry about the mysterious gift and riddle fading to the back of my mind. But all good things must come to an end. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, a scuffle broke out near the door. I recognized one of the participants as Liam, the young fellow from the boat rental place who had rented the boat to Lily during our last case. He seemed to be in a heated argument with one of the local fishermen.
"I'm telling you,"
Liam's voice carried across the bar, slurred with drink.
"You lot are ruining the bay. All that commercial fishing, it's destroying the ecosystem."
The fisherman puffed up indignantly. "Listen here, you little punk. We've been fishing these waters since before your parents were in diapers. Don't you come in here telling us how to do our jobs." Sean, ever the peacekeeper, hurried over to intervene.
"Now, gentlemen,"
he said, placing himself between the two men.
"let's not ruin a perfectly good Christmas with this nonsense. How about another round of eggnog on the house?"
For a moment, it looked like his offer might smooth things over. Then Liam, clearly drunk, shoved past Sean, nearly knocking the bartender off his feet.
"I don't want your eggnog, old man," he snarled. "I want these dinosaurs to wake up and realize what they're doing to our bay."
The fisherman lunged forward, his meaty fist connecting with Liam's jaw with a sickening thud. Chaos erupted as people rushed to either join the fight or get out of the way. I exchanged a quick glance with Robert before we both moved to help Sean break up the fight. Emma's voice rose above the din, something about Mars being in retrograde and heightened aggression, but I was too focused on avoiding flying fists to pay much attention. It took the combined efforts of Robert, Sean, myself, and two other patrons to finally separate Liam and the fisherman. Both men were sporting bloody noses and what promised to be impressive bruises come morning.
"That's enough!"
Sean's voice, usually so genial, cracked like a whip through the bar.
"I won't have this kind of behavior in my establishment, especially not on Christmas. Both of you out now!"
As the two combatants were escorted out, grumbling and shooting daggers at each other, a hush fell over the previously boisterous crowd. The festive mood had evaporated, replaced by an uncomfortable tension. Sean, his usually neat appearance now disheveled, sighed heavily.
"Well, folks," he announced, "I think that's about enough excitement for one night. Thank you all for coming, and Merry Christmas. But I'm afraid we're going to have to call it a night."
There were a few grumbles of disappointment, but most people seemed to agree that the party had run its course. As the crowd began to disperse, I helped Sean and Robert right overturned chairs and pick up broken glass.
"Well,"
Robert grunted, sweeping up the remains of a shattered beer mug,
"that's one way to end a Christmas party."
Emma, who had been comforting a shaken Mrs. Abernathy, joined us at the bar.
"I should have seen this coming," she lamented. "The stars were perfectly aligned for conflict. If only I'd read them more carefully."
I patted her shoulder consolingly. "Don't blame yourself, Emma. Some things can't be predicted, not even by the stars." Sean, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly chuckled. We all turned to look at him, wondering if the stress had finally gotten to him.
"You know," he said, shaking his head ruefully, I've been running this bar for over 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever had a full-on brawl on Christmas Day. I suppose that's one for the record books."
His laughter was infectious, and soon we were all chuckling, the tension from the fight finally breaking. "Come on," I said, clapping Sean on the back. "Let's finish cleaning up. It's been a long night, and I think we could all use some rest." By the time we finished tidying the bar, it was well past midnight. We said our good nights, each heading off into the crisp night air. Ginger, who had wisely made himself scarce during the fight, emerged from wherever he'd been hiding to join me for the walk home.
"Well,"
he meowed as we trudged through a light dusting of snow that had fallen,
"that was certainly more exciting than our usual Christmas celebrations. Though I have to say, I prefer a quiet evening at home to all that chaos."
I nodded. "You and me both, partner. You and me both." The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sun reflecting off the fresh snow and making everything sparkle. Despite the late night, I found myself awake early, my mind already churning with thoughts of the mysterious gift and riddle. Ginger, sprawled across the windowsill, cracked open an eye as I stirred.
"Please tell me you're not thinking of going into the office today," he grumbled. "It's the day after Christmas. Surely even wannabe Sherlock Holmes take holidays."
I chuckled. "Sorry to disappoint you, but crime doesn't take holidays, and neither do we." Ginger stretched languidly, his claws extending before retracting.
"Fine,"
he sighed dramatically.
"But I hope you realize you're cutting into my very important post-Christmas napping schedule."
After a quick breakfast, during which Ginger insisted on having some of the leftover Christmas chicken, we made our way to the office. The streets were quiet, most of the town still sleeping off their holiday celebrations. A few people were out and about, exchanging cheery Merry Christmas greetings as they passed. As we approached our office, the familiar sight of the worn wooden door greeted us. I fished the keys out of my pocket, the jingle echoing in the quiet stairwell. "Well, partner," I said to Ginger as I turned the key in the lock, "ready for another day of detective work?" Ginger yawned dramatically.
"As ready as I'll ever be on the day after Christmas, though I still think that crime should take holidays too."
We stepped into our office, the familiar scent of old books and coffee welcoming us home. I had just hung up my coat and was about to settle into my chair when a sharp knock at the door made us both jump. Ginger's ears perked up, his tail swishing with curiosity.
"Unexpected visitors? How intriguing. Perhaps the criminal element has decided to come to us for a change."
I shot him a look before moving to answer the door. To my surprise, I found Sean, Emma, and Robert huddled on our doorstep, their faces etched with concern. "Jim," Sean greeted me, his usual cheerful demeanor noticeably absent. "We need to talk. Something's happened." Chapter 3. I blinked, still trying to process the sight of my three friends huddled on the office doorstep at this ungodly hour. The events of last night's Christmas celebration were still fresh in my mind, and I had half expected them to be nursing hangovers in the comfort of their own homes. Come in, come in!" I ushered them inside, noting the worry etched on their faces. "What's got you all out and about so early? I thought you'd be sleeping off last night's festivities." Ginger, who had been lounging on his cat bed, perked up at the arrival of our unexpected visitors. His tail swished with curiosity as he observed the trio filing into our modest office. Sean, usually the picture of jovial composure, looked disheveled. His silver hair stuck up at odd angles, and his normally crisp bartender shirt was wrinkled, as if he'd slept in it. Emma, typically resplendent in her flowing cosmic-inspired attire, seemed subdued. Her silver bangles, usually jingling merrily with every movement, were conspicuously absent. Robert, the ever-stoic fisherman, had a deep furrow between his brows, his calloused hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. "What's happened?" I asked, gesturing for them to take seats. Our office wasn't built for entertaining, but thanks to the generous payment from our last case with Aaron, we'd managed to invest in some comfortable chairs and give the place a modest makeover. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but it was a far cry from the Spartan setup we'd started with. Sean spoke first, his voice lacking its usual cheerful bounce.
"Jim, we've had some disappearances."
I leaned forward, my detective instincts kicking into high gear. "Disappearances? What do you mean?" Emma piped up, her voice trembling slightly.
"My crystals, Jim! My precious, powerful crystals! They're gone!"
I raised an eyebrow, recalling the numerous times Emma had shown off her collection of magical stones. "Your crystals? The ones you always carry in your handbag?" She nodded vigorously, her hair bouncing with the movement.
"Yes, those very ones. I brought them to the bar last night, as always. But this morning, when I opened my bag to do my daily energy alignment, they were missing."
I tried to keep the skepticism out of my voice. "And these crystals, they're valuable?" Emma's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and concern dancing in their depths.
"Oh, Jim,"
she said, her voice taking on that dreamy quality it often did when she spoke of celestial matters.
"These crystals are more than just valuable in the monetary sense. They're conduits of ancient wisdom, passed down through generations of my family. Their worth goes beyond mere dollars and cents. They're priceless."
I caught Ginger's eye, and I swear I saw him roll them.
"Priceless rocks,"
he meowed sarcastically.
"Nothing says valuable like glorified pebbles. I wonder if the local gravel pit knows it's sitting on a fortune."
Ignoring Ginger's commentary, I turned to Robert. "And you, Robert, what's gone missing for you?" Robert's gruff voice filled the room.
"My boat keys," he growled. "Had 'em with me at the bar last night. This morning, I wanted to go fishing while the others were still sleeping off their Christmas cheer. Ocean was calm, perfect conditions. But when I went to grab my keys, they were gone."
He paused, his frown deepening.
"Thought maybe someone had nicked the boat itself, so I fetched my spare set and headed down to the docks. Boat was still there, but the cabin was open. And inside—"
He trailed off, shaking his head. "Inside what, Robert?" I prompted.
"Inside, someone had painted a big question mark, right there on the cabin wall, clear as day, like they were mocking me."
I felt my eyebrows shoot up. This was getting stranger by the minute. "A question mark? That's unusual."
"Unusual?"
Ginger snorted.
"It's downright cliché. What's next? A calling card with a masked figure?"
I turned to Sean. "And you, Sean? What's gone missing for you?" Sean's usual jovial face was creased with worry.
"My prized bottle of Glenfiddich 50-year-old single malt whiskey," he said, his voice heavy with loss. "It was a gift from my father when I took over the bar. Never even opened it. Was saving it for a special occasion. I keep it locked up in the basement. Went down there this morning to check the inventory after the party. Had to assess the damage after all those holiday cocktail specials we were serving. That's when I noticed it was gone."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper and what looked like a small digital device.
"But that's not all. I found these where the bottle used to be."
I took the items from Sean, my heart rate picking up as I recognized the flowing script on the note. It was the same handwriting as the mysterious letter I'd received after our last case, and the note on the riddle book that had appeared on my doorstep on Christmas morning. "It's from our concerned citizen," I murmured, more to myself than to the others. Ginger's ears perked up at this.
Well, well, he meowed. Looks like our cryptic friend has decided to liven up the holidays.
I unfolded the note, reading its contents aloud. Time ticks away, precious and swift. A race against the clock, a challenge to meet. Solve the puzzles, follow the trail, or watch your treasures turn stale. 100 hours to play this game, or lose your prizes to the flame.
Charming, Ginger commented dryly. Our mystery poet seems to have a flair for the dramatic. Perhaps they missed their calling as a greeting card writer for the criminally inclined.
I examined the device Sean had handed over. It was a digital timer, its red numbers steadily counting down. When did this start? I asked, frowning at the display. Sean ran a hand through his disheveled hair.
It started the moment I picked it up. We had 100 hours then. Now we're down to just under 99.
This is serious, I said, looking up at my friends. Someone's orchestrated an elaborate theft, and now they're turning it into some kind of twisted game.
Oh my,
Emma breathed, her voice taking on that mystical quality it often did.
The universe works in mysterious ways, but this feels like a disturbance in the cosmic balance. Why would someone do this?
I leaned back in my chair, my mind racing. I think I might have an idea, I said slowly. You see, this isn't the first note we've received from our concerned citizen. I proceeded to tell them about the warning note I'd received after our last case, and the riddle book that had appeared on my doorstep on Christmas morning. As I spoke, I could see the realization dawning on their faces.
So you're saying, Robert growled, that this concerned citizen planned all this? That they've been setting this up for weeks?
I nodded grimly. It seems that way, and given that all the stolen items were at the bar last night, I'd wager our culprit was there too. Sean's eyes widened.
The fight! At the end of the night, when everyone was distracted.
Exactly, I confirmed. It would have been the perfect opportunity to swipe your whiskey, Emma's crystals, and Robert's keys without anyone noticing.
This is the most intelligent thief we've ever had in Oceanview Cove,
Ginger observed, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
But I'm sure we can catch them. After all, we have the dynamic duo of a retired librarian and a talking cat on the case. What could possibly go wrong?
We need to approach this methodically. First things first, we should report this to the police, I said. Robert snorted.
Fat lot of good that'll do. Miller and his boys couldn't find their own backsides with both hands and a map.
I held up a hand to forestall any further complaints. I know, but we need to cover all our bases. If these items turn up somewhere, we want the police to be aware they're stolen. Plus, they have resources we don't. Databases, connections with other departments. As much as it pains me to admit it, we might need their help on this one.
If they're awake, Ginger muttered, I bet Sheriff Miller is still snoring away, dreaming of sugar plums and donuts.
Sean leaned forward, his face earnest.
Jim, we want to hire you officially. We'll pay your usual rate, of course.
I shook my head firmly. Absolutely not. You're my friends. I won't take your money for this. Emma opened her mouth to protest, but I cut her off. No arguments. Consider this my Christmas gift to all of you. Robert cleared his throat gruffly.
Well, if you won't take our money, at least let us help. This concerns us all, after all.
I nodded, seeing the determination in their eyes. All right, but we need to be careful. Whoever we're dealing with is clever and resourceful.
And has a penchant for bad poetry, Ginger added. Don't forget that crucial detail.
I turned to Robert. Robert, do you know of a safe place where we can move your boat? somewhere out of the way, where our culprit won't be able to access it easily. Robert scratched his beard thoughtfully.
I might know a spot. There's a small cove up the coast. Bit tricky to navigate, but it'll keep her out of sight.
Good, I nodded. Move it there as soon as possible. Emma, I want you to think hard about your crystals. Any distinguishing features, marks, anything that might help us identify them if we come across them. Emma nodded eagerly.
Oh, of course. Each one has its own unique energy signature, you know. And the largest one, my amethyst, has a small chip on one facet. I could recognize it anywhere.
I made a mental note of this, choosing not to comment on the energy signatures. Excellent. Sean, I need you to remember every detail about that whiskey bottle. Label, cork, any imperfections in the glass, anything that makes it stand out. Sean's face took on a wistful expression.
I remember every detail of that bottle, Jim. The elegant curve of the glass, the rich amber color of the whiskey within, the label slightly yellowed with age, but still proudly proclaiming its heritage. And the cork, hand-selected, they say, to perfectly complement the whiskey's bouquet.
Fascinating, Ginger yawned. I'm sure our thief is quaking in their boots knowing we're on the lookout for a bottle of very old grape juice.
I shot Ginger a look before turning back to my friends. All right, here's the plan. First, we go to the police station and file reports. After that, we'll regroup and assess our next steps based on how much assistance Sheriff Miller is willing to provide. Remember, we're working against the clock here, so we need to be efficient. As my friends nodded their agreement, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was shaping up to be our most challenging case yet, and with a ticking clock adding to the pressure, we had our work cut out for us. Well, Ginger, I murmured as we prepared to leave for the police station. Looks like our quiet post-Christmas plans have gone out the window. Ginger stretched languidly.
Indeed, he meowed. But let's look on the bright side. At least we're not stuck watching another one of those dreadful Christmas movie marathons. I'll take high-stakes treasure hunt over Miracle on 34th Street any day.
With a chuckle, I ushered everyone out of the office. As I locked up, I felt a mix of anticipation and concern settling in my stomach. Whatever lay ahead, I knew it wouldn't be simple. But then again, nothing in Oceanview Cove ever was. Chapter 4. As we approached the station, a squat brick building that had seen better days, I couldn't help but notice the lack of activity. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a single patrol car with a light dusting of snow on its hood.
Looks like the holiday spirit has infected our local law enforcement, Ginger observed dryly. I half expect to see tumbleweeds rolling across the parking lot.
I silently agreed with Ginger's assessment as we climbed the worn steps to the entrance. The wooden door creaked ominously as I pulled it open, the sound echoing in the empty lobby. The interior of the station was a study in small-town police aesthetics, unchanged since my last visit. Faded posters advocating crime prevention and neighborhood watch programs adorned the walls. A sad-looking ficus plant drooped in one corner, its leaves a dusty green in the harsh fluorescent lighting. The air smelled of stale coffee and old paperwork, a scent that seemed permanently ingrained in the building. A sleepy-looking desk sergeant peered at us over a stack of folders. His rumpled uniform and the dark circles under his eyes suggested he'd drawn the short straw for the post-holiday shift. "Can I help you folks?" he asked, stifling a yawn. I stepped forward, adopting my most professional demeanor. "Yes, we're here to report some thefts that occurred last night." The sergeant's eyebrows rose slightly, the first sign of real interest he'd shown. "Thefts? On Christmas? Well, I'll be. Hang on a minute, let me get the sheriff." As he disappeared into the back, I turned to my friends. Remember, let's stick to the facts. No need to mention our concerned citizen or the riddles just yet. We don't want them dismissing this as some sort of prank. Emma nodded vigorously.
Of course, Jim, though I do think they should know about the celestial properties of my crystals. It might help them understand the gravity of the situation.
I saw Ginger roll his eyes.
Yes, I'm sure the Oceanview Cove Police Department has a whole division dedicated to metaphysical crime. Perhaps they can put out an APB on negative energies while they're at it.
Just after Ginger's sarcastic comment, the door behind the desk opened, and Sheriff Miller emerged. He looked like he'd been roused from a deep sleep, his usually neat mustache askew and his shirt buttoned incorrectly.
"Butterfield,"
he grunted, eyeing me warily.
"What's all this about thefts? Don't tell me you've gotten yourself mixed up in another one of your investigations."
I bristled at his tone, but kept my voice level. "Good morning, Sheriff. I'm afraid we have some serious crimes to report. My friends here have had valuable items stolen, and we have reason to believe the thefts are connected." Miller's eyes narrowed as he surveyed our group.
"All right, let's hear it, but make it quick. It's the day after Christmas, for crying out loud."
Over the next 30 minutes, we gave our statements. Sean described his missing whiskey in loving detail, while Emma waxed poetic about her crystal's unique properties. Robert, ever a man of few words, gruffly recounted the theft of his boat keys and the mysterious question mark left in his cabin. Throughout it all, Miller's expression cycled between skepticism, boredom, and barely concealed irritation. When we finished, he leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face.
"Let me get this straight," he said slowly. "You want me to put out an all-points bulletin for a bottle of overpriced booze, some New Age trinkets, and a set of boat keys? On the day after Christmas?"
Sean bristled, his usually jovial face flushing.
It's not just some overpriced booze, Sheriff. That whiskey is a family heirloom, irreplaceable.
Emma chimed in, her voice taking on an ethereal quality.
And my crystals are far from trinkets. They're ancient celestial tools, crucial for maintaining the cosmic balance.
Robert's gruff voice joined in, his weathered face set in a scowl.
"Those keys aren't just for show, Sheriff. Someone's got access to my livelihood now. That boat's my life."
I leaned forward, meeting Miller's gaze steadily. "Sheriff, I know it might not seem like much, but these items are valuable to their owners. And the fact that they were all taken on the same night, from the same location, suggests this wasn't just a random act of petty theft." Miller snorted.
"Or it suggests that someone at your little Christmas party had too many of those fancy holiday martinis and decided to go on a kleptomaniac spree."
"With all due respect, Sheriff," I pressed on, "I think you're underestimating the seriousness of this situation. The theft of Robert's keys, in particular, is concerning. Someone now has access to his boat. They could steal it at any moment, or worse, use it for illegal activities. We need to act quickly." This seemed to give Miller pause. He turned to Robert, his expression softening slightly.
"Reeves, you said there was a question mark painted inside your cabin?"
Robert nodded grimly.
"Aye, big as life. Looks fresh, too."
Miller sighed heavily.
"All right. Reeves, I want you to stay here. I'll send one of my officers with you to inspect your boat. We need to document this properly."
He turned back to the rest of us.
"As for the other items, look, I'll file the reports, but don't expect miracles. We're short-staffed as it is. And this time of year is always busy with domestic disputes and drunken disorderlies."
I could feel the frustration radiating from my friends, but I kept my voice calm. "We understand, Sheriff. We appreciate anything you can do. And of course, if we come across any new information, we'll be sure to pass it along. As we exited the station, the pale winter sun had finally pierced through the overcast sky, illuminating the nearly deserted parking lot with a feeble glow. The biting cold air assaulted our faces, jarringly different from the stifling atmosphere of the police station. I pulled my coat tighter around me, watching as our breaths formed small clouds in front of us. "Well," I sighed, "that went about as well as we could have expected." Sean nodded glumly, his usual cheerful demeanor dampened by the encounter. "I suppose we should be grateful they're looking into Robert's boat at least." Emma, ever the optimist, piped up, gesturing animatedly. "Perhaps this is all part of the universe's grand design. Sometimes we must face obstacles to appreciate the journey." Ginger, trotting beside me, let out a soft snort. "Oh yes, I'm sure the cosmos conspired to have your shiny rock stolen just to teach us a valuable life lesson. How thoughtful of them." I stifled a chuckle at Ginger's sarcasm, grateful that the others couldn't understand him. "Come on," I said, gesturing towards the main street. "Let's head back to the office and regroup. We need to figure out our next move." As we walked, I couldn't help but notice the unusual quiet that had settled over Oceanview Cove. The day after Christmas in the city usually saw at least some activity, with some people taking advantage of post-holiday sales. But here, the streets were almost empty, with just a few bundled-up passers-by hurrying along the sidewalks. The storefronts we passed were all shuttered, their windows dark and uninviting. Even the usually bustling cafe on the corner was closed, a hastily scrawled sign in the window apologizing for the unexpected closure. The whole town seemed to be sleeping off the excesses of the holiday. As we approached our office building, my eyes were drawn to the darkened windows of Everett's bookshop on the ground floor. Normally, Everett would be bustling about at this hour, arranging displays and dusting his beloved tomes. But today, the shop was as lifeless as the rest of the street. "Looks like Everett's taking a well-deserved day off," I mused aloud. "Can't say I blame him, given how festive he was at the party last night." Sean chuckled, a hint of his usual mirth returning. "Festive is one word for it. I've never seen a man so determined to sample every variety of holiday cocktails in one night." As we climbed the stairs to our office, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling of unease. Something about the quiet town, the closed shops, it all felt off somehow, like the calm before a storm. I fumbled with my keys, the old lock always a bit tricky, especially in the cold. As the door swung open, my eyes were immediately drawn to a small white envelope lying on the floor, just inside the threshold. "What's this?" I muttered, bending to pick it up. The moment my fingers touched the paper, I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the winter weather. The envelope was addressed to the Oceanview Cove investigators in that now familiar flowing script. "It's from our concerned citizen," I said, my voice tight with concern. "They must have slipped it under the door while we were at the police station." Emma gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "But that means—" "They're watching us," Sean finished, his face grim. Ginger's tail swished aggressively. "Well, isn't that just delightful?" he meowed sarcastically. "Our mysterious pen pal has graduated from cryptic warnings to full-blown stalking. Perhaps we should invest in some catnip-scented security systems." I ushered everyone inside, closing and locking the door behind us. The office felt different somehow, knowing that our enigmatic adversary had been so close. I found myself glancing at the windows, half expecting to catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure lurking outside. The office was exactly as we'd left it. The old radiator in the corner clanked and hissed as it struggled to warm the chilly room. The familiar scent of old books and coffee that usually brought me comfort now seemed tinged with an unsettling air of vulnerability. Let's take a look at what our friend has to say, I said, carefully opening the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the same high-quality stock as the previous notes. The flowing script danced across the page. In halls where spirits age with grace, a treasure hides, leaving no trace. Where bottles gleam and history sleeps, the amber prize its secret keeps. Time's clock ticks, a constant drone. Find the gold before it's flown. I watched as my friends' faces cycled through confusion, concern, and determination.
Well,
Sean said after a moment of silence,
I think it's safe to say they're referring to my whiskey.
Emma nodded eagerly, her earrings catching the light as she moved.
Oh, yes. The amber prize must be your stolen spirits, Sean. And halls where spirits age could be a cellar or a special storage area.
I tapped the paper thoughtfully. You're both right about the whiskey, I think. This riddle seems to be pointing us towards a place where fine spirits are kept or sold. Ginger, who had been examining the note from his perch on the desk, let out a soft meow.
Oh, joy! Another treasure hunt. Because the last one worked out so well for everyone involved. Shall we expect more boat chases and near-death experiences? Or is this going to be a more relaxed affair?
I think we need to focus our efforts on finding Sean's whiskey. It seems to be the key to this whole puzzle, I said. Sean nodded, his face set with determination.
I'm with you, Jim. That bottle means more to me than just its monetary value. It's a piece of my family's history.
All right, I said, feeling a familiar spark of excitement despite the seriousness of the situation. Let's break this down. The riddle talks about halls where spirits age and where bottles gleam. That suggests somewhere that specializes in fine liquors. Sean, you know the local liquor scene better than anyone. Can you think of any places that might fit the description better? Sean stroked his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in concentration.
Well, there's the Tipsy Reindeer over on Pine Street. It's been around for decades, and old Tom who runs the place is something of a whiskey connoisseur. He's got bottles there that are older than some of the buildings in town.
Excellent, I said, feeling a plan starting to form. We should check out the Tipsy Reindeer then. Emma nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
While you're at the liquor shop, I think I'll go consult with my sisters. Their combined astrological expertise might help us locate my stolen crystals. We could harness the celestial energies to guide our search.
I managed to keep a straight face, ignoring Ginger's eye roll. That's great, Emma. Just be careful, all right? We don't know what we're dealing with here.
What about Robert? Sean asked. Should we wait for him to finish at the police station?
I shook my head. No, we can't afford to waste any time. That timer is still counting down, remember? I'll give Robert a call later and update him on our progress. For now, let's focus on finding that whiskey. As Emma gathered her things, murmuring excitedly about planetary alignments and their influence on the search, I turned to Sean. Is the Tipsy Reindeer likely to be open today? I notice most of the shops in town are closed. Sean let out a hearty laugh, some of his usual joviality returning.
Jim, my friend, you've got a lot to learn about the liquor business. The Tipsy Reindeer is always open, especially on holidays. That's when people need a drink the most.
I couldn't argue with that logic. As we prepared to head out, I felt a familiar mix of anticipation and apprehension settling in my stomach. This case was unlike anything we'd faced before, with its cryptic riddles and ticking clock. Ginger, sensing my mood, butted his head against my leg.
Well, partner, he meowed. Looks like we're off on another wild goose chase. Or should I say, wild whiskey chase. Just promise me one thing.
What's that? I murmured, careful not to let the others hear me talking to my cat. Ginger's green eyes gleamed with mischief.
If we do find this mythical bottle of liquid gold, save me a saucer. After all this running around, I think I'll have earned it."
I stifled a laugh, shaking my head at my feline friend's audacity. "We'll see, Ginger. We'll see." Chapter 5. The Tipsy Reindeer stood out among the other buildings on the street, its facade a warm, inviting red brick that contrasted sharply with the white snow. A hand-painted wooden sign hung above the door, depicting a cartoonish reindeer with a decidedly wobbly stance and a comically oversized bottle in its hoof. As we approached, I couldn't help but notice the way the light glinted off the bottles displayed in the shop window. They stood like colorful sentinels, their labels promising exotic flavors and far-off places.
"Well,"
Ginger meowed softly, his tail swishing with amusement,
"I suppose if we're going to spend our afternoon chasing after overpriced grape juice, we might as well do it somewhere with character."
I pushed open the door, a small bell tinkling overhead to announce our arrival. The interior of the Tipsy Reindeer was a feast for the senses. The rich, heady aroma of oak and spirits enveloped us, mingling with the earthy scent of polished wood shelves that lined the walls from floor to ceiling. These shelves were a veritable library of libations, each bottle a story waiting to be told. They ranged from familiar local brews to exotic imports, their labels a kaleidoscope of colors and languages. The soft amber glow of strategically placed lamps gave the whole place an almost reverent atmosphere, as if we'd stepped into a temple dedicated to the art of distillation. Behind the counter stood a man who could only be Tom, the owner. He was a study in contrasts. His face and salt and pepper hair spoke of years of experience, but his eyes twinkled with a youthful enthusiasm that belied his age. He wore a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and a tartan waistcoat that seemed to be a nod to his love of Scotch whiskey. As we approached, Tom looked up from the ledger he'd been poring over, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Well, well," he said, his voice a pleasant baritone with just a hint of a Scottish burr. "If it isn't Sean O'Connell and Jim Butterfield, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Sean stepped forward, a look of determination on his face. "Afternoon, Tom. We're here on a bit of unusual business, I'm afraid." Tom's bushy eyebrows rose, his interest clearly piqued. "Unusual business, you say? Now that sounds intriguing. What can old Tom do for you gents today?" I cleared my throat, suddenly aware of how odd our request might sound. "Tom, we're looking for a very specific bottle of whiskey. It's a Glenfiddich 50-year-old single malt. It was misplaced recently, and we have reason to believe it might have found its way to a place like this." Tom's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and something else. Was it suspicion, flashing across his face? "A Glenfiddich 50-year? That's quite the bottle you're after. Not something you'd find in just any old liquor store, that's for certain." Sean nodded, his usual jovial demeanor subdued. "It was my father's, Tom. A gift when I took over the Salty Breeze. It means a lot to me." Tom's expression softened at Sean's words. I can imagine it does. A bottle like that, it's more than just whiskey. It's history, it's family." He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I can't say I've come across such a bottle recently, but I'll certainly keep an eye out. Though it's not often I get requests quite like this." I leaned in, lowering my voice slightly. "Tom, we don't mean to pry, but has anyone been in recently asking about rare or vintage spirits? Anyone who seemed out of place?" Tom's brow furrowed, his eyes taking on a distant look as he searched his memory. "You know, now that you mention it, there was someone. Odd fellow. Came in a few weeks back. Didn't catch his name." "Can you describe him?" I asked, feeling a spark of excitement. This could be our first real lead. Tom nodded slowly, his fingers absently polishing a nearby glass as he spoke. "He was a man, I'd say in his 50s. Dressed oddly for the weather. Hoodie pulled up. Sunglasses on even though it was getting dark. Wore gloves too, which struck me as strange indoors." Ginger, who had been exploring the lower shelves with feline curiosity, looked up at this.
"Sunglasses and gloves indoors? Sounds like someone was auditioning for the role of suspicious character number 1 in a low-budget crime drama."
I bit back a smile at Ginger's commentary, focusing on Tom's words. "That does sound unusual. Did he say what he was looking for?" Tom shook his head, a puzzled expression on his face. "That's the thing. He didn't seem to be looking for anything specific. Started asking all sorts of questions about different brands, vintage years, that sort of thing. Seemed particularly interested in the rarer stuff we keep in the back." Sean and I exchanged a significant look. This mysterious visitor certainly fit the profile of someone who might be involved in our case. "Did you recognize him at all, Tom?" Sean asked, his voice tinged with hope. "That's just it," Tom replied, his brow furrowed. "I couldn't get a good look at his face with those sunglasses on and his hoodie pulled up. And his voice, it sounded off somehow, like he was trying to disguise it, you know? Made me right nervous at first, I can tell you. Thought he might be fixing to rob the place." I nodded, taking mental notes. "And he never came back?" Tom shook his head. "Nope. Left before I could ask too many questions. Been wondering about him ever since, truth be told. Not the sort of customer you'd forget in a hurry." I mulled over this information, my mind racing with possibilities. Could this mysterious visitor be our culprit? At least now we knew one thing for certain. Our suspect was a man. But was this just a coincidence, or had we stumbled onto a real lead? Ginger, sensing my thoughts, let out a soft meow.
"Well, perhaps next time our mystery thief will show up in a full body disguise. I hear mustaches and fake noses are all the rage in the criminal underworld these days."
I stifled a chuckle, turning back to Tom. "Tom, I hope you don't mind me asking, but would it be possible for us to take a look at your storage area? The basement, perhaps?" Tom's eyebrows shot up, a look of surprise crossing his face. "The basement? Now why would you want to go poking around down there?" I hesitated, not wanting to reveal too much about our investigation. "Well, you see, we have reason to believe that Sean's whiskey might be hidden somewhere similar to a liquor store's basement. It's a long story, but we'd really appreciate it if we could just take a quick look." Tom's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion creeping into his voice. "You're not suggesting that I had something to do with this missing whiskey, are you?" No, of course not," I hastened to reassure him. "It's just that we received a tip of sorts. Something about halls where spirits age and where bottles gleam. Your basement seemed like it might fit that description." Tom's suspicion melted into curiosity. "A tip, eh? Sounds like you boys are on quite the treasure hunt." He paused, seeming to weigh his options. "Well, I suppose there's no harm in letting you have a look. Follow me, gents." He led us to a heavy wooden door behind the counter, producing an old-fashioned key from his pocket. The lock clicked open with a satisfying thunk, and Tom pushed the door open to reveal a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "Watch your step," Tom cautioned as he flicked on a light switch. "These stairs can be a bit treacherous if you're not used to 'em." We made our way down carefully, the wooden steps creaking under our weight. The air grew noticeably cooler as we descended, carrying with it an earthy scent of aged wood and spirits. When we reached the bottom, Tom flicked another switch, and the basement was suddenly bathed in a warm golden light. I heard Sean let out a low whistle of appreciation beside me. The basement was a veritable Aladdin's cave of spirits. Row upon row of shelves stretched out before us, each one laden with bottles of every shape and size imaginable. The light glinted off their surfaces, creating a dazzling display of color and refracted light. "Welcome to the heart of the Tipsy Reindeer, gentlemen," Tom said, a note of pride in his voice. "This is where the real treasures are kept." Sean moved forward as if in a trance, his eyes wide as he took in the impressive collection.
"Tom, I've heard rumors you have some vintage bottles stored away, but this is beyond anything I imagined."
Tom chuckled, clearly pleased by Sean's reaction. "Well, I don't show it off to just anyone, but I figured if anyone could appreciate it, it'd be you, Sean." As Sean and Tom began discussing some of the rarer bottles, I took the opportunity to explore the basement more thoroughly. My eyes scanned the shelves, looking for anything out of place, any sign that our missing whiskey might be hidden among these bottles. The basement was larger than I'd initially thought, with several alcoves branching off from the main area. Each seemed to be dedicated to a different type of spirit. One for whiskey, another for rum, yet another for exotic liqueurs. As we made our way through the whiskey section, I was impressed by the range of bottles. Some looked ancient, their labels faded and peeling, while others were sleek and modern, their packaging clearly designed to catch the eye.
"Find anything interesting?"
Sean's voice called out from behind me. I turned to see him and Tom making their way over, Sean's eyes still wide with wonder at the collection surrounding us. "Nothing that looks like your bottle, I'm afraid," I replied, shaking my head. "But I have to say, Tom, this is quite the impressive setup you have here." Tom nodded, a proud smile on his face. "Thank you, Jim. It's been a labor of love, building this collection over the years. Each bottle has a story, you know." As Tom launched into a tale about a particularly rare bottle of bourbon, I found my attention wandering. Something about this basement nagged at me. It fit the description in the riddle perfectly. Halls where spirits age, where bottles gleam. So why wasn't Sean's whiskey here? Ginger, sensing my distraction, nudged my leg with his head. "You're thinking too loud," he meowed. "What's bothering you?" I crouched down, pretending to examine a lower shelf while I whispered to Ginger.
"It just doesn't add up. This place is perfect. It matches the riddle exactly. So why isn't the whiskey here?"
Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully.
"Perhaps our mysterious poet isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Or maybe," he added, his green eyes glinting mischievously, "he's cleverer than we give him credit for. After all, the obvious hiding place is often the last place anyone looks."
I nodded, mulling over Ginger's words. He had a point. Maybe we were approaching this all wrong. But before I could pursue that train of thought any further, I was interrupted by the sound of Tom clearing his throat. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "I hope this little tour has been helpful, even if we didn't find what you were looking for." I stood up, brushing off my pants. "It certainly has, Tom. Thank you for your time and for sharing your incredible collection with us." As we made our way back up the stairs and into the shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something. The visit to the Tipsy Reindeer had given us some interesting information about our mysterious hooded visitor, but we were no closer to finding Sean's whiskey. Once outside, Sean turned to me.
"Well, that was certainly eye-opening, even if it didn't lead us to my bottle. What do you think our next move should be?"
Before I could respond, my phone began to ring. I pulled it out of my pocket to see Robert's name on the screen. "It's Robert," I said to Sean before answering. "Robert, how did it go at the station?" Robert's gruff voice came through the speaker. "About as well as you'd expect with Miller and his boys. The officer came out, took a look around the boat, documented the question mark, and then left." I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache coming on. "Did he find anything else unusual?" "Nah," Robert replied, a note of frustration in his voice. "Just took some photos and told me to keep an eye out for anything suspicious.
Oh, and he agreed with your advice about hiding the boat for a while.
I nodded, even though Robert couldn't see me. That's something at least. Have you moved the boat yet?
Not yet, Robert said. I'm heading out to do that now. It'll take me a couple of hours to get it to that hidden cove I mentioned and make it back to town.
All right, I said. Just be careful, Robert. Robert let out a short laugh.
Don't worry about me, Jim. I've been navigating these waters long enough to spot any wannabe thief from a mile away. Our mystery poet won't catch me off guard.
I couldn't help but smile at Robert's confidence. Fair enough. Listen, why don't you meet us at the office this evening once you're done? We can update each other on what we found so far.
Sounds good, Robert agreed. How's the investigation going on your end?
I glanced at Sean, who was listening intently to my side of the conversation. We've made some progress, but there's a lot to tell. It'll be easier to go over everything when we're all together.
All right, Robert said. I'll see you this evening then. Take care, Jim.
As I hung up, Sean looked at me expectantly. So, what's our next move? I pocketed my phone, my mind already racing with possibilities. Well, the tipsy reindeer was a good lead, but it didn't pan out. I think we need to expand our search. You mentioned that you know some bartenders in nearby towns, right? Sean nodded, his face lighting up. That's right. I've got contacts in most of the bars within a 30-mile radius. Comes with the territory when you've been in the business as long as I have. Perfect, I said. Let's hit the road then. We'll check out some of these bars, see if anyone's heard anything about a rare bottle of whiskey changing hands recently. Ginger, who had been sitting patiently at my feet, let out a soft meow. Oh, joy, he said sarcastically. A road trip to every dive bar in the county. And here I thought we couldn't possibly make this investigation any more exciting. I stifled a laugh, bending down to scoop Ginger up. Come on, you, I said, ignoring his indignant yowl. You never know. We might stumble onto something important. Chapter 6. The rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt filled the car as we cruised down the winding coastal road. My old Buick, a relic from a bygone era, soldiered on despite its years. The leather seats, cracked and worn from decades of use, creaked with every turn and bump in the road. The dashboard, once sleek and modern, now looked like an antique control panel, its dials and gauges telling a story of countless miles traveled. Sean sat in the passenger seat, his usual jovial demeanor subdued by the weight of our mission. His fingers drummed anxiously on his knees, eyes scanning the passing landscape as if his whiskey might suddenly materialize on the roadside. Ginger had made himself comfortable in the back seat, sprawled across the worn upholstery like a furry orange potentate surveying his domain. His tail swished lazily, occasionally brushing against the back of my seat as I drove. You know, Ginger meowed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. When I dreamed of going on a road trip, this wasn't quite what I had in mind. I was thinking more along the lines of chasing mice in exotic locations, not chasing whiskey bottles with two bumbling humans. I caught his eye in the rearview mirror, unable to hide my smirk. Well, I'm sorry we couldn't arrange a more exciting itinerary for you, Your Highness. Perhaps next time we'll schedule in some 5-star catnapping spots. Sean glanced at me, confusion etched on his face. Did you say something, Jim? I shook my head. Just thinking out loud, I said, turning my attention back to the road. We pulled into the parking lot of the Drunken Sailor, a weathered establishment in the small coastal town of Rocky Point, about 30 miles north of Oceanview Cove. The bar looked like it had seen its fair share of rowdy nights and salty characters. The wooden sign above the door, featuring a caricature of a sailor with a comically oversized bottle, swung gently in the sea breeze. Well, this looks charming, I said, eyeing the peeling paint and slightly askew shutters. Sean chuckled, some of his old spirit returning. "Don't let appearances fool you, Jim. Some of the best drinks I've ever had came from places that looked like they were one stiff wind away from collapsing." As we stepped out of the car, the briny scent of ocean mingled with the unmistakable odor of stale beer and fried food wafting from the bar. Ginger wrinkled his nose in distaste.
"Ah, the sweet aroma of human debauchery," he meowed. "How delightful! I do hope this place doesn't have a resident mouser. I'd hate to have to defend my honor over a territory dispute."
The gravel crunched under our feet as we made our way to the entrance, the sound oddly loud in the quiet afternoon. Pushing open the door, we were greeted by a gust of warm air carrying the mingled scents of whiskey, old wood, and something vaguely reminiscent of long-forgotten mop water. The interior was dimly lit, the few windows doing little to dispel the gloom. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, revealing a space that seemed frozen in time. The bar itself was a massive slab of dark wood, scarred and pitted from years of use. Mismatched stools lined its length, each one telling its own story of countless patrons who had perched there over the years. The walls were adorned with an eclectic mix of nautical memorabilia, old fishing nets, weathered life preservers, and faded photographs of grinning fishermen holding up their prized catches. Behind the bar stood a man who looked as if he'd been carved from the same wood as the bar itself. His face was a topographical map of wrinkles and weathered lines, telling a story of a life lived hard and fast. A scraggly white beard clung to his chin like sea foam on a rocky shore. His eyes, however, were sharp and alert, taking our measure as we approached.
"Well, well,"
he said, his voice a gravelly rumble that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep in his chest.
"Sean O'Connell, as I live and breathe. What brings you up to Rocky Point?"
His eyes shifted to me, curiosity evident in his gaze.
"And who's your friend here?"
Sean stepped forward, clapping the bartender on the shoulder like an old friend.
"Good to see you, Hank. This here's my friend Jim Butterfield. We're hoping you might be able to help us with something."
Hank's eyebrows rose slightly as he extended his hand to me.
"Jim Butterfield, eh? Heard some interesting stories about you. Name's Hank. What kind of help are you boys looking for?"
As Sean launched into an explanation of our quest, I took the opportunity to study our surroundings more closely. The few patrons scattered about the bar seemed to be regulars, barely glancing up from their drinks as we entered. A jukebox in the corner, looking like it had seen better days, played a melancholy country tune that seemed to perfectly capture the mood of the place. Ginger had taken up a position near my feet, his keen eyes scanning every nook and cranny of the bar.
"Well," he meowed softly, "I must say, if our mystery thief was looking for a place to hide a bottle of fancy whiskey, this wouldn't be my first choice. Unless, of course, they were hoping it would blend in with all the other depressing aspects of this establishment."
I stifled a chuckle, turning my attention back to the conversation between Sean and Hank. The bartender was nodding thoughtfully, his gnarled hands absently polishing a glass that had seen better days.
"A man in a hoodie and sunglasses, you say?"
Hank mused, his brow furrowed in concentration.
"We did have a fella like that in here a while back. Struck me as odd, him wearing shades indoors and all."
My ears perked up at this. "Can you tell us more about him, Hank? Anything you remember could be helpful." Hank set down the glass, leaning his elbows on the bar as he thought.
"Let's see. He came in late one night, maybe a couple of weeks back. Didn't order nothing, just started asking all sorts of questions about our stock. Wanted to know if we had any rare bottles, vintage stuff, you know."
Sean and I exchanged a significant look. This sounded eerily similar to what Tom had told us back at the Tipsy Reindeer.
"Did he seem interested in any particular type of liquor?"
Sean pressed, leaning in eagerly. Hank scratched his beard, the sound oddly loud in the quiet bar.
"He did seem mighty curious about whiskey. Kept asking if we had any real old bottles tucked away somewhere. Told him we weren't that kind of establishment, but he was persistent.
I nodded, making mental notes. And his voice? Did you notice anything unusual about it? Hank's eyes narrowed as he thought back.
Come to think of it, yeah. Sounded off somehow, like he was trying to disguise it or something. Made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, if I'm being honest.
This was starting to sound more and more like our mystery poet. But why would he be scouting out bars in the area? Was he looking for a place to hide the stolen whiskey, or was there more to it? Hank, I said, an idea forming, I don't suppose you'd mind if we took a look at your storage area? Your basement, perhaps? Hank's eyebrows shot up so high they nearly disappeared into his hairline.
My basement? Now why in tarnation would you want to go poking around down there?
Sean leaned in, his voice low.
Hank, that stolen bottle of whiskey I mentioned earlier, well, it's actually mine. We received a tip that it might be hidden in a place like your basement. I know it sounds strange, but we'd really appreciate it if you'd let us take a look.
Hank's expression softened, understanding replacing his initial skepticism.
Well, why didn't you say so, Sean? Of course you can take a look. Anything to help out an old friend.
He reached under the bar, producing a ring of keys.
Don't know what you expect to find down there besides dust and dead roaches, but you're welcome to look.
He led us to a door behind the bar, the ancient hinges protesting loudly as he pushed it open. A set of narrow stairs descended into darkness, the wood groaning ominously under our weight as we made our way down. Hank flicked a switch at the bottom, and a single bare bulb flickered to life. The basement was a far cry from the carefully organized cellar at the Tipsy Reindeer. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, their contents a mystery. Dust motes danced in the weak light, and the musty smell of damp and neglect hung heavy in the air.
Well, here you go,
Hank said, gesturing around the cramped space.
Knock yourselves out. Just try not to disturb the resident spiders. They've been here longer than I have.
As Hank retreated back up the stairs, Sean and I began our search. Ginger wove between the boxes, his nose twitching as he sniffed at every corner. As we carefully picked our way through the clutter, it became increasingly clear that this was not the halls where spirits age described in the riddle. The few bottles we did find were dusty, forgotten remnants of long-past drink specials, not the carefully curated collection of a whiskey enthusiast. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes, we admitted defeat. Covered in cobwebs and smelling faintly of must, we made our way back upstairs to find Hank waiting for us, a knowing look on his face.
Find what you were looking for?
He asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. I shook my head, brushing a particularly persistent cobweb from my sleeve. I'm afraid not, Hank, but we appreciate you letting us look. Hank's face creased with sympathy.
Sorry to hear that, boys. I hope you find all those stolen items soon. Sean, that whiskey meant a lot to you, if I remember right. Don't give up, you hear?
We thanked Hank for his kind words and support. As we said our goodbyes and headed back to the car, a nagging sense of uncertainty gnawed at me. The mysterious hooded man had been here, asking questions just like at the Tipsy Reindeer. But why? What was he really after? The rest of the day passed in a blur of similar encounters. We visited 3 more bars in neighboring towns, each one a variation on the same theme. The names and faces changed. The Rusty Anchor, with its collection of vintage fishing gear decorating the walls. The Foghorn, where the bartender, a petite woman with arms like a longshoreman, regaled us with tales of rowdy sailors. The Kraken's Lair, a dimly lit dive that seemed to take its nautical theme a bit too seriously, complete with a stuffed octopus hanging ominously over the bar. But the story remained the same. At each stop, we heard about a man in a hoodie and sunglasses asking peculiar questions about rare liquors. And at each stop, our search of the storage areas turned up nothing but dust, cobwebs, and the occasional startled mouse. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we found ourselves back in my old Buick, heading towards Oceanview Cove. The mood in the car was somber, the weight of our fruitless day hanging heavy in the air. Sean slumped in the passenger seat, his usual energetic demeanor replaced by a palpable sense of frustration. His fingers drummed an agitated rhythm on his knee, a habit I'd noticed intensified when he was worried or upset.
"We're running out of time, Jim,"
he said, breaking the silence that had settled over us. His voice was tight with barely contained anxiety.
"That timer's still counting down, and we're no closer to finding my whiskey, Robert's keys, or Emma's crystals than we were this morning."
I nodded, feeling the weight of Sean's words. The ticking clock of the Mystery Poets Challenge loomed large in my mind, an ever-present reminder of the stakes we were facing. "I know, Sean," I said, trying to inject a note of reassurance into my voice. "It's frustrating, but we have made some progress. We know our mystery poet is a man, and he's been scouting bars in the area. That's something to work with." Sean sighed, running a hand through his hair.
"I suppose you're right. It's just that whiskey, Jim. It's more than just a bottle, you know. It's a piece of my family's history. The thought of losing it—"
He trailed off, but I understood. I reached over to pat his shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "We'll find it, Sean. I promise you that." As we drove, I found my mind wandering, replaying the events of the day. Something about the whole situation nagged at me, like a splinter just beneath the skin. Why would our mystery poet go to such lengths to hide the whiskey, only to leave us clues to find it? And why scout out all these bars if he wasn't planning to hide it in one? I pulled my phone out of my pocket, handing it to Sean. "Can you give Emma a call? Let her know we're heading back and ask her to meet us at the office." As Sean dialed, Ginger watched from the back seat, his tail twitching with what might have been amusement or concern.
"Emma, it's Sean. Listen, we're heading back to town and—" "What? No, I don't think I'm interrupting any celestial—" "Emma, please, this is important."
I raised an eyebrow, wondering what our resident astrologer was up to now. Sean's side of the conversation continued, his expression growing increasingly bewildered.
"Planetary alignment? Emma, I'm not sure how that's going to help us find—" Okay, I understand. Yes, we'll be careful not to disrupt your energy fields or whatever. Can you just meet us at Jim's office in about an hour?"
He hung up, shaking his head in a mixture of amusement and exasperation.
"Well, that was interesting."
"Do I want to know?" I asked, already guessing the answer. Sean chuckled.
"Apparently, we've interrupted some sort of celestial guidance process. Emma and her sisters are trying to use the stars to locate her missing crystals. She seemed quite put out that we'd called during such a delicate operation."
Ginger let out a snort from the back seat.
"Right. The movements of giant balls of gas millions of miles away are clearly the key to finding some shiny rocks. Why didn't we think of that sooner? We could have saved ourselves a day of sneezing in musty basements."
I bit back a laugh. "Well, did she at least agree to meet us?" Sean nodded.
"Eventually, yes. She said she'll be there, but we're not to disturb her again until then. Apparently, we're throwing off her cosmic vibrations, or something like that."
I shook my head, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "Well, I suppose we'll find out soon enough if those cosmic vibrations of hers picked up any useful clues. Who knows? Maybe the stars will align in our favor for once." Chapter 7. I fumbled with the keys, the lock stubbornly resisting for a moment before finally yielding with a satisfying click. The door swung open, revealing the cozy interior of our office that had become our base of operations. The dim glow of the street lamp cast a soft light over the room, highlighting the organized chaos of case files and notes strewn across every available surface. Ginger sauntered in ahead of us, his tail held high as he made a beeline for his favorite spot in the plush cat bed. The faint light filtering through the dusty window created a soft halo effect around his orange fur.
"Home, sweet home," he meowed, stretching languidly. "I was beginning to think we'd spend the rest of our days crawling through musty basements." Though I must say, some of those bar cellars had quite the impressive rodent population. A shame we were too busy chasing fairy tales to properly appreciate the local cuisine.
I shook my head in amusement as I settled into my worn leather chair. The familiar creak of the springs was oddly comforting after a day spent in unfamiliar surroundings. Sean slumped into the small couch against the wall, his usual energetic demeanor dampened by our lack of progress. The lines around his eyes seemed deeper than usual, etched by worry and frustration.
"What now, Jim?"
he asked, his voice heavy with fatigue.
"We've been up and down the coast, and we're no closer to finding my whiskey than when we started."
I leaned back in my chair. "Now we wait for Emma and Robert. Once they're here, we'll go over everything we've learned. Fresh perspectives might help us see something we've missed." As if on cue, heavy footsteps echoed in the stairwell, growing louder until Robert's imposing figure filled the doorway.
"Evening, folks,"
he grunted, nodding to each of us in turn. His eyes lingered on Ginger for a moment, a flicker of amusement crossing his face.
"I see the real brains of the operation is already hard at work."
Ginger, who had been fastidiously grooming himself, paused to fix Robert with a haughty stare.
"At least someone around here appreciates my contributions," he meowed. "Though I doubt he'd be so quick to compliment if he knew my latest brilliant deduction is that humans are, in fact, the most exhausting species on the planet."
I stifled a chuckle, gesturing for Robert to take a seat. "How did it go with the boat?" I asked, leaning forward in my chair. Robert eased himself into one of the visitor chairs.
"She's tucked away safe and sound,"
he replied, a hint of pride in his voice.
"Unless our mystery thief has X-ray vision or a very detailed map, they won't be finding her anytime soon."
I nodded, feeling a small weight lift from my shoulders. At least one piece of this puzzle was secure. "That's good to hear, Robert. Did you have any trouble along the way?" He shook his head, his beard bristling.
"Smooth sailing, quite literally. But here's something interesting. Before I headed out, I asked around the docks. Wanted to see if anyone had noticed anything suspicious around my boat lately, especially given that painted question mark."
My eyebrows rose, interest piqued. "And did anyone see anything?" Robert's frown deepened, etching new lines into his weathered face.
"That's just it. Not a soul saw a thing. And let me tell you, Jim, that's unusual. There's always someone puttering around the docks day or night. For no one to have seen anything—"
He trailed off, shaking his head. I leaned back, processing this new information. "So our mystery poet managed not only to break into your boat, but also paint that question mark without being seen. That's concerning." Sean sat up straighter, his fatigue momentarily forgotten.
"But how is that possible? The docks aren't exactly deserted, even at night."
I shared a significant look with Ginger, who had paused in his grooming to listen intently. "I think I might have an idea about that," I said slowly. "Robert, there's something you should know about our investigation today." Over the next few minutes, I filled Robert in on our visits to the Tipsy Reindeer and the various bars along the coast. I described the mysterious man in the hoodie, his odd questions about rare liquors, and the suspiciously altered voice. As I spoke, Robert's expression grew increasingly troubled.
"So, you think this hoodie character is our thief? The one who left that blasted question mark on my boat?"
he asked. "It seems likely," I nodded. "The timing fits. If he was scouting bars in the area, he could have easily slipped down to the docks last night while everyone was distracted by the Christmas celebrations. With most people either at home or at parties like the one at the Salty Breeze, the waterfront would have been practically deserted. Sean leaned forward, his elbows on his knees.
But why? Why go to all this trouble? Scouting bars, painting question marks, leaving riddles. It doesn't make sense.
Before I could respond, a rhythmic tapping echoed up the stairwell, growing louder with each passing second. The door burst open, revealing Emma in all her mystical glory. Her silver hair was adorned with what appeared to be tiny beads, tinkling softly with each movement. Her flowing caftan, a riot of purples and blues, swirled around her as she swept into the room.
"My friends,"
she announced, her voice carrying the dreamy quality it often did after one of her celestial consultations.
"I bring news from the cosmic realm."
Ginger, who had been watching Emma's entrance with a mixture of amusement and disdain, let out a soft snort.
"Oh, goody," he meowed sarcastically. "I was worried we might have to rely on mere mortal methods of investigation. Thank goodness the stars have deigned to assist us in our humble quest."
"Welcome back, Emma. How was your consultation?" I asked. Emma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she perched on the edge of my desk, her numerous bangles jingling with every movement.
"Oh, Jim, it was simply marvelous. My sisters and we communed with the very fabric of the universe itself."
Robert shifted uncomfortably in his chair, looking as if he'd rather be anywhere else. Sean, on the other hand, leaned forward, his natural curiosity piqued. "And what did the universe have to say?" I prompted gently, knowing from experience that it was best to let Emma's mystical ramblings run their course. Emma's expression grew serious, her voice dropping to a near whisper.
"We sensed a great disturbance in the cosmic energies, my friends. A dark force, swirling and churning like a maelstrom of negative vibrations."
I exchanged a glance with Sean, trying to decipher Emma's words. "A dark force? Can you be more specific, Emma?" She nodded solemnly.
"This dark energy, it surrounds the theft of my precious crystals, but not just the crystals. It extends to all the stolen items. Your whiskey, Sean, and your boat keys, Robert. They're all enveloped in this ominous aura."
Robert let out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose.
"With all due respect, Emma, how exactly is this supposed to help us find our stolen property?"
Emma turned to him, her eyes wide and earnest.
"Don't you see, Robert? This confirms that all our misfortunes are connected. The stars don't lie. There's a single malevolent force behind all of this."
I leaned forward, my mind racing. As much as I was skeptical of Emma's mystical methods, I couldn't deny that her conclusion aligned with our own findings. "You might be onto something, Emma. We've discovered evidence today that suggests all these thefts were indeed carried out by the same person." Quickly, I filled Emma in on our discoveries. The mysterious man in the hoodie, his appearances at various bars, and our theory about his activities on Christmas night. As I spoke, Emma's eyes grew wider, her bangles jingling excitedly as she gestured.
"Yes, yes," she
exclaimed when I finished.
"This fits perfectly with what the stars revealed. A shadowy figure, moving unseen, leaving chaos in his wake. Oh, the cosmic forces are truly aligned today."
Ginger, who had been listening with an expression of increasing disbelief, let out a long-suffering sigh.
"Fantastic," he meowed. "We've gone from chasing a poetic thief to battling a malevolent cosmic force. I don't suppose the stars happened to mention where this force is hiding our stolen goods, did they? Or were they too busy aligning to bother with such trivial details?"
I bit back a smile at Ginger's commentary, focusing instead on Emma. "Did your cosmic communion reveal anything else that might help us, Emma? Any hints about where we should look next?" Emma's face fell slightly, her enthusiasm dampening.
I'm afraid not, Jim. The cosmic energies were quite turbulent. It was difficult to discern specific details through the celestial static.
Robert let out a grunt that might have been a laugh.
Celestial static. Of course. Why didn't we think of that?
I shot Robert a warning look before addressing the group. All right, let's focus on what we do know. We've confirmed that all these thefts are connected, and we have a description of our suspect. A man in a hoodie and sunglasses with an altered voice. He's been scouting bars in the area, possibly looking for a place to hide the stolen goods. Sean nodded, his expression thoughtful.
But we've checked all the likely hiding spots, Jim. The Tipsy Reindeer, all those bars up and down the coast. And where else could he have hidden my whiskey?
I ran a hand through my thinning hair, frustration bubbling up. I don't know, Sean. I feel like we're missing something obvious. This case is becoming more complicated by the minute. Ginger stretched lazily on his windowsill perch, his tail swishing.
Perhaps, he meowed, we're overthinking this. Our mystery poet seems to enjoy these elaborate games. What if the whiskey isn't hidden in some dark, dusty cellar? What if it's somewhere so obvious we've been looking right past it?
I mulled over Ginger's words, wishing not for the first time that I could share his insights with the others. You might be right, I murmured, earning curious looks from my human companions.
Right about what, Jim?
Sean asked, leaning forward. I shook my head, trying to organize my thoughts. Just thinking out loud. But it occurs to me that we might be approaching this all wrong. We've been assuming our thief thinks like, well, a thief. But what if he's more interested in the game than the actual stolen goods? Emma's eyes lit up.
Yes, the cosmic energies did seem to suggest a playful undertone to all this darkness, like a child's game, but with sinister stakes.
Robert frowned, his bushy eyebrows drawing together.
So what are you suggesting? That this isn't about the whiskey or the boat keys or the crystals at all? That it's all just some sick game?
I shook my head, feeling the weight of fatigue settling over me. I don't know, Robert. At this point, I'm not sure of anything. What I do know is that we're all exhausted, and we're not going to solve this tonight. Sean started to protest, but a massive yawn cut him off mid-sentence.
But, Jim,
he managed after a moment,
we can't just give up. That timer is still counting down.
I know, Sean, I said gently, but we're not giving up. We all need to get some sleep, clear our heads. Maybe in the morning we'll see something we've been missing. Robert nodded, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt.
Hate to admit it, but Jim's right. I'm dead on my feet, and I'm not going to be any use to anyone like this.
Emma stood as well, her caftan swirling around her.
Yes, rest is essential for maintaining our cosmic balance. Perhaps in our dreams, the universe will provide the answers we seek.
One by one, they filed out of the office, each lost in their own thoughts. As the door closed behind them, I slumped in my chair. Ginger hopped down from his cat bed, padding over to my desk.
Well,
he meowed, fixing me with those intelligent green eyes.
That was certainly an enlightening gathering of the minds. I particularly enjoyed the part where we decided that sleep was the answer to all our problems. Truly revolutionary detective work.
I chuckled despite myself. Don't pretend you're not looking forward to a nice long cat nap, you furry cynic. Come on, let's go home. It felt like I had only just closed my eyes when the shrill ring of my phone jolted me awake. Groggily, I fumbled for the ancient flip phone on my nightstand, nearly knocking it to the floor in my sleep-addled state. "Hello?" I mumbled, squinting at the alarm clock. The old-fashioned face, barely visible in the dim light, showed it was just past 7 a.m. Who on earth would be calling at this hour?
Jim!
Sean's voice, far too energetic for this time of the morning, blared through the tiny speaker.
"Jim, you need to get down to the salty breeze right away."
I sat up, sleep falling away as adrenaline began to course through my veins. "Sean, what's going on? Is everything all right?"
"Jim,"
Sean's voice dropped to an urgent whisper.
"I think I know where my whiskey is."
Chapter 8.
"I woke up early, couldn't sleep, you know."
Sean's words tumbled out in a rush.
"So I decided to head to the bar, maybe do some cleaning, take my mind off things."
I swung my legs out of bed, already reaching for my clothes. "And what happened at the bar?"
"There was another note, Jim."
Sean's voice cracked with excitement.
"Slipped under the door sometime during the night. It's from our mystery poet, I'm sure of it."
"What does the note say, Sean? Can you read it to me?" Sean's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper.
"I think you'd better come and see for yourself, Jim. This guy, he's laughing at us. I swear, it's like he's really playing some sick game."
I suppressed a groan as I fumbled for my shoes. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and I winced, hoping I hadn't woken Ginger. A futile hope, as it turned out.
"Oh, joy! Another crack of dawn adventure!"
came a drowsy meow from the windowsill.
"And here I was, dreaming about a world where humans understood the concept of beauty sleep."
"Rise and shine, partner," I muttered, reaching for my coat. "Duty calls."
"Duty can leave a message. I'll get back to it at a more civilized time."
Despite his complaints, Ginger was already padding towards the door, his tail swishing with poorly concealed curiosity. Sean was waiting for us at the door of his bar, his face a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The bags under his eyes spoke of a lack of sleep, but there was an undeniable spark of energy in his gaze.
"Jim, thank goodness you're here,"
he said, ushering us inside. The bar looked different in the early morning light that filtered through the windows. Chairs were still upturned on the tables, waiting for the day to begin. The ancient jukebox in the corner stood silent, its neon lights dark. It was strange seeing the usually bustling salty breeze so still and quiet. Sean led us to the bar, where a piece of paper lay innocently on the polished wood surface. Even from a distance, I recognized the now familiar flowing script.
"Here,"
Sean said, his voice hushed as if he feared being overheard.
"Read it yourself."
I picked up the note, holding it so Ginger could see it too. He had jumped up onto a bar stool, his green eyes narrowed as he studied the paper. The message read, "Clever detectives, you've come so far, but the prize still eludes you, near yet afar. In halls where sugar once reigned supreme, now shadows lurk and secrets gleam. Beneath the place of fallen grace, your amber treasure finds its space." Below the poem, a postscript had been added in the same elegant handwriting. "P.S. I must admit I'm a little disappointed. I thought you'd have solved this one by now. Perhaps I overestimated the great Oceanview Cove investigators." I felt my face flush with a mixture of frustration and determination. Beside me, Ginger let out a soft hiss.
"Oh, he's good,"
the cat meowed, his tail lashing back and forth.
"Patronizing and enigmatic all at once. I'd almost admire his style if he wasn't such a pain in the whiskers."
"Jim," Sean said, his voice barely above a whisper.
"You don't think? Could it be Maggie's Bakery?"
I read through the riddle again, my mind racing to confirm Sean's suspicion. "Halls where sugar once reigned supreme. Beneath the place of fallen grace," I muttered, more to myself than to Sean. As the pieces fell into place, I looked up at Sean, nodding slowly. "You're right, Sean. It has to be Maggie's Bakery. The basement, to be precise. That's where your whiskey is hidden." Sean's face lit up.
"I knew it! But how?" why there of all places?"
I shook my head, still puzzling over the implications. "I'm not sure, but it makes sense. The bakery's been abandoned since Maggie's arrest. It's the perfect hiding spot, isolated, forgotten, and full of nooks and crannies. Our mystery poet couldn't have chosen a better place to stash the whiskey."
"Then we should go check it out right away."
Sean nodded eagerly, already reaching for his coat.
"Should we call Robert and Emma?"
I glanced at my watch, noting the early hour. "Let's hold off for now. No need to wake them if this turns out to be another dead end." As we stepped back out into the misty morning, a new problem occurred to me. "Wait a minute," I said, stopping in my tracks. "How are we going to get into the bakery? It's been locked up since Maggie's arrest." Sean's face fell as the reality of our situation sank in.
"You're right. The police have the keys, don't they?"
I nodded grimly. "Looks like we're going to have to pay another visit to our friend Sheriff Miller." The walk to the police station was quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The town was starting to wake up around us. Lights flickered on in houses, and the occasional car rumbled past, its occupants bleary-eyed and clutching travel mugs of coffee. Ginger trotted alongside us, his paws making a soft crunching sound on the snowy sidewalk.
"You know," he meowed, "I'm beginning to think our mystery poet has a far better grasp of Oceanview Cove's infrastructure than the actual authorities. Maybe we should consider hiring him as a town planner once this is all over."
I smiled despite myself, grateful once again for Ginger's ability to find humor in any situation. The police station looked much as it had the day before. A squat, uninspiring building that seemed to embody small-town bureaucracy. As we approached, I could see movement behind the frosted glass of the front door. "Well," I muttered to Sean, "at least someone's awake in there." We pushed through the door, the smell of stale coffee and paper assaulting our noses. The same sleepy-looking desk sergeant from yesterday glanced up as we entered, his expression a mixture of recognition and resignation. "Mr. Butterfield," he said, stifling a yawn, "what brings you here at this ungodly hour?" Before I could respond, a gruff voice called out from the back office. "Is that Butterfield I hear?" Sheriff Miller emerged from his office, a steaming mug of coffee in one hand and a half-eaten donut in the other. His uniform was rumpled, just as it had been yesterday, and his mustache twitched as he eyed us suspiciously. "Sheriff," I greeted him, trying to keep my voice neutral. "We need to talk." Miller's eyes narrowed, flicking between me and Sean. "About what exactly?" I took a deep breath, knowing that what I was about to say would sound far-fetched at best. "About the case we reported yesterday. There have been developments." For the next 20 minutes, we filled Miller in on everything we'd been holding back. The mysterious notes, the riddles, the man in the hoodie scouting bars. With each new piece of information, Miller's expression grew more incredulous. "Let me get this straight," he said when we'd finished. "You're telling me that some poetry-writing criminal mastermind is leading you on a wild goose chase across town, hiding stolen goods and leaving clues like it's some kind of twisted scavenger hunt?" Put like that, it did sound rather ridiculous. I cleared my throat. "I know it sounds far-fetched, Sheriff, but—" "Far-fetched?" Miller interrupted. "It sounds like something out of a bad crime novel, Butterfield. And you expect me to what? Drop everything and help you play this lunatic's game?" I felt my patience wearing thin. "With all due respect, Sheriff, this game involves real crimes. Theft, breaking and entering, possibly even connections to Maggie's case. Are you really willing to ignore all that just because the method is unconventional?" Miller's face reddened, but before he could retort, I pressed on. "Besides, do you really want to be the sheriff who let a civilian investigator crack another case right under your nose?" That struck a nerve. Miller's jaw clenched, and for a moment I thought he might throw us out of the station. But then, to my surprise, he deflated slightly. "Fine," he growled, setting down his coffee mug with more force than necessary. "What exactly do you need from me?" "Access to Maggie's bakery," I said quickly, before he could change his mind. "We have reason to believe that's where Sean's stolen whiskey is hidden." Miller raised an eyebrow. "The bakery? It's been sealed since Maggie's arrest. What makes you think your whiskey is in there?" I handed him the note, watching as he read it, his frown deepening with each line. When he finished, he looked up at us, his expression unreadable. "This is evidence," he said finally. "It should have been turned over to the police immediately." "You're right," I conceded, "and we're turning it over now. But first we need to check the bakery. If we're right, we might finally be a step ahead of this guy." Miller stared at us for a long moment, clearly weighing his options. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. "All right, Butterfield, we'll check out the bakery. But this is a police operation, understand? You follow my lead." I nodded, relief washing over me. "Understood, Sheriff. Thank you." As Miller went to retrieve the keys and summon another officer, Sean leaned in close to me. "Do you really think my whiskey is in there, Jim?" I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I hope so, Sean. I really hope so." The drive to Maggie's bakery was tense, the police cruiser's interior filled with an uncomfortable silence. Miller sat in the passenger seat, his posture rigid, while Sean and I were squeezed into the back with Ginger perched on my lap.
"Well,"
Ginger meowed softly, his whiskers twitching with amusement.
"This is cozy. Nothing like a family road trip with the local law enforcement. I don't suppose anyone brought snacks."
I stifled a chuckle, earning a curious glance from Sean. As we pulled up in front of the bakery, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. The last time I'd been here, it had been bustling with life, the aroma of fresh bread and pastries wafting through the air, the cheerful tinkle of the bell above the door announcing each new customer. Now it stood silent and dark, a shadow of its former self. The windows were covered with brown paper from the inside, giving the place an abandoned, almost haunted appearance. The once cheery sign that had proclaimed Maggie's Bakery in whimsical script was now faded and peeling, a ghostly reminder of happier times. Miller fumbled with the keys, the lock protesting with a rusty screech as he turned it. The door swung open with a mournful creak, releasing a gust of stale air that smelled faintly of long-gone baked goods and dust. "Stay behind me," Miller grunted, flicking on his flashlight and stepping inside. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing a scene of desolation. The once gleaming display cases were empty and dark, a fine layer of dust coating their surfaces. Chairs were still stacked on tables, waiting for customers who would never come. In the weak light of Miller's flashlight, I could make out the faint outlines of where pictures and decorations had once hung on the walls, leaving behind pale rectangles on the faded wallpaper. "This way," I said softly, pointing towards the door that I remembered led to the basement from Ryan's stories about the bakery. "That's where the note said it would be." Miller nodded grimly, leading the way. The steps groaned under our weight as we descended into the bakery's basement. The air grew cooler and damper with each step, and I could feel Sean's nervous energy radiating off him in waves. The basement was a large, open space, once used for storage and perhaps additional baking during busy times. Now it was eerily empty, save for a few abandoned shelving units and what looked like an old industrial mixer covered in a sheet. "Spread out," Miller ordered, his voice echoing in the empty space. "Look for anything out of place." We began to search, our flashlight beams dancing across the walls and floor. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our footsteps and the occasional skittering of what I hoped were just mice. Suddenly, a soft meow from Ginger caught our attention.
I hate to interrupt your human fumbling, he purred sarcastically, but I believe I've found what we're looking for. Unless, of course, you enjoy stumbling around in the dark.
Over here! Sean's excited voice followed immediately after. We all rushed over to where he was standing, his flashlight beam focused on something on the floor near Ginger. There, in the center of a dusty circle, sat a bottle. Even in the dim light, I could make out the elegant lines of the Glenfiddich 50-year-old single malt whiskey. Sean let out a choked sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob.
"That's it," he whispered. "That's my whiskey."
As Sean reached for the bottle, Miller's hand shot out, stopping him.
"Wait,"
the sheriff said, his voice tense.
"There's something else."
Next to the bottle was another note, the familiar flowing script visible even from where we stood. Miller pulled on a latex glove before carefully picking it up, holding it so we could all see. "Congratulations, sleuths. You found the golden brew. But don't rest easy. There's more work to do. Another prize awaits, hidden from sight. Where sand meets water, day meets night. The fisherman's keys, they lie in wait. Hurry now, before it's too late."
"Give me a break,"
Miller growled.
"Another riddle? What kind of game is this criminal playing?"
I exchanged a glance with Sean. "It's talking about Robert's boat keys," I said. "They must be hidden somewhere on the beach." Miller frowned.
"This is evidence,"
he said, holding up the note.
"I'll need you to take this back to the station. And you," he added, turning to Sean, "you'll need to come in and give a formal statement about recovering your property."
Sean nodded, cradling his recovered whiskey like a long-lost child.
"Of course, Sheriff, whatever you need."
As Miller began to herd us back upstairs, a thought struck me. "Sheriff," I said, causing him to pause on the steps. "Don't you think it's odd that our mystery thief had access to this place? The bakery's been locked up since Maggie's arrest." Miller's frown deepened.
"What are you getting at, Butterfield?"
I chose my words carefully. "Well, it's just that, what if this is all connected to Maggie somehow? What if she's orchestrating this from prison, using some accomplice on the outside?" The sheriff's eyes narrowed as he considered my words.
"That's a pretty big leap, Butterfield. You got any evidence to back that up?"
I shook my head. "Not yet, but I think it's worth looking into. In fact," I added, a plan forming in my mind, "I think it's time I paid a visit to our murderous baker. Maggie might have more answers than we realize." Chapter 9. The gentle purr of my aging Buick's engine filled the car as we headed north on the coastal highway. The morning sun struggled to pierce through a light fog that hugged the shoreline, creating an ethereal barrier between land and ocean. The prison where Maggie was serving her sentence lay an hour's drive away, in a small industrial city that seemed worlds apart from the quaint charm of Oceanview Cove. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, betraying the tension I felt about this visit. It had been 3 months since Maggie's arrest. 3 months since she'd tried to strangle me in my own living room after manipulating Ryan into killing Peter and then murdering Ryan herself. The bruises on my neck had long since faded, but the memory remained vivid.
"Your knuckles are turning white, old man,"
Ginger observed from his perch in the passenger seat.
"Try not to break the steering wheel. I doubt your retirement fund would cover a replacement car if this one finally gives up the ghost."
I consciously loosened my grip.
Just thinking about the last time I saw Maggie."
"Ah, yes, the infamous boat chase,"
Ginger drawled, his tail swishing against the worn upholstery.
"Not one of your finest moments as a detective, though I must say my heroic dive into her boat was rather impressive, even if I did end up taking an unexpected swim."
I smiled despite my nervousness. "You mean when you distracted her long enough for me to knock her out with the oar?"
"I prefer to think of it as tactical aquatic intervention," he sniffed. "Though I could have done without the impromptu swimming lesson."
The landscape gradually transformed as we drove, the picturesque coastal scenery giving way to industrial parks and warehouses. Small pockets of morning fog still clung to the low spots, making the factories look like brooding monsters emerging from a misty ocean. Signs of urban decay became more prominent. Abandoned buildings with broken windows, empty lots choked with weeds, faded billboards advertising businesses long since closed. The Bayside Correctional Facility loomed ahead, a sprawling complex of concrete and razor wire that seemed designed to crush the spirit of anyone who approached it. The main building was an imposing structure of gray stone and steel, its narrow windows looking more like arrow slits in a medieval fortress than anything meant to let in light. Multiple layers of security fencing surrounded the complex, topped with coils of razor wire that glinted menacingly in the morning sun. I pulled into the visitor parking lot, the gravel crunching under my tires. A few other cars were scattered about, mostly older models like mine, their worn appearance suggesting regular visits to loved ones behind these walls. A faded sign pointed toward the visitor's entrance, its lettering barely legible after years of exposure to coastal weather.
"Well, this is certainly festive," Ginger observed dryly. "I particularly enjoy the artistic touch of the razor wire, and the gray-on-gray color scheme is a bit heavy-handed. Would it kill them to add a splash of color? Perhaps some cheerful petunias?"
A guard approached as we got out of the car, his heavy boots crunching on the gravel. His expression hardened when he spotted Ginger, one hand moving instinctively toward the baton at his belt. "Sir, pets aren't allowed inside the facility," he said, his voice carrying the flat, authoritative tone of someone used to giving orders. "We have a temporary holding area."
"Oh, absolutely not,"
Ginger interrupted, though to the guard it would have sounded like an indignant meow.
"I've seen enough episodes of Prison Break to know how this goes. I'll take my chances out here, thank you very much. Besides, that holding area probably hasn't been cleaned since the Carter administration."
I cleared my throat. That's fine. He can stay outside. He's quite independent." The guard looked skeptical, but nodded. "Your responsibility if anything happens to him. Make sure he stays away from the fence line." He paused, then added with a hint of dark humor, "We've had issues with the local wildlife getting a bit too close to the perimeter. The wire doesn't discriminate between 4 legs and 2.
"Don't worry about me, old man,"
Ginger said, already sauntering toward a sunny patch of grass near the car.
"I'll just be out here contemplating the life choices that led us to visiting convicted murderers on a perfectly good morning. Perhaps I'll write my memoirs. From cat naps to crime solving, the unexpected journey of a feline detective. Think it'll be a bestseller?"
The entrance procedure was exactly as tedious as I'd expected. Inside the reception area, the air was cool and stale, heavy with the scent of industrial cleaning products and what I imagined to be decades of anxiety and despair soaked into the very walls. "Empty your pockets," ordered a guard behind a thick plexiglass window, her voice tinny through the speaker. "Everything goes in the tray." I surrendered my phone, keys, wallet, and loose change, each item making a dull thud as it landed in the plastic tray.
The guard logged each item with meticulous care, her fingernails clicking against the keyboard as she typed. "Purpose of visit?" she asked without looking up. "Visiting Maggie Brown. I'm a former acquaintance." Now she did look up, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Former acquaintance? You're not listed as family." "No, I'm not. I'm Jim Butterfield. I was involved in her case." Recognition flickered across her face. "Ha! The private investigator from Oceanview Cove. She's mentioned you." That caught me off guard. Maggie had been talking about me? Before I could ask what she meant, the guard was already moving on, pushing a visitor's badge through the slot in the window. "Wear this at all times. Follow the yellow line to screening. Remove your shoes, belt, and any metal items." The screening process was thorough and impersonal. A male guard with shoulders like a linebacker patted me down with practiced efficiency, his latex-gloved hands checking every pocket and seam. The metal detector whined as I walked through, causing a moment of confusion until the guard discovered the metal buttons on my jacket. "Arms out, legs apart," he instructed, running a handheld detector over me. "You've done this before?" I shook my head. "First time." He grunted. "Right. Well, rules are simple. No physical contact with the inmate, no passing items, no discussion of escape plans or outside criminal activity. You get 30 minutes. Guards will be present at all times. Clear?" "Crystal." He nodded toward another heavy door. "Through there. Follow the red line to visiting room B." The corridors seemed endless, each one identical to the last. The same institutional green walls, the same fluorescent lighting, the same echoing sound of my footsteps on the polished floor. Occasionally, I'd hear muffled voices or the clang of distant doors, reminding me that behind these walls were hundreds of lives on hold, hundreds of stories interrupted. The visiting room was a large open space filled with small tables bolted to the floor. The walls were painted in an institutional beige that might have been cheerful once, decades ago. A few other visitors were already seated, their hushed conversations creating a subdued murmur that echoed off the hard surfaces. I was directed to a table near the center of the room. As I sat on the uncomfortable plastic chair, I noticed the security cameras mounted in each corner, their red lights blinking steadily like malevolent eyes. Armed guards stood at regular intervals along the walls, their expressions neutral but alert. The clock on the wall ticked away the minutes with agonizing slowness. I found myself studying the other visitors. A tired-looking woman with two fidgeting children, an elderly couple holding hands across the table, a young man with sleeve tattoos who kept checking his watch. Then, the door on the opposite side of the room opened with a metallic clang, and everything else faded away. Because there she was. Maggie Brown, the woman who had nearly succeeded in framing me for murder, walked towards me with measured steps. The orange prison uniform hung loosely on her frame. She'd lost at least 20 pounds since her incarceration. Her hair, once styled in a comfortable mom-like bob, was pulled back in a severe ponytail that emphasized the new angles of her face. Without makeup, she looked older, the harsh lighting accentuating every line and shadow. But her eyes, they were exactly as I remembered them from that night in my living room when she'd finally shown her true face. Sharp, calculating, with an intelligence that had nothing to do with measuring flour or timing cookies.
"Jim Butterfield,"
she said as she sat down across from me, her voice carrying that same warmth it had when she'd served me croissants in her bakery.
"What an unexpected pleasure."
"Hello, Maggie," I replied, studying her face carefully. "You're looking different." A small smile played at the corners of her mouth as she touched her angular cheekbone.
Prison life has its own unique diet plan. Though I must say,
her eyes flickered to my neck where her hands had once tried to squeeze the life from me.
You're looking well. No lasting damage, I hope.
The casual way she referenced her attempt to kill me sent a chill down my spine. No thanks to you.
Come now, Jim. Surely we can be civil. After all, you won. I'm here, paying my debt to society, as they say.
She gestured around the stark room.
Though I do miss my kitchen. The food here is, well, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for my own culinary skills.
I didn't come here to discuss prison cuisine, Maggie.
No?
She leaned back, studying me with those unnervingly sharp eyes.
Then why did you come? Surely not just to check up on an old friend.
We were never friends.
Weren't we? Those morning conversations over coffee and croissants felt friendly enough.
Her smile turned wistful.
You know, I really did enjoy those talks. In another life, perhaps.
In another life where you didn't manipulate Ryan into killing Peter and then murder him yourself? Her expression hardened for a moment before smoothing back into pleasantness.
Peter and Ryan made their own choices, Jim. But you're right. Let's not dwell on ancient history. Tell me about my town. How is dear old Oceanview Cove?
It's managing just fine without you, I said, watching her reaction carefully. Though your old bakery stands empty. Bit of an eyesore now. Something flickered in her eyes, a flash of real emotion breaking through her carefully maintained facade.
Ah, yes, my bakery, my pride and joy. All those years of building it up, making it the heart of the community.
She trailed off, then brightened.
But that won't be the case for much longer. Did you know I have a sister, Jim?
I shook my head, surprised by this new information.
Sophie. She's quite talented, you know. Different style than mine, but she has the gift. She's been wanting to move to Oceanview Cove for years.
Maggie's eyes took on a distant look.
We used to talk about running the bakery together back when we were young. Life had other plans, of course, but now, well, now seems like the perfect time for her to start fresh.
You're going to let her take over the bakery?
Let her?
Maggie laughed, the sound sharp and sudden in the quiet room. A guard shifted, his hand moving closer to his weapon.
My dear Jim, I'm not really in a position to let anyone do anything anymore, am I? But yes, Sophie will be taking over. The paperwork is already being processed. Soon, the ovens will be warm again. The smell of fresh bread will fill the street.
Her voice softened with what seemed like genuine emotion.
The town needs that, don't you think? A proper bakery?
I studied her face, trying to read between the lines. Why tell me this, Maggie?
Can't a woman share good news? Besides,
her smile turned knowing.
I thought you might be interested, given recent events.
My heart rate picked up. What do you mean?
Oh, come now, Jim.
Maggie leaned forward, lowering her voice.
Surely you didn't drive all this way just to discuss my sister's baking aspirations. What's really on your mind?
I glanced at the nearest guard, weighing my words carefully. There have been some incidents in town. Strange things happening.
Strange? How?
Her eyes sparkled with interest, reminding me uncomfortably of how she'd looked when serving customers their morning coffee. Eager, engaged, completely masking her true nature. Thefts, but not ordinary ones. I paused, studying her reaction. Someone's turning it into a game, leaving riddles, clues, playing with us.
Us?
She raised an eyebrow.
Ah, that's right. I heard you and your cat have become quite the detective duo since our last encounter. Tell me more about these riddles.
As I outlined the events of the past few days, the stolen items, the cryptic notes, the ticking timer, I watched Maggie's face carefully. Her expression remained neutral, but there was something in her eyes, a glimmer of what? Amusement? Recognition? And the most interesting part, I concluded, is that this mystery person had access to your old bakery. They used it to hide one of the stolen items. Maggie threw her head back and laughed, the sound echoing off the concrete walls. Several guards tensed, their hands moving closer to their weapons.
"Oh, Jim," she said, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes. "You think I'm orchestrating this from in here? That's why you came?"
She gestured around at the prison walls, her chains clinking softly.
"Every visitor I have is logged and monitored. Every phone call is recorded. Every letter is read. Even this conversation is being watched. I couldn't organize a bake sale from in here, let alone some elaborate treasure hunt."
"You're resourceful," I pressed. "You managed to manipulate Ryan, frame me."
"And look where that got me,"
she interrupted, her voice hardening for a moment before softening again.
"No, Jim. Whatever's happening in Oceanview Cove, I'm not behind it. But,"
she trailed off, a sly smile playing at her lips. "But what?" She leaned forward, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper.
"But I find it interesting that you immediately suspected me, the outsider, the convicted criminal. Tell me, Jim, have you considered looking closer to home?"
"What do you mean?"
"Think about it. Your mystery poet seems to know an awful lot about Oceanview Cove, doesn't he? About its people, its history, its hiding places. Who would know the town better than a local? Someone who's lived there for years, watching, learning, gathering secrets."
I felt a chill run down my spine. "You're saying?"
"I'm saying that sometimes the sweetest smile hides the sourest heart. You of all people should know that, Jim."
Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw again the Maggie who had tried to kill me in my own living room.
"After all, you never suspected me until it was almost too late. Who aren't you suspecting now?"
"Why are you telling me this?" Her smile widened.
"Let's call it friendly advice. After all, I have nothing but time in here to think about mistakes, about how things might have been different if I'd been more careful."
A guard's footsteps approached our table. "5 minutes," he announced gruffly. Maggie's eyes never left my face.
"You know what I've learned in here, Jim? The most dangerous people aren't the ones who snarl and threaten. They're the ones who smile and help, all the while plotting behind those friendly eyes."
She tilted her head, studying me.
"How well do you really know your friends in Oceanview Cove?"
"I trust them," I said, but the words felt hollow, even as I spoke them.
"Like you trusted me?"
Her smile was gentle, almost pitying.
"Oh, Jim, still so naive, even after everything. Tell me, who in town knows about all those hidden places? Who has access to buildings, to information? Who knows everyone's secrets?"
The implications of her words sent my mind spinning. Could she be suggesting? "You're trying to manipulate me again," I said, but doubt had already crept into my voice.
"Am I? Or am I just opening your eyes? Everything sweet can turn sour, Jim. Even friendship. Especially friendship."
She leaned back, chains clinking softly.
"When you found that stolen whiskey in my bakery, did you ever stop to wonder how someone knew that hiding spot was there? The basement isn't exactly public knowledge."
"Time's up," the guard called, more firmly this time. Maggie stood, smoothing down her prison uniform.
"Give my regards to everyone in Oceanview Cove. especially those closest to you." Her eyes glittered with something that might have been amusement or malice. Before I could respond, she turned and walked away, following the guard's direction. Her last words hung in the air like poison, seeping into my thoughts. The exit procedure seemed to take even longer than the entry had. Each step, retrieving my belongings, signing out, walking through the series of heavy doors, gave me more time to turn Maggie's words over in my mind. The sunlight hit me like a physical force as I emerged from the prison. The world outside seemed too bright, too open after the confined darkness within. Ginger was exactly where I'd left him, sprawled on the grass, though he'd attracted an audience. 2 guards on their break were watching him from a safe distance, apparently amused by his theatrical stretching. "Well?" he asked as I approached, rolling onto his feet with feline grace. "How was our favorite homicidal baker? Still as sweet as arsenic-laced sugar?" "She's different," I said, unlocking the car. "Prison's changed her. Or maybe it's just shown more of who she really is." Ginger hopped onto the passenger seat, his tail swishing with interest. "Different? How? Did she confess to being our mystery poet?" "No," I said, starting the engine. "In fact, she seemed to think the culprit might be someone we know, someone close to us." Ginger's ears flattened slightly. "Well, that's not ominous at all. Any particular suspects in mind?" I pulled out of the parking lot, the prison shrinking in my rearview mirror. She suggested it might be someone who knows the town well, someone with access to places like her old bakery. "Ah," Ginger meowed thoughtfully. "And you're wondering if she might be right. If one of our friends could be behind all this." "I don't know what to think anymore, Ginger." The fog had lifted by the time we reached the coastal highway, but somehow the day seemed darker than before. Every friendly face in town, every person I'd grown to trust over the past few months, could one of them be our mystery poet? The question followed me all the way home, like a shadow I couldn't shake. As we drove back to Oceanview Cove, I found myself remembering every conversation, every interaction from the past few days in a new light. The familiar outline of Oceanview Cove appeared on the horizon, but for the first time since moving here, the sight filled me with unease rather than comfort. Somewhere in that picturesque town, someone was playing an elaborate game with us. And according to Maggie, it might be someone I considered a friend. Chapter 10. As we approached our familiar street, the sight of several cars parked outside our office building caught my attention. I recognized Robert's battered pickup truck and Emma's purple Volkswagen Beetle, complete with crystal decals adorning the rear window. "Looks like the gang's all here," Ginger observed as I parked behind Emma's car. "I do hope they brought coffee. All this mystery solving is exhausting work." The wooden stairs leading to our office creaked under my feet as we climbed, each step seeming to echo my growing unease. The familiar sounds of voices drifted through the door. Sean's warm baritone mixed with Emma's melodic tones and Robert's gruff rumble. I pushed open the door to find our small office unusually crowded. Sean occupied my desk chair, the recovered whiskey bottle placed reverently before him like a precious artifact. He'd probably already filled Robert and Emma in on the morning's events. The riddle that had appeared at the Salty Breeze, the search of Maggie's old bakery, and the triumphant recovery of his whiskey. Emma had somehow managed to transform one corner into what looked like a makeshift crystal meditation space, complete with a small purple cushion. Robert stood by the window, his calloused hands wrapped around a steaming cup of coffee. "Jim!" Emma exclaimed, her silver bangles jingling as she rose to greet me.
Today she wore a flowing dress in shades of deep blue and silver, reminiscent of a starlit sky.
"The celestial energies told me you would return soon, though," she added with a slight frown, "they failed to mention you'd been visiting that dreadful woman."
Seems the stars have a few blind spots, Ginger muttered, jumping onto his cat bed. Perhaps they need cosmic glasses.
Sean looked up from his whiskey, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity.
"I was surprised myself when you mentioned heading to the prison. Didn't think you'd want to see Maggie again after, well, everything."
"Neither did I admitted, sinking into one of the visitor chairs. The familiar leather creaked beneath me, a comforting sound in the tense atmosphere. But something about this case, it felt like she might have answers. Robert snorted, turning from the window. The morning light caught the silver in his beard, making it gleam like frost.
That woman's got nothing but lies and manipulation. Always did, always will.
She certainly hasn't lost her touch, I said, remembering the calculated way she'd planted seeds of doubt. She seemed to know a lot about what's happening in town.
"Did she confess to being behind all this?"
Sean asked, his fingers absently tracing the label on his recovered bottle. The afternoon light caught the amber liquid within, making it glow like captured sunlight. I hesitated, Maggie's words echoing in my mind. How could I tell my friends that she'd suggested one of them might be behind all this? She had some interesting theories, I said carefully, studying their faces. She seemed to think our mystery poet might be someone local, someone who knows the town well. Emma's eyes widened, her numerous rings catching the light as she clasped her hands together. The beads around her neck seemed to pulse with an inner light, though that was probably just a trick of the sun.
"Oh, the stars have been hinting at something similar. There's been an unusual alignment suggesting hidden connections."
"The stars can wait, Emma,"
Robert interrupted gruffly. His reflection in the window showed the deep furrow between his brows.
"What exactly did Maggie say, Jim?"
I shifted in my chair, uncomfortably aware of the weight of their gazes. She suggested that whoever's behind this has intimate knowledge of Oceanview Cove. They need to know about places like her old bakery's basement, about people's routines and histories. The words felt heavy as I spoke them, each one carrying the weight of potential betrayal. A heavy silence fell over the room. Even the usual creaks and groans of the old building seemed muted, as if the structure itself was holding its breath. The ticking of the old clock on the wall seemed unnaturally loud.
"Sounds like Mrs. Abernathy to me," Robert said with a gruff chuckle. "And that woman knows more town gossip than the local paper. Wouldn't put it past her to orchestrate something like this just to have something to talk about over tea."
Emma shook her head, bangles jingling.
"Oh, no. Mrs. Abernathy's aura is far too pure for such deception. Besides, she's been too busy trying to keep Mr. Whiskers from escaping again."
"True,"
Robert conceded.
"That cat of hers is probably the real criminal mastermind. All those escape attempts are just cover for his true schemes."
Ginger snorted from his comfortable spot in his cat bed.
"Amateur. A real mastermind would have figured out how to pick the lock months ago."
The tension in the room eased slightly at the exchange, and Sean let out a long breath.
"Well,"
he said, his voice forcefully cheerful,
"at least we found my whiskey. Your suggestion about getting some sleep really paid off, Jim. Though I have to admit, I didn't expect it to turn up in Maggie's old bakery."
Ginger, who had been watching the exchange with keen interest, let out a soft snort.
"Yes, because nothing says peaceful slumber quite like stumbling upon stolen goods in a murderer's former workplace. Perhaps we should market it as a new sleep aid."
"Speaking of the whiskey," I said, seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Sean, I think you might be able to help us in a different way now that your bottle's been recovered." He raised an eyebrow, his hand still protectively near the bottle.
"How so?"
"The Christmas party at the Salty Breeze. You know everyone who was there. Maybe you could talk to people, see if anyone noticed anything unusual, someone acting strangely, or leaving at an odd time." Sean's face lit up with understanding, the worried lines around his eyes softening.
"Ah, good thinking. I could start with the regulars, work my way through the usual crowd."
He stood up, carefully lifting his whiskey bottle. The glass caught the light, sending golden reflections dancing across the walls.
"No time like the present, eh?"
"Just be subtle about it," I cautioned, remembering Maggie's warnings. "We don't want to tip off our mystery poet if he is someone local."
"Don't worry,"
Sean grinned, heading for the door. His steps were lighter now, energized by having a purpose.
"Bartenders are naturals at getting people to talk. It's practically in our job description."
After Sean left, the office felt both emptier and somehow more intimate. Robert moved away from the window, settling into the chair Sean had vacated. Emma crossed her legs on her purple cushion, her flowing skirts arranging themselves like flower petals.
"So,"
Robert said,
"I suppose we should focus on finding my boat keys next. That riddle mentioned something about where sand meets water."
"The beach,"
Emma nodded sagely, her silver hair catching the light as she moved.
"The cosmic energies have been pulling strongly toward the shore. Perhaps near where we found that mysterious key in your last case, Jim?"
Ginger, who had been grooming himself with elaborate casualness, looked up.
"Oh, yes. One random find on the beach clearly indicates a hot spot for lost items. Perhaps we should check for a dimensional portal while we're at it. Or maybe a mermaid's lost treasure chest."
I bit back a smile at Ginger's sarcasm. "Actually, we might have an advantage this time. Remember the metal detector from the Robinson case? Aaron left it with me, said it might come in handy again someday."
"Well, that's a stroke of luck,"
Robert said, leaning forward in his chair.
"Better than searching blindly, at least."
Emma closed her eyes, her hands moving in elaborate patterns that made her rings and bracelets create a musical accompaniment.
"Yes, yes. The stars approve of this plan. The metal detector's energy will align perfectly with the cosmic vibrations I'm sensing from the shore."
"Glad to have the celestial seal of approval," I said, standing up. My joints protested slightly, a reminder that I wasn't as young as I used to be.
"We should head out now," Robert said. "The tide should be low for another couple of hours."
As we prepared to leave, I looked around our cozy office. The afternoon sun illuminated the familiar space. The bookshelf with its mix of mysteries and reference books. The coffee-ringed desk that had seen better days. The worn leather chairs that had heard countless conversations. This room had become more than just an office. It was a sanctuary where mysteries were unraveled, where friendship and trust had grown. But now, with Maggie's words poisoning my thoughts, I found myself studying every shadow, every corner. Could one of these people I'd come to rely on, to care about, be playing an elaborate game with us all?
"Coming, old man?"
Ginger's voice cut through my brooding. He stood by the door, his tail held high.
"Or shall we just stand here admiring the dust motes until our mystery poet gets bored and moves to another town?"
I grabbed my coat from the rack by the door, the familiar weight settling on my shoulders. The metal detector was propped in the corner where I'd left it after the Robinson case, its metallic surface reflecting the afternoon light. "Right," I said, picking up the detector. "Let's go find those keys." As we filed out of the office, Emma's bangles jingling, Robert's heavy boots thumping on the wooden floors, Ginger's paws padding silently, I tried to focus on the task ahead. Finding Robert's keys was the priority. The identity of our mystery poet and the unsettling implications of Maggie's warnings would have to wait. But as I locked the office door, the key turning with a final decisive click, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all playing parts in someone else's carefully crafted performance. And somewhere in Oceanview Cove, watching from the shadows, our puppet master was thoroughly enjoying the show. Chapter 11. The late December sun hung low on the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of purple and orange as we trudged across the beach. The metal detector swung in wide arcs before me, its electronic whine competing with the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. The sand, damp and packed from the recent tide, gave slightly under each step, making our progress slower than I'd hoped. I'd forgotten how heavy a metal detector could be after continuous use. My arms were already protesting the repetitive motion. The detector itself seemed to mock my efforts, beeping enthusiastically at every piece of discarded metal while steadfastly ignoring anything that might actually be Robert's keys. Robert walked beside me, his face set in grim determination. Every now and then, his eyes would scan the waterline, as if expecting his keys to simply materialize on the wet sand. He'd rolled up his pant legs to avoid the surf, revealing thick wool socks stuffed into rubber boots. Typical fisherman attire that looked oddly formal compared to my own scuffed walking shoes. Emma followed a few paces behind, her flowing garments catching the wind and making her look like some mystical sea spirit. She'd been muttering about positive energy flows since we'd started our search, her bangles creating a constant musical accompaniment to our endeavor. Somehow, she'd managed to stay pristine despite the beach environment. Not a single grain of sand seemed to dare cling to her elaborate outfit.
"The celestial alignments are particularly strong near the water today," she announced, waving her hands in elaborate patterns that sent her jewelry jingling like wind chimes in a storm. "Neptune's influence is very prominent."
"Fascinating," Ginger drawled, trotting ahead of us. "I'm sure the planet of water is deeply invested in our beachcombing adventure. Though personally, I think Mars might be more useful. Isn't it the planet of lost keys?"
His tail swished in amusement as he paused to inspect something that caught his attention.
"You know,"
he meowed, watching as I swept the detector back and forth,
"this would be much more efficient if you'd actually pick a direction and stick to it. Your search pattern looks like it was designed by a drunken seagull with a poor sense of direction."
I adjusted my grip on the metal detector, trying to maintain a more systematic approach. The device suddenly let out a sharp beep, and we all froze.
"There!"
Emma exclaimed, her rings glinting in the fading light.
"The cosmic energies are aligning. I can feel the vibrational frequency shifting."
Robert dropped to his knees, his calloused fingers digging into the sand where the detector had indicated. A moment later, he pulled out a rusted bottle cap with what appeared to be a decades-old beer logo barely visible on its surface.
"Well,"
Ginger observed dryly,
"unless your boat runs on discarded beverage containers from the Nixon administration, I'd say we're still looking. Though I must admit, we're building quite the impressive collection of beach trash. Perhaps we could open a museum of maritime waste."
This had been the pattern for the past hour, each promising beep leading to another disappointing discovery. Our growing collection of beach detritus was becoming almost comical. So far, we'd unearthed 3 bottle caps, each from a different decade, a handful of coins, including what Robert swore was a Spanish piece of 8, but looked suspiciously like a flattened quarter, something that might have once been part of a watch, or possibly a small robot, according to Emma's enthusiastic theorizing, and what appeared to be the remains of someone's beach umbrella, which Emma insisted had strong spiritual energy, until we discovered it was just rusty. A group of seagulls had taken interest in our activities, following our progress down the beach with beady-eyed intensity. They seemed particularly fascinated by the holes we were digging, swooping in to investigate each one as soon as we moved on. "I think we've acquired a fan club," I muttered, watching as one particularly bold gull strutted closer to inspect our latest excavation.
"Oh, wonderful,"
Ginger said, eyeing the birds with disdain.
"What this expedition really needed was an audience of flying rats. Though I suppose they might be working for our mystery poet. Secret aerial surveillance. Very clever."
The temperature was dropping as evening approached, and a sharp breeze had picked up, carrying the bitter chill of winter. The beach had emptied of the few hardy souls who'd ventured out for winter walks, leaving us alone with our feathered observers and the endless sound of waves.
"Perhaps we should try near the old pier,"
Emma suggested, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The beads woven into her silver hair clicked softly as she moved, creating a sound like quiet rain.
"I'm sensing a strong pull in that direction. The ley lines are particularly active there."
"The what lines?"
Robert asked, squinting at her.
"Ley lines,"
Emma repeated earnestly, her eyes bright with enthusiasm.
"They're invisible lines of power that crisscross the earth, channels of natural energy that—"
"Never mind,"
Robert cut her off, though there was a hint of fondness in his gruff tone.
"Let's just check the pier."
The old pier had seen better days. Several planks were missing from its walkway, and the railings leaned at precarious angles that seemed to defy physics. Warning signs declaring it unsafe for public use had been posted years ago, their red letters faded to pink by the sun and salt spray. Local teenagers still used it as a gathering spot during warmer months, as evidenced by the colorful graffiti decorating its supports. As we approached, the metal detector's whine took on a different pitch, becoming more erratic. "Lots of metal here," I said, sweeping it across the sand near the pier's supports. "Nails, probably, and old fishing equipment. The detector's getting overwhelmed." Emma had wandered closer to the pier, her hands hovering over the weathered wood like a water diviner searching for a hidden spring.
"Oh!"
she exclaimed suddenly.
"There's definitely something here. The energy is quite remarkable, almost as if—"
Her words were cut off by a particularly aggressive wave that chose that moment to surge forward. Emma leaped back with surprising agility, her skirt swirling around her as she narrowly avoided getting soaked.
"The ocean spirits seem quite playful today,"
she said with a light laugh, though she took a few more careful steps away from the water's edge.
"Either that or Neptune's trying to tell us something," Ginger observed. "Possibly, stop bothering me with your treasure hunt and go home."
The metal detector screamed suddenly, its volume startling a nearby seagull into indignant flight. Robert was already digging before I could move the device away, his hands scooping away dark, wet sand. The hole quickly filled with seawater, turning our excavation into something resembling a miniature swimming pool.
"Got something,"
he muttered, his fingers closing around a small object. He pulled it free, sand and water cascading from his palm to reveal a fishing lure. Its hooks brown with rust and its once bright paint faded to dull patches of color. Emma peered at it, her numerous necklaces swaying forward like pendulums.
"Oh, this could be a sign. The lure might be symbolic, suggesting we're being led somewhere. And look, it's blue and silver, the colors of spiritual guidance."
"It's actually green and gold,"
Robert pointed out, turning the lure in his hand.
"Or at least it used to be."
"Or,"
Ginger interjected,
"it could be suggesting that we're all fish being led along by our mystery poet's bait. Though I have to say, your average mackerel shows more skepticism than we do. At least they have the sense to be suspicious of shiny things dangling in front of their faces."
A gust of wind swept across the beach, carrying with it the sharp bite of approaching night. The seagulls had finally lost interest in our treasure hunt, departing for wherever seagulls go when they're not harassing beachgoers or stealing sandwiches. The sun had nearly disappeared now, leaving us in the growing gloom of evening. The temperature had dropped further, and I could see our breath forming small clouds in the air. The lighthouse beam swept across the water in steady rhythm, briefly illuminating the beach before plunging it back into shadow. Each flash revealed our small group in stark relief: Robert's stoic form, Emma's elegant figure, and Ginger's sleek shape weaving between us. "We should call it a day," I said, lowering the metal detector. My arms ached from swinging it back and forth, and the cold had begun to seep through my coat. "We're not going to find anything in this light."
"But the keys must be here somewhere,"
Robert protested, though I could hear the fatigue in his voice. His shoulders slumped slightly, betraying the exhaustion he was trying to hide.
"That riddle said, 'Where sand meets water.' Where else could they be?"
I thought back to our search for Sean's whiskey, how we'd hit a dead end until that final riddle had appeared at the Salty Breeze. "Maybe we're missing something," I said carefully, watching Robert's face. "Like yesterday, we might need to wait for another clue. Our mystery poet seems to enjoy leading us along step by step."
"The stars do seem to be suggesting patience,"
Emma added, her hands moving in elaborate patterns that set her jewelry jingling.
"Perhaps a period of reflection would be beneficial. I'm sensing a strong aura of anticipation in the cosmic sphere."
Robert's face hardened, the lines around his mouth deepening.
"We can't just sit around waiting for this lunatic to send us another note. Those are my keys out here somewhere."
His voice carried the edge of desperation that I'd heard earlier at the office. A particularly strong gust of wind swept across the beach, causing Emma to clutch at her shawl and sending a spray of sand into the air. The lighthouse beam cut through the growing darkness again, illuminating the frustrated determination on Robert's face. "Listen, Robert," I said, trying to keep my voice gentle but firm. "We still have time on that timer. Getting some rest and coming back tomorrow with fresh eyes might be our best move. We're all tired. It's getting dark, and this mystery poet has shown he likes to play games. If we wait, he might give us another hint."
"Or at least give us enough time to develop hypothermia,"
Ginger added, shaking sand from his paws.
"Freezing to death would be one way to solve the mystery, though. Can't be troubled by riddles if you're an ice sculpture."
"If he wants to play,"
Robert growled, his voice rough with emotion,
"then let him play. But those keys are my only spare set, and I don't like the idea of someone out there having access to my boat, even if I've hidden her away."
He gestured at the metal detector.
"Let me take it. I'll keep looking."
I hesitated, Maggie's warnings about trust echoing in my mind. The prison visit felt like it had happened days ago instead of just this morning. But looking at Robert now, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides, the genuine worry in his eyes, this wasn't the calculated behavior of someone playing a game. This was a man worried about his boat, his business, his life. "All right," I said finally, holding out the metal detector. "But don't stay out too late. We don't know what our mystery poet is capable of." Robert took the detector, his calloused hands wrapping around it like he was grasping a lifeline. The determination in his stance reminded me of how he'd looked during our first case, when we'd wrongly suspected him of involvement in Peter's murder.
"I'll be fine,"
he said, his voice gruff but steady.
"Been on these beaches longer than some folks have been alive. Nobody's gonna get the drop on me out here."
Emma touched his arm, her rings catching the last light of day.
"Do be careful, Robert. The cosmic energies are rather turbulent tonight. Mercury is in retrograde, and Venus is—"
"I'll keep that in mind,"
he said, cutting her off but with a gentleness that took the sting out of the interruption. He turned away, already sweeping the detector in a wide arc as he walked toward the water's edge. We watched him for a moment, his figure growing dimmer in the gathering darkness. The lighthouse beam swept past, briefly illuminating him before the shadow swallowed him again. His determined movements reminded me of a captain refusing to abandon his sinking ship.
"Well," Ginger said as we turned to leave, "I do hope our fisherman friend remembers that metal detectors and water don't mix. Though if he does end up electrocuting himself, it would add an interesting twist to our mystery. The case of the electrocuted fisherman has a nice ring to it."
The walk back to town was quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Emma's bangles provided a soft musical accompaniment to our footsteps. Occasionally, a car would pass, its headlights creating long shadows that stretched out before us. The vehicles moved slowly, their drivers perhaps wondering why a woman in mystical attire and a man with sand-covered shoes were walking through town with a cat at this hour. The streetlights had come on, casting pools of yellow light that seemed to float in the growing darkness. The shop windows we passed reflected our images like dark mirrors. Emma's silver hair gleaming, my tired stance, and Ginger's proud strut.
"I should head to Millbrook,"
Emma said as we approached the main street.
"My sisters will be waiting. We had planned another celestial consultation tonight, focusing specifically on Robert's keys."
"Drive safely," I said, watching her straighten her shawl. "And try not to disturb too many celestial beings."
"Too late for that," Ginger muttered. "I'm pretty sure we've already annoyed every constellation in the zodiac with this investigation."
I watched as Emma made her way to her purple Volkswagen, the crystal decals on the windows catching the streetlights and sending small rainbows dancing across the pavement. As Emma's car disappeared around the corner, its taillights glowing like red stars in the darkness, I noticed a warm glow coming from the windows of Everett's bookshop. The closed sign hung in the door, but light spilled out onto the sidewalk, suggesting someone was still inside. The golden illumination transformed the window display into a stage, the books arranged like silent actors frozen in mid-performance. "That's odd," I muttered, checking my watch. It showed well past normal closing time. Everett usually closes up well before dark. Ginger sat at my feet, his tail curling around his paws with elegant precision.
"Perhaps our literary friend is doing some late-night inventory. Or maybe he's finally organizing that disaster he calls a filing system. Though personally, I suspect he's just trying to find all the books I've knocked behind the shelves during my exploratory visits."
I peered through the window, but the angle and glare made it impossible to see inside clearly. Books were stacked in their usual haphazard way, creating small paper mountains that seemed to defy gravity. A coffee cup sat abandoned on the counter, steam no longer rising from its surface. "We should talk to him anyway," I said, moving toward the door. "He was at the Christmas party. Maybe he saw something that night that could help us."
"Ah, yes," Ginger meowed as we approached the door. "Nothing says casual investigation quite like interrogating our downstairs neighbor after hours."
The bell above the door chimed softly as we entered, its cheerful tone oddly discordant in the quiet shop. The familiar scent of old books and leather bindings enveloped us, mixed with the faint aroma of pipe tobacco that seemed to permeate everything in Everett's shop. There was something else, too. A hint of coffee and something sweeter, like pastries. Fluorescent bulbs illuminated the towering shelves, their harsh light softened by decades of dust and cobwebs. The shop had always felt maze-like, but at night, the twisted paths between the shelves seemed more labyrinthine than ever. "Everett!" I called out, my voice sounding oddly muffled among the packed shelves.
It's Jim Butterfield!" Only silence answered, broken by the soft tick of an unseen clock. Chapter 12. The shop felt different at night, the familiar space transformed by shadows and silence into something almost otherworldly. The books seemed to loom over us, their spines creating patterns of light and dark that played tricks with the eye. Titles jumped out at random. Murder at Midnight, The Last Witness, Secrets in Shadow, as if the mystery section was trying to tell us something. "Everett!" I tried again, moving further into the shop. My shoes made soft squeaking sounds on the wooden floor, which seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet store. Ginger padded silently beside me, his ears perked forward and his tail low. His whiskers twitched as he sampled the air. "You know," he meowed softly, "in every mystery novel I've ever knocked off your shelf, this would be the part where something ominous happens." I reached the counter, noting that Everett's pipe still sat in its usual ashtray, a thin trail of smoke rising from the bowl. The tobacco was still warm, the embers glowing faintly in the dim light. He couldn't have gone far. The smoke suggested he'd been here just moments ago. "Everett!" I called one final time, my voice seeming to bounce off the walls of books surrounding us. The silence that answered seemed to press in around us, heavy with possibility and unspoken questions. The pipe continued to smolder in its ashtray, sending lazy spirals of smoke into the air. Somewhere in the depths of the shop, a floorboard creaked ominously. Ginger's ears swiveled toward the sound, his body tensing slightly. "Well," he whispered, "I suppose this is where we find out if we're in a cozy mystery or something more sinister. Though personally, I'd prefer to skip the dramatic reveal and go straight to dinner." The soft tick of the hidden clock counted out the seconds as we waited for a response that didn't come. The warm light suddenly felt less cozy and more exposing, as if we were on stage in an empty theater, waiting for an unseen audience to make itself known. Another floorboard creaked, closer this time. Something rustled in the darkness between the towering shelves, followed by a muffled thump and what sounded suspiciously like someone stubbing their toe and trying very hard not to swear. More shuffling sounds emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the distinct noise of books being knocked over and hastily caught. A quiet, "Oh dear," drifted from somewhere in the military history section. Footsteps followed, growing louder and more determined, punctuated by the occasional papery avalanche. Then Everett emerged from between the shelves, wielding what appeared to be a massive leather-bound volume like a weapon. His usually neat appearance was disheveled, reading glasses askew, bow tie crooked, and cardigan buttoned incorrectly. His wild white hair stuck up at odd angles, giving him the appearance of a startled owl who'd just survived a particularly vigorous wind tunnel experiment. "Stay back," he warned, brandishing the book. "I'm armed with a first edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm not afraid to use it." Ginger sat down beside me, his tail curling elegantly around his paws. "Oh yes, very threatening," he meowed. "Nothing strikes fear into the heart of criminals quite like the threat of being bludgeoned with outdated knowledge. Though I suppose paper cuts can be quite nasty." "Everett, it's just us," I said, holding up my hands in what I hoped was a non-threatening gesture. Recognition dawned in Everett's eyes. He lowered the encyclopedia, his shoulders sagging with relief. "Jim! Thank goodness! I thought you might be that thief you've been chasing." I blinked, caught off guard. "How do you know about that?" A knowing smile crossed Everett's face as he set the enormous book on a nearby table, sending up a small cloud of dust. "My dear fellow, surely you've lived in Oceanview Cove long enough to know how quickly news travels here. Besides," he adjusted his crooked bow tie,
The officers at the police station are quite chatty when they stop by for their morning coffee, especially after dealing with Sheriff Miller's moods."
"Right," I sighed, reminded once again of how impossible it was to keep anything secret in a small town. "Well, you can relax. We're making progress on the case." Everett's eyes darted nervously to the shadowy corners of his shop.
"But you haven't caught them yet? I have some rather valuable first editions, you know. Signed copies, rare printings."
His hands fluttered anxiously like birds unable to find a perch.
"Or perhaps I should install a better security system, or hire a night watchman, or—"
"Everett," I cut in gently, recognizing the signs of spiraling anxiety. "I don't think you need to worry. From what we've seen, this thief is more interested in the game itself than the items he's stealing. He seems to be choosing targets specifically to create an elaborate treasure hunt."
"A treasure hunt?"
Everett's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline.
"How fascinating! Rather like your recent case with young Lily Robinson, though this one seems to have a darker edge to it."
His eyes took on an eager gleam that I recognized all too well. "Speaking of the mysteries," I said quickly, before he could launch into a detailed bibliography of literary treasure hunts, "I actually wanted to ask you about the Christmas celebration at the Salty Breeze." The enthusiastic gleam in Everett's eyes dimmed, replaced by something that looked suspiciously like embarrassment. He tugged at his bow tie, which had somehow gone crooked again.
"Ah, yes. That evening is somewhat blurry, I'm afraid. I may have overindulged in Sean's excellent eggnog. I didn't do anything terribly inappropriate, did I?"
"Nothing comes to mind," I assured him. "At least you didn't start any fights, unlike our friend from the boat rental place."
"Liam's altercation, yes,"
Everett nodded, relief evident in his voice.
"That part I do remember, oddly enough. There was such a chaos when the fight broke out."
He trailed off, his brow furrowing in concentration.
"You know, there was something peculiar about that moment."
I leaned forward slightly, trying not to appear too eager. "Oh?" Everett moved to his counter, absently straightening a stack of paperbacks that looked one breath away from avalanche.
"Yes, though I can't be entirely sure. The eggnog, you understand. But I distinctly remember seeing someone in a black hoodie during all the commotion."
"A black hoodie?" My pulse quickened. "In the middle of a Christmas party?"
"Precisely."
Everett snapped his fingers, sending the precariously balanced paperbacks sliding. He caught them with the practiced ease of someone used to literary landslides.
"That's what caught my attention, even in my compromised state. Everyone else was dressed for a holiday celebration. Festive sweaters, Santa hats, that sort of thing. But this person stood out like a raven at a peacock party."
Ginger, who had been investigating a particularly interesting dust bunny under a shelf, looked up.
"A raven at a peacock party? Someone's been spending too much time in the poetry section," he meowed. "Though, stood out like a suspicious character in a cozy mystery doesn't have quite the same ring to it."
"Did you see what they were doing?" I asked, ignoring Ginger's literary criticism. Everett shook his head, sending his wild white hair into further disarray.
"The place was packed, bodies everywhere. All I really noticed was them hovering near the bar counter at one point. Then they seemed to vanish into thin air. Poof!"
He emphasized the point with a theatrical hand gesture that sent another stack of books teetering dangerously. "The bar counter," I repeated thoughtfully, "where Emma left her handbag with the crystals, and where Robert had hung his coat with the boat keys in the pocket. Plus, from there, it would have been easy to slip behind the counter and down to the basement where Sean kept his whiskey."
"Probably."
Everett straightened his glasses, which had gone askew during his dramatic reenactment.
"Though, as I said, I was quite thoroughly soaked in holiday spirits at the time. It's entirely possible my imagination was playing tricks. Memory is such a fickle thing, especially when addled by excessive eggnog."
"Still, it's helpful information," I assured him. And Everett, try not to worry too much about your books. I really don't think they're in any danger. He smiled weakly, though his eyes still darted to the shadows between the shelves.
I suppose you're right, though perhaps I'll keep the encyclopedia handy just in case. You'd be surprised how effective a well-aimed volume of reference material can be in a pinch.
I'm sure it would make quite an impression, I agreed, carefully not mentioning that any potential thief would probably be more deterred by the chaotic organizational system of his shop than the threat of literary projectiles. As we said our goodnights and stepped out of the warm bookshop into the cool evening air, Ginger shook his head.
Well, that was enlightening. Nothing quite like the testimony of an inebriated bookseller to crack a case wide open.
The street was quiet now, most shops dark and shuttered for the night. A few cars passed by, their headlights cutting bright swaths through the darkness before fading away. The temperature had dropped further, the winter chill biting at any exposed skin. It does make sense, though, I mused as we walked. The fight would have been the perfect distraction. Everyone's attention was focused on Liam and the fisherman,
while our hoodie-wearing friend helped themselves to the party favors, Ginger finished. Rather clever, really. Though I have to say, their fashion choices leave something to be desired. A black hoodie at a Christmas party? Even I have better seasonal awareness than that, and I'm colorblind.
The question is, who would have known to take advantage of that moment? Who would have been watching, waiting for the right opportunity? Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully.
At this rate, it could be anyone. The mailman with a penchant for puzzles. Mrs. Abernathy's book club gone rogue. That suspicious-looking seagull that's been eyeing your sandwich at lunch. The possibilities are endless.
The fresh snow crunched softly beneath our feet as we made our way home. The streets of Oceanview Cove had taken on that peculiar hush that comes with nighttime in winter, broken only by the distant crash of waves. Holiday lights twinkled in windows, their cheerful glow at odds with the mystery we were trying to unravel. Sleep came fitfully that night, my dreams filled with shadowy figures in hoodies and encyclopedias that transformed into birds and flew away. I woke to weak winter sunlight filtering through my curtains and the smell of coffee brewing. Ginger had apparently mastered the art of operating my ancient coffee maker with his paws, a skill he claimed was essential for dealing with my pre-caffeine personality. I was halfway through my first cup when my flip phone rang, its harsh tone shattering the morning quiet. Robert's name flashed on the screen. "Robert?" I answered, noting the time, barely past 8. "Everything all right?"
"Jim?"
His voice was rough with exhaustion, but carried an undercurrent of excitement.
"I was out half the night with that metal detector. Eventually ended up at Rose's Cafe near the docks."
Rose's Cafe? The familiar warmth of the place came back to me. That's where we'd gathered before setting out to rescue Lily from that mysterious island. The cozy interior, the smell of fresh coffee and delicious seafood chowder, her kind smile as she'd wished us luck.
"Yeah,"
Robert said.
"Rose kept the coffee coming. Said she'd seen too many worried fishermen at her tables not to understand. But Jim, that's not important. When I woke up this morning, there was another note on my table."
I sat up straighter, suddenly wide awake. "Another riddle?"
"Better than that," Robert said. "I solved it. Figured out where my keys are."
"Where?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Robert spoke again, I could hear the disbelief in his voice.
"You won't believe it."
Chapter 13.
"You won't believe where my keys are,"
Robert repeated, his voice crackling through my ancient flip phone speaker.
"Meet me at Rose's Cafe, and bring your cat. We might need his particular talents again."
20 minutes later, Ginger and I pushed through the door of Rose's Cafe, a bell jingling overhead to announce our arrival. The warmth and aroma of fresh coffee enveloped us, a stark contrast to the bitter winter morning outside. Rose had decorated for the season, paper snowflakes dangling from the ceiling and twinkling lights framing the windows. The cafe was mostly empty at this early hour, save for a few hardy souls nursing steaming mugs at the counter. Robert sat in a corner booth, his face creased with exhaustion, but his eyes bright with purpose. Several empty coffee cups littered the table in front of him, suggesting he'd been here a while. A piece of paper lay before him, its edges already worn from handling. "Didn't get much sleep, I take it?" I asked, sliding into the booth across from him. Ginger hopped onto the seat beside me, his nose twitching at the mingled scents of coffee and bacon.
"Sleep's overrated," Robert grunted, pushing a piece of paper toward me. "Take a look at this."
"It was on your table when you woke up? That means our mystery poet was right here this morning."
"We'll get to that later," Robert said. "Just take a look."
The familiar flowing script danced across the page. "Where treasure once lay beneath stormy skies, in sands of time your next prize lies. Return to shores where danger sleeps, where waves guard secrets in their deeps. The box you found holds more than sand, a key to unlock this game firsthand." "The island," I breathed, recognition dawning. "He's talking about the island where we found Lily."
"My thoughts exactly," Robert nodded, draining the last of his coffee. "That treasure chest we found there, the one full of sand, my keys must be buried in it."
Ginger's tail swished thoughtfully as he studied the riddle.
"Well,"
he meowed,
"I must say his poetry skills leave something to be desired. Sleeps and deeps? Really? That's the kind of rhyming I'd expect from a kindergarten haiku contest."
"But how did he get out there?"
Robert wondered, running a hand through his beard.
"Those waters are treacherous enough in good weather. In winter?"
The cafe door chimed again, and Emma burst in, her silver hair adorned with tiny bells that jingled with each movement. Today she wore a flowing dress in shades of deep purple and midnight blue, decorated with what appeared to be actual constellations picked out in silver thread. "Thank the stars I'm not too late!" she exclaimed, sliding into the booth beside Robert. "When you called about the riddle, Jim, I could hardly contain my excitement. The cosmic energies were already aligning perfectly this morning when—" "Yes, that's why I called you," I nodded, noting Robert's raised eyebrows. "I thought we might need your particular expertise." Emma waved a hand dismissively, sending her jewelry into a musical frenzy. "The stars whispered of it during our dawn consultation, and now that I see it—" She snatched up the paper, her eyes scanning the flowing script. Yes, this aligns perfectly with what my sisters sensed. The boat keys are on that mystical island." I exchanged a glance with Robert. "Yes, Emma, that's what we just figured out." "Then we must waste no time." She clutched her necklace dramatically. "The celestial alignments are particularly favorable for ocean voyages today. Though," she peered out the window at the steely gray sky, "Neptune seems a bit temperamental."
"It's not Neptune I'm worried about," Robert grumbled. "Those waters nearly killed us last time, and that was in better weather. The reefs around that island—"
"Oh, but you must take me with you," Emma interrupted, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "This island's position creates a unique confluence of ley lines and astral energies. My sisters and I have been longing to study it properly." Robert's expression suggested he'd rather swim to the island than bring Emma along, but before he could object, I stepped in. "Actually, having Emma along might not be a bad idea. Last time we had quite a crew helping us navigate those waters."
I've brought protection, Emma added eagerly, reaching into one of her voluminous pockets. My sisters lent me their most powerful crystals while we search for mine. They'll ensure safe passage through any turbulent waters.
The only turbulence I'm worried about, Ginger muttered, is the motion sickness from watching her celestial gymnastics on a moving boat. If we start to sink, though, all those crystals might make a decent anchor.
Fine, Robert sighed, though a ghost of a smile played at the corners of his mouth.
But we need to move fast. That timer's still counting down, and I don't fancy trying to navigate those waters in the dark.
Rose appeared at our table, coffee pot in hand, her face creased with concern.
You folks aren't really thinking of heading out to that island again, are you? In this weather?
Looks that way, I nodded, accepting a fresh cup of coffee. The warmth seeped through the ceramic into my cold fingers. Don't suppose you've got any of that seafood chowder ready? Might need something substantial before we set out. 20 minutes later, fortified by Rose's excellent chowder and what felt like a gallon of coffee, we piled into my Buick. The car protested the cold with a series of alarming sounds before finally turning over. Emma immediately set about arranging various crystals on the dashboard.
For protection.
While Robert squeezed his bulk into the passenger seat, looking about as comfortable as a bear in a birdcage. Ginger settled in the back seat beside Emma, eyeing her crystal arrangement with feline disdain.
Wonderful, he meowed. Now we're not only tempting fate by sailing to a cursed island in winter, but we're doing it with a mobile New Age shop. Though I suppose if we get lost, those crystals might attract enough light to serve as emergency flares.
The drive to Robert's hidden cove took longer than expected, mainly because Emma insisted we stop twice to realign our spiritual compass. This process involved her standing beside the car, arms raised to the sky, while her bells and bangles created what sounded like a small wind chime symphony in the bitter breeze.
The spirits are restless today, she announced after her second alignment. But fear not. I've brought my special maritime protection amulet.
Is that different from the regular protection amulet? I couldn't help but asking as we pulled back onto the road.
Oh, yes,
Emma nodded seriously.
This one's blue.
Ginger let out a snort that he quickly tried to disguise as a sneeze.
Of course it is. Clearly, the color of the rock is what determines its magical properties. I suppose if it were green, it would protect us from seasick leprechauns instead.
Robert's hidden cove turned out to be a small, natural harbor tucked away behind a series of jutting rocks. His boat, the Sea Witch, bobbed gently in the protected waters, looking somehow both defiant and vulnerable against the winter backdrop. Ice had formed around the edges of the cove, creating delicate patterns that reminded me of Emma's cosmic embroidery.
She's not really equipped for winter sailing,
Robert admitted as we made our way down to the dock.
But she's sturdy enough. Just have to watch for ice.
Emma was practically vibrating with excitement.
Oh, this is perfect! The water spirits are particularly active today. See how the light plays on the waves? That's their way of welcoming us.
Or it could just be, sunlight,
Ginger commented, picking his way carefully along the icy dock.
But who am I to argue with water spirits? I guess if they were really welcoming us, they might have thought to lay out a less slippery walkway.
The process of boarding the Sea Witch proved to be an adventure in itself. Robert moved with the sure-footed confidence of someone who'd spent most of his life on boats. I managed not to embarrass myself too badly, though my dignity took a slight hit when I nearly slipped on a patch of ice. Emma, despite her flowing garments and numerous accessories, displayed surprising agility, though she insisted on blessing each step with a crystal before taking it.
The boat's aura is quite remarkable,
she declared once we were all safely aboard.
Very strong protective energies. but we should probably set up a crystal grid for extra safety."
Robert, who was already in the wheelhouse checking instruments, made a sound that might have been a groan.
"Just don't put any rocks near the compass. Last thing we need is magnetic interference."
"Oh, these crystals won't interfere with your instruments,"
Emma assured him, already pulling an alarming number of stones from her various pockets.
"They're specifically attuned to harmonize with modern technology."
Ginger, who had found a relatively dry spot near the cabin door, watched Emma's preparations with fascinated horror.
"You know,"
he meowed to me,
"I'm beginning to think our mystery poet is the least of our worries. At this rate, we'll either discover a new form of alternative navigation or create the world's most expensive boat anchor."
The engine rumbled to life beneath us, sending vibrations through the deck. Robert's face settled into lines of concentration as he guided the Sea Witch out of the protected cove and into open water. The difference was immediate. What had been gentle swells in the harbor became more pronounced waves, causing the boat to pitch and roll.
"Neptune seems agitated today,"
Emma observed, clutching the railing with one hand while holding up a blue crystal with the other. Her silver hair whipped around her face in the sharp wind.
"But fear not. I've arranged the crystals in a protective formation that should calm the waters."
As if in direct response to her words, a particularly large wave slapped against the bow. From our protected spot in the wheelhouse, we watched the spray wash over the deck. Emma clutched her crystals tighter, murmuring what sounded like a protection chant.
"Yes, very calm,"
Ginger commented dryly from his sheltered spot by the door.
"I can really feel those protective energies working. Perhaps Neptune didn't get the memo about your crystal arrangement. Might I suggest a strongly worded letter to Poseidon's complaint department?"
Despite Emma's concerns about Neptune's mood, the sailing conditions weren't exactly as treacherous as our last trip to the island. The winter sky was a shifting canvas of gray, occasionally pierced by rays of weak sunlight that created silver patterns on the waves. Ice was our main concern. Small chunks floated in the water around us, ranging from softball-sized pieces to more substantial blocks.
"Keep your eyes peeled," Robert said. "Some of these ice chunks can do real damage if we hit them wrong."
We all took up watching positions around the wheelhouse, scanning the waters ahead for dangerous ice. Even Emma temporarily abandoned her crystal arrangements to help, though she insisted on holding her blue crystal while she watched, to enhance her spiritual vision.
"There!"
Emma suddenly shouted, pointing dramatically ahead.
"A massive berg, directly in our path."
Robert spun the wheel, the boat heeling over as we changed course. As we drew closer, the massive berg turned out to be about the size of a kitchen table. Not insignificant, but hardly titanic.
"Well,"
Ginger observed,
"I suppose we should be grateful Emma didn't start playing My Heart Will Go On a crystal singing bowl. But if we're going to reenact famous maritime disasters, I'd prefer something with fewer tragic love stories and more comfortable napping spots."
The island appeared on the horizon like a dark smudge against the gray sky, growing more distinct as we approached. In winter, it looked even more forbidding than I remembered. The trees were bare, their branches creating a twisted lacework against the clouds. Snow had settled in patches on the rocky shore, giving the landscape an otherworldly quality.
"The energy here is incredible,"
Emma breathed as we drew closer. She had both hands raised now, fingers spread as if trying to catch invisible signals.
"Can you feel it? The convergence of ley lines is creating a powerful vortex of spiritual energy."
"That's probably just seasickness,"
Ginger muttered. Robert guided us carefully through the reef-strewn waters, his experienced eyes reading the subtle signs in the water's surface that indicated danger below. Despite Emma's dramatic predictions of divine intervention, we made it to the familiar cove. However, the winter ice formations forced us to anchor further out than during our rescue of Lily. The anchor chain rattled as it descended into the cold water, the sound echoing off the rocky cliffs made more distant by our position. Small chunks of ice knocked against the hull, creating an eerie percussion accompaniment. "Well," I said, surveying the shoreline, "shall we go find that treasure chest?" Emma was practically bouncing with excitement, her crystals creating a musical accompaniment to her movement.
"Oh yes, the spiritual energy is even stronger on land. My sisters will be so jealous when they hear about this."
Robert merely grunted, already preparing the small dinghy we'd used to reach shore. The rubber boat looked absurdly cheerful against the stark background, its bright orange color a jarring note in the monochrome landscape. Getting into the dinghy proved to be another adventure in coordination. Robert managed it with practiced ease, while I did my best not to completely embarrass myself. Emma required some convincing to temporarily part with some of her crystals. "They'll be safer on the boat, and their protective aura will extend to the shore," I assured her. Ginger surveyed the small rubber craft with obvious disdain.
"You don't really expect me to get into that floating bathtub, do you?"
he meowed, his tail swishing irritably. "Would you prefer to swim?" I asked under my breath. His whiskers twitched.
"Point taken. Though I want it noted that this is above and beyond the call of duty for a feline detective. I expect premium tuna for at least a week after this."
The short journey to shore was mercifully uneventful, though Emma managed to turn it into an epic saga with her running commentary about water spirits and tidal energies. Robert rowed with smooth, practiced strokes, his face set in an expression that suggested he was mentally calculating how many more mystical observations he could endure before reaching his limit. Ginger perched on the bow of the dinghy like a small orange figurehead, his dignity somehow intact, despite the occasional splash of icy water.
"I suppose," he meowed as we approached the shore, "this is marginally better than our last boat ride. At least this time I'm not hiding in the cabin while you all battle a storm to save Lily."
The rubber boat's bottom scraped against the pebbly shore, and Robert jumped out to pull us up onto the beach. The stones crunched under our feet as we disembarked, the sound unnaturally loud in the island's winter silence. Our breath formed small clouds in the frigid air, and the wind that whipped around the rocky cliffs had a knife-edge quality to it. The island looked markedly different in winter. What had been a tangle of green vegetation during our last visit was now a stark landscape of bare branches and dried stalks. Snow lay in patches where the wind had driven it, creating abstract patterns against the dark rock. Even the air felt different, thinner somehow, as if the cold had stripped away everything non-essential.
"The spiritual energy here is absolutely remarkable,"
Emma declared, already waving one of her crystals in elaborate patterns.
"These rocks must have absorbed centuries of oceanic vibrations. And look,"
she pointed to a seemingly random arrangement of stones.
"That's clearly an ancient energy circle."
"That's where I buried a fish head last time we were here,"
Ginger commented dryly.
"Though ancient energy circle does sound more impressive than feline snack storage."
"We should head up to where we found the chest," I suggested, before Emma could begin a detailed analysis of any more rock formations. "Robert, do you remember the way?" Robert nodded, already moving toward a narrow path that wound between the rocks.
"Watch your step,"
he called back.
"Ice makes everything treacherous."
The climb was more challenging than I remembered. Ice had indeed formed on many of the rocks, creating treacherous patches that glinted dully in the weak winter sunlight. Emma's numerous layers of flowing fabric caught on every branch we passed, each snag accompanied by a detailed explanation of how it was actually the island spirits trying to communicate with us.
Perhaps, Ginger suggested, after Emma's third spiritual interaction with a thorny bush, the island spirits are trying to suggest a more practical wardrobe for wilderness exploration. Finally, we crested the last rise, and there it was, the treasure chest, looking exactly as we'd left it. Snow had drifted against one side, and ice had formed intricate patterns on its metal fittings. But it was unmistakably the same chest we'd opened during our search for Lily.
"Oh my!"
Emma breathed, her crystal swinging wildly as she rushed forward.
"The energy signature is incredible! This chest must have been used in countless maritime rituals."
"Or it could just be really old," Ginger muttered, patting around the chest. Robert was already examining the chest's heavy lock.
"Didn't you have a key for this thing?"
he asked, looking up at me. I patted my pockets, then felt a sinking sensation in my stomach. Yes, about that." Chapter 14.
"Please tell me you brought the key,"
Robert said, his voice dangerously calm. "Well," I shuffled uncomfortably. "I may have left it in the lock last time we were here. After we opened the chest and found nothing but sand, it didn't seem important to keep it." The look Robert gave me could have melted the ice patches around us. Even Emma paused in her crystal waving to stare at me in disbelief.
"You left the key,"
Robert said slowly,
"to a chest that might contain my boat keys somewhere on this forsaken island?"
"In my defense," I said weakly, "at the time, we were a bit preoccupied with rescuing Lily." Ginger sat down, wrapping his tail around his paws with elaborate care. "Well," he meowed, "this is wonderfully ironic. We're looking for keys, but we can't find them because we lost a key. It's rather fitting for this particular game of hide-and-seek. Our mystery poet does seem to enjoy these little twists." "We'll have to search for it," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It has to be around here somewhere."
"Oh!"
Emma brightened, nearly dropping one of her crystals in her excitement.
"I can use my pendulum for dowsing. And these hematite stones are excellent for finding lost metal objects."
Robert looked like he was seriously reconsidering all his life choices that had led to this moment.
"Or we could just look with our eyes."
"Ginger?" I turned to my feline partner, who was watching the exchange with obvious amusement. "You were here when we opened the chest last time. Do you remember anything about the key?" His whiskers twitched thoughtfully. "As a matter of fact," he meowed, rising to his feet with dignified slowness, "I do recall that particular piece of metal. It had a rather distinct scent. Old brass with a hint of sea salt and something else. Possibly whatever oil they used to maintain it." He began to pace around the chest, nose close to the ground. "Though I have to say, asking me to track a specific scent in this weather is rather like asking someone to find a particular snowflake in an avalanche." Emma had begun walking in slow circles around the area, her pendulum swinging in wide arcs. Various crystals clinked together as she moved, creating an odd sort of winter wind chime effect.
"The spiritual residue is very strong here," she announced. "The key's energy signature should be quite distinctive."
"Energy signature?"
Robert muttered, dropping to his knees to search through a patch of snow.
"It's a piece of metal, not a cosmic radio station."
I joined the search, trying to remember exactly what had happened after we'd opened the chest. We'd been focused on Lily, certainly, and the disappointment of finding nothing but sand in the chest. Had I just left the key in the lock? Or had I absent-mindedly pocketed it? Ginger continued his methodical investigation, his nose twitching as he worked. Despite his earlier complaints about the difficulty, he seemed to be following something.
His path took him in an expanding spiral around the chest, occasionally pausing to sniff at particular spots more carefully.
You know,
he commented as he worked,
this would be much easier if humans had the sense to develop proper scent glands. Your reliance on visual input is really quite limiting. Though I suppose if you had my superior olfactory capabilities, you'd probably just use them to create even more elaborate perfumes.
After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes, Ginger suddenly stopped. His tail went straight up, his "I found something" signal.
Ah,
he meowed with satisfaction.
There you are, you sneaky little piece of metallurgy.
He nosed aside some dead leaves, revealing the key half buried in the frozen ground. My mind raced with the implications. Our mystery poet must have found the key still in the keyhole from our last visit, seen an opportunity to add another layer to his game. He'd have opened the chest, planted Robert's boat keys inside, locked the chest, then deliberately hidden the chest key to make us work for our prize.
The feline nose triumphs again,
Ginger announced proudly.
I'd like to see one of those so-called superior canine sniffers manage that in these conditions. Though I notice nobody's offering me a treat for my exceptional detective work.
Premium salmon when we get home, I whispered, and his whiskers twitched with satisfaction. Found it, I called to the others, bending to retrieve the key. It was ice cold and slightly muddy, but otherwise intact. Emma rushed over, her pendulum still swinging.
Oh, how wonderful! My crystals were pointing in this general direction. They must have helped guide your search.
Robert joined us, brushing snow off his knees.
Great. Can we open this thing now? My fingers are starting to freeze.
The key turned in the lock with a satisfying click, though the mechanism was slightly stiff from exposure to the elements. The chest's hinges creaked as we lifted the heavy lid. The sand inside looked exactly as we'd left it, though now it was partially frozen, creating strange patterns across its surface. Emma immediately began waving one of her crystals over it, murmuring something about ancient oceanic vibrations.
Well,
Robert demanded impatiently,
are my keys in there or not?
I began carefully sifting through the sand, trying to feel for anything metal. The frozen grains were like tiny ice crystals against my skin, making it difficult to distinguish textures.
Oh!
Emma suddenly exclaimed, nearly dropping her crystal.
I'm getting a very strong reading from this area.
She pointed to a spot near the chest's left corner. Skeptical as I was about crystal-based detection methods, I shifted my search to that area. And there, buried about 6 inches deep in the sand, my fingers touched something metal and decidedly key-shaped. I pulled the object from the sand, ice-encrusted grains falling away to reveal Robert's boat keys, their familiar brass surface dulled by their time in the chest, but otherwise undamaged. The worn leather key fob still had traces of salt stains from that last storm when we'd rescued Lily. There they are, I said, handing them to Robert. His calloused hands closed around them, like he was grasping a lifeline.
The celestial energies never lie,
Emma said smugly, her crystals creating a victory chime as she bounced excitedly.
The spiritual resonance here is quite extraordinary. Perhaps we should perform a quick blessing ceremony to...
I think,
Robert cut in firmly, pocketing his keys,
we should head back before the weather turns. Winter storms can blow in quickly out here.
As if to emphasize his point, a gust of wind whipped around us, carrying a few stinging flakes of snow. The temperature seemed to have dropped even further during our search, and the gray sky had taken on a darker, more threatening cast. But as we turned to leave, something caught my eye. A piece of paper, carefully sealed in a plastic bag, taped to the bottom of the chest's lid. In our excitement over finding the keys, we'd almost missed it.
Well,
Ginger observed, peering at the discovery.
It seems our mystery poet has left us another literary gem. His choice of hiding spots is becoming rather predictable, though. What's next? A riddle in a bottle? A sonnet in a sock?
The familiar flowing script was visible through the plastic. 2 prizes found, 1 task remains. Through halls where wonder still retains. Its grip on time, now cold and dark, where stars once left their ancient mark. Through chambers filled with childhood dreams, not all is quite the way it seems. Emma clutched at her largest crystal, eyes wide with excitement.
Oh, this is fascinating. It speaks of both celestial energy and something else. Something about preserved memories or abandoned dreams. There are several buildings in town with that kind of historical resonance.
Could be the old school building, Robert suggested. Or that shuttered museum on Cedar Street. Place is full of old displays gathering dust. Kids loved that place.
I frowned. Something about the riddle's mention of wonder and childhood dreams tugging at my memory, but I couldn't quite place it. There's more to this one than the others, I said slowly. The imagery feels different, more complex.
The cosmic energies are particularly cryptic with this one,
Emma agreed, consulting another crystal.
It's as if the spiritual vibrations are being filtered through layers of something else. Something mechanical, perhaps?
A larger gust of wind cut off our further discussion, bringing with it a substantial flurry of snow. The temperature had definitely dropped, and the sky was darkening ominously.
We need to move,
Robert said, already heading back toward the path to the shore.
That's a storm front moving in. We don't want to be on the water when it hits.
Our descent was considerably faster than our climb had been, though no less treacherous. Emma's multiple layers proved problematic again, but this time she was too focused on not slipping to attribute the snags to spiritual intervention. Ginger picked his way down with feline grace, though I noticed he kept well away from the icier patches.
I don't suppose anyone thought to bring a thermos of hot tea, he meowed hopefully. No, just checking. But watching Emma try to navigate these rocks in that outfit is entertainment enough to warm anyone's heart.
The journey back to the mainland was tense. Robert's experience showed as he guided us through the increasingly choppy waters, while Emma alternated between holding up protective crystals and clutching the railing with white-knuckled intensity. As the island disappeared into the gathering gloom behind us, I found myself thinking about the new riddle. The timer was still counting down, and somewhere in Oceanview Cove, Emma's crystals were waiting to be found.
The stars are aligning,
Emma announced suddenly, her voice carrying over the sound of the waves.
We're getting closer to uncovering our mystery poet's true identity. I can feel it in the cosmic vibrations.
Looking at her expression of mystical certainty, I couldn't help but wonder if she might be right, in her own unique way. The pieces of this puzzle were starting to come together, but the picture they were forming was stranger than anything I could have imagined.
At least,
Ginger commented, shaking a few drops of water from his fur,
this treasure hunt is staying interesting. Now, personally, I would have preferred if our mystery poet had hidden things in more comfortable locations, like a nice warm library, or better yet, a gourmet fish market.
The mainland grew larger ahead of us, its familiar outline a welcome sight. The riddle's words echoed in my mind as I watched our town draw nearer. Whatever location our mystery poet had chosen, I had a feeling this final challenge would be his most elaborate yet. Chapter 15. The winter sun hung low in the afternoon sky as we returned to our starting point, the small cove where Robert had hidden his boat during this strange treasure hunt. My old Buick sat exactly where we'd left it, a dusting of fresh snow making it look like a forgotten monument to Detroit's glory days. The windshield had frosted over, creating delicate patterns that reminded me of the ice formations we'd seen around the island.
"Well,"
Robert said as we secured the Sea Witch to the dock, his movements precise despite the cold.
"I think she'll stay here a while longer, at least until we catch our mystery poet."
I raised an eyebrow, helping Emma navigate the icy dock. Her flowing garments had acquired a fine coating of salt spray during our voyage, making her look like some kind of crystallized sea spirit. "You don't want to move her back to the harbor?" Robert shook his head, his beard frosted with tiny ice crystals.
"That lunatic might have made copies of my keys while he had them. I'm not taking any chances. Besides,"
he added, patting the boat's hull affectionately,
"she's safe here. Not many folks know about this cove."
Speaking of our mystery poet,
Emma chimed in, finally reaching solid ground with the jingling of frozen jewelry.
how do you suppose he managed to reach the island? The cosmic energies suggest considerable nautical experience.
"That's been bothering me too," I admitted, brushing snow off the Buick's hood. "Robert, did you notice any signs that someone had used your boat? Besides the painted question mark, I mean." Robert's face darkened at the mention of the vandalism.
"Nothing. And believe me, I'd know. The Sea Witch has her quirks. You need to know her to handle her properly, especially in these waters. No amateur could have managed it."
"Which leaves us with one obvious option,"
Ginger observed, delicately shaking each paw free of snow.
"Our friendly neighborhood boat rental enthusiast. Though the idea of Liam being involved in anything more complex than a bar fight stretches the imagination."
"We should talk to Liam," I said, voicing Ginger's thought. "See if he remembers renting to anyone suspicious around Christmas. Assuming he's sobered up from the party, of course." Emma brightened at this suggestion, her crystals creating a cheerful tinkling sound as she moved.
Oh, yes. The stars have been hinting at a connection to the waterfront, though Neptune's influence has been rather turbulent lately.
Robert snorted, but his expression remained thoughtful.
Makes sense. Not many other ways to reach that island, especially in winter. And Liam's desperate enough for business this time of year that he might not ask too many questions."
The drive to the docks was made interesting by Emma's insistence on maintaining what she called a protective crystal grid in my car. This involved carefully arranging various stones on the dashboard in patterns that apparently held great cosmic significance, but looked suspiciously random to my untrained eye.
"You do realize,"
Ginger meowed from his spot in the back seat,
"that if we have to brake suddenly, we'll be dodging mystical projectiles. I suppose being knocked unconscious by a flying crystal would add an interesting twist to our investigation."
The docks were quiet when we arrived, most of the fishing fleet already in for the day. A bitter wind whipped across the water, carrying the sharp bite of approaching snow. The rental shack looked even more decrepit than usual, its weather-beaten boards creaking ominously in the wind. We found Liam inside, huddled near a small space heater. His face bore impressive evidence of the Christmas party fight, a spectacular black eye, and what looked like a split lip that was just starting to heal.
"Looks like someone got a head start on their New Year's resolutions,"
Ginger observed dryly.
"Though I'm not sure become a human punching bag was the wisest choice."
"Those are some impressive colors you're sporting," I said by way of greeting. Liam touched his bruised face self-consciously.
Yeah, well, you should see the other guy.
He attempted a tough grin that quickly turned into a wince. "We need to ask you about some recent rentals," I said, getting straight to business. "Particularly anyone unusual in the days before Christmas. Maybe someone wearing a hoodie." The change in Liam's expression was immediate and telling. His good eye widened slightly, and he shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
What makes you ask about that?
Just following up on some leads, I said casually, though my interest was thoroughly piqued by his reaction. Did someone matching that description rent from you? Liam nodded slowly, wincing as the movement apparently aggravated his injuries.
Yeah, actually. Weird guy. Came in the day before the Christmas party. Wanted a boat for 2 days.
That must have seemed odd, Robert growled. Who rents a boat right before Christmas?
That's what I thought, Liam agreed, warming to his story. Business is dead this time of year. Most days I'm just sitting here watching paint peel. But this guy shows up, all mysterious in his hoodie and sunglasses, barely showing his face. Wrote his name down as Riddler Green, if you can believe that. Emma gasped, her crystals jingling with excitement.
Riddler Green? Oh, the cosmic significance of that name choice is fascinating. Green represents growth and mystery, while the riddle aspect clearly indicates...
Emma, I cut in gently before she could launch into a full astrological analysis. Let's focus on the practical details. Liam, what else can you tell us about this customer? Liam ran a hand through his disheveled hair.
Well, that's the thing. He seemed familiar somehow, like I'd seen him around town before. But before I could really think about it, he pulled out this wad of cash, offered double the usual rate, just like that girl did a while back.
He paused, looking slightly embarrassed.
Said not to ask any questions, and well, you know how business has been.
So, you just handed over a boat to a mysterious stranger because he waved some money at you?
Robert's voice carried a dangerous edge.
Hey, he brought it back,
Liam protested, shrinking slightly under Robert's glare.
Found it tied up nice and neat in the morning after Christmas. I was still nursing a hangover from the party, but the boat was fine. Not a scratch on it.
An experienced sailor, then, I mused. Someone who knows these waters well enough to navigate to the island and back, even in winter conditions.
Oh, yes,
Emma nodded vigorously, consulting one of her crystals.
The celestial alignments definitely suggest someone with a strong connection to the ocean. Perhaps someone whose very soul resonates with the tidal energies.
Or someone who lives in a coastal town and knows how to operate a boat,
Ginger commented dryly. I pulled out my notepad, jotting down these new details. A local who was familiar enough to be recognized, but clever enough to hide their identity. Someone with sailing experience and enough money to casually pay double rates. The picture was becoming clearer, but something still felt off. Liam, I said, studying his bruised face carefully, is there anything else you can remember? Any little detail about how he moved, how he spoke? Liam's brow furrowed in concentration.
Well, he seemed educated, you know. Used fancy words, and he knew exactly what kind of boat he wanted. Asked for the most maneuverable one in the fleet. Oh, and his voice was weird, like he was trying to disguise it or something.
I exchanged significant looks with Robert and Emma. This aligned perfectly with what we'd heard from others who'd encountered our mystery poet. Thank you, Liam, I said, closing my notepad. You've been very helpful. As we stepped out of the rental shack, the wind had picked up, whistling through the masts of moored boats and rattling loose rigging. The afternoon light was fading, turning the harbor waters a deep slate gray. Ice had begun to form along the dock's edges, creating delicate crystalline patterns that crunched under our feet. We should split up, I suggested, pulling my coat tighter against the cold. Cover more ground while we still have daylight. That riddle about Emma's crystals mentioned both wonder and childhood dreams.
The old school building, as I mentioned earlier,
Robert said immediately.
Kids used to love that place before they shut it down. And the shuttered museum on Cedar Street. It was quite the attraction in its day.
Emma clutched her remaining crystals excitedly.
Oh, yes. Both locations have tremendous spiritual resonance, though the museum's locked up tight.
You and Robert head to the police station, I decided. See if you can persuade Sheriff Miller to let you in the museum. He might be more cooperative now that we found Robert's keys. Ginger and I will check out the school.
I know just how to handle Sheriff Miller, Emma declared confidently, her bangles creating a tinkling symphony as she gestured. A gentle reminder about the cosmic alignments usually does the trick.
Or we could just tell him we've solved part of his case,
Robert muttered, though there was a hint of fondness in his gruff tone.
Come on, Emma, let's go deal with the law.
As they headed off toward the police station, Emma's flowing garments billowing dramatically in the wind, I turned toward the old school building. It loomed at the edge of town, a 3-story brick structure. Chuck, one of the Salty Breeze's regular patrons, had told me about it the other night. The school had educated generations of Oceanview Cove's children before budget cuts and declining enrollment had forced its closure. He'd been the school's janitor for 30 years, watched it go from a bustling center of learning to an abandoned shell.
Well,
Ginger said as we approached the chain-link fence surrounding the property.
Nothing says welcoming quite like broken windows and graffiti. Though I must say, some of these artistic expressions show remarkable creativity. I particularly enjoy that interpretation of Mayor Thompson with devil horns.
The fence had been pulled back in one corner, creating a gap just wide enough to squeeze through. Years of teenage explorers had worn a clear path through the overgrown schoolyard. Dead leaves crunched under my feet as we made our way toward the main entrance. The heavy wooden doors were secured with a rusty chain and padlock, but a side entrance hung partially open, its hinges long since given up the fight against vandalism and weather. The dying sunlight caught the broken windows above, creating strange patterns on the crumbling brick.
You know,
Ginger observed as we slipped inside,
of all the places our mystery poet could have chosen to hide priceless crystals, an abandoned school building seems particularly fitting. Nothing says mystical treasure hunt quite like the lingering aroma of teenage angst.
I chuckled. I'm surprised you can smell anything over the chalk dust. The interior was a study in decay and shadow. Emergency exit signs hung at odd angles, their glow long extinguished. Lockers lined the halls like silent sentinels, many standing open to reveal forgotten papers and ancient graffiti. Our footsteps echoed hollowly on the linoleum floors, stirring up small clouds of dust. I pulled out my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. The walls still bore faded educational posters, multiplication tables, the periodic table, a particularly optimistic Reach for the Stars banner that now seemed more ironic than inspiring. Let's check the classrooms systematically, I suggested. Start with the ground floor and work our way up. The first classroom we entered might have been English or history. It was hard to tell without any books remaining on the shelves. Desks were scattered about like abandoned ships, their surfaces carved with generations of initials and crude drawings.
Ah, yes,
Ginger meowed, jumping onto the teacher's desk.
I can feel the educational energy radiating from these walls, though that might just be mold.
The next room was clearly a science lab, its counter still bearing the scars of countless failed experiments. A skeleton hung in the corner, sporting a rakishly tilted baseball cap and what appeared to be a hand-drawn mustache.
Well, hello there, handsome,
Ginger purred, examining the skeleton with interest.
I see someone's been accessorizing, though I think the mustache is a bit old-fashioned. Perhaps a bow tie would better suit your bone structure?
As if in response to Ginger's critique, the skeleton suddenly swayed, its jaw dropping open with an ominous click. I'll admit, I might have jumped slightly.
Really, Jim?
Ginger's voice dripped with amusement.
Scared of Mr. Bones here? And you call yourself a detective, though I admit his fashion sense is rather horrifying.
I wasn't scared, I protested, straightening my coat with as much dignity as I could muster. Just startled. And I'll have you know that mustache is quite fashionable. Everett sports a similar one. Swallowing my embarrassment, I directed my flashlight beam toward the stairwell. The metal steps rang hollowly under our feet as we climbed to the second floor, the sound echoing through the empty building like some bizarre percussion instrument.
You know,
Ginger commented as we reached the landing,
this would make an excellent setting for one of those horror movies you humans seem so fond of.
The second floor was in worse shape than the first. Water damage had caused parts of the ceiling to collapse, creating small mountains of moldy tiles and insulation. The winter wind whistled through broken windows, stirring loose papers into lazy spirals. We checked each room methodically. The art classroom was a particular study in abandonment. Dried-up paint pots still sat on shelves, and faded student works clung stubbornly to the walls. A half-finished ceramic project sat on a wheel, frozen in time like some modern Pompeii.
Abstract art,
Ginger observed, examining a particularly enthusiastic splash of ancient paint on the wall.
Or possibly the result of a paint fight, though in my expert artistic opinion, it lacks a certain feline grace.
I seem to recall you creating some abstract art of your own when you knocked over that can of paint in our living room, I reminded him. The music room next door still contained a few broken instruments, a piano with missing keys that looked like a gap-toothed smile, a trumpet that had been twisted into something resembling a pretzel, and a drum with a hole punched through its skin.
What a waste of perfectly good noise-making devices,
Ginger sighed, batting at a dangling cymbal.
Though I suppose the local mice have probably formed quite the symphony orchestra by now.
If they're anything like the mice in our walls, they prefer late-night performances, I said, remembering the mysterious scratching sounds that often kept me awake. As we approached the third floor, the temperature dropped noticeably. The wind was stronger here, finding its way through every crack and broken window. But there was something else, a faint smell that seemed out of place in the abandoned building. Not the musty decay that permeated the rest of the building, but something sharper, more recent. The distinct scent of burning wood. Someone's been here recently, I said quietly, following the smell. And they weren't just passing through. Ginger's nose twitched as he sampled the air.
And from the warmth still lingering in the air, I'd say they were here within the last few hours.
Chapter 16. We moved more cautiously now, our footsteps silent on the dusty floor. The smell grew stronger as we approached what had once been the teacher's lounge. A soft orange glow flickered under the door.
Well,
Ginger whispered,
either we found signs of recent activity, or this building has developed a surprisingly cozy ghost problem.
I eased the door open slowly, wincing at the slight creak of hinges. The room beyond was dimly lit by the remains of a small fire in the old brick fireplace. Empty food containers and discarded bottles suggested this wasn't the first time someone had used this space. Looks like we're not the only ones who've discovered this place, I murmured, examining the makeshift camp. Though I doubt our mystery poet. A sudden crash from behind made me whirl around, my flashlight beam catching two figures in the doorway. The larger one, a man in layers of ragged clothes, brandished what appeared to be a broken chair leg. Behind him, a woman with wild gray hair clutched a bottle like a weapon.
"This is our place,"
the man slurred, his words suggesting he'd recently enjoyed the contents of several similar bottles.
"You cops can't make us leave."
"We're not cops," I said quickly, holding up my hands. Just looking for something that might have been hidden here."
Hidden?
The woman peered at us suspiciously, her bottle wavering slightly.
Like treasure? We ain't found no treasure here, just peace and quiet till you showed up.
"No treasure," I assured them, keeping my voice calm and steady. "We're looking for some crystals, shiny stones. Have you noticed anyone else coming in here recently? Maybe someone wearing a hoodie?" The man lowered his makeshift weapon slightly, squinting at us in the dim light.
Crystals? Like them hippie rocks that crazy lady in town tells fortunes with? Yeah, lots of teenagers come in here,
the woman added, seeming to relax a bit, though she kept a firm grip on her bottle.
Making noises, spraying their paint everywhere. Think they're so tough. Half of 'em wearing hoodies. Can't tell one from another these days.
She spat dismissively.
But none of 'em look special, if that's what you're asking.
Ginger, who had taken a strategic position behind me during this exchange, let out a soft meow.
Well, this is delightful. Nothing quite like a cozy chat with our local urban campers. Their housekeeping skills leave something to be desired, though.
"These teenagers," I pressed gently, "when do they usually come around?" The woman's face softened slightly.
Mostly weekends. Come up here to drink their beer and act stupid. Chase us out sometimes, think it's funny.
Her voice turned bitter.
But we always come back. Ain't got nowhere else to go when the shelter's full.
The man had completely lowered his chair leg now, regarding us with bleary curiosity.
You really ain't cops?
"Private investigator," I explained, reaching slowly into my pocket to show them my card. "And I promise, we're not here to cause any trouble, just trying to solve a mystery." The woman barked out a laugh.
Mystery? Only mystery here is why they let this place rot instead of making it into something useful. Could have been apartments, shelter maybe. But no, better to let it sit empty. Let the kids break windows and write their stupid words on the walls.
Her words carried a weight of truth that made me pause. How many other buildings in town stood empty, while people like these two struggled to find shelter? "Look," I said, pulling out my wallet. "Why don't you two head down to Rose's Cafe, get something hot to eat, on me?" I held out some bills, watching their faces shift between suspicion and longing. The woman moved first, snatching the money with surprising speed.
Come on, Jerry, she said to her companion. Real food sounds better than whatever we scrounged up today.
As they shuffled out, their footsteps echoing down the empty hallway, I turned to survey the room one final time. The dying fire cast dancing shadows on the walls, but nothing suggested our mystery poet had chosen this spot to hide Emma's crystals.
"Well,"
Ginger observed, emerging from his strategic position,
"that was certainly more exciting than our usual investigations, though their reaction to potential intruders was far more reasonable than Emma's typical response to negative energy."
I pulled out my phone, checking the time. The short winter day was almost over, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. "We should head back," I said, already dialing Robert's number. He answered on the second ring.
"Jim, just finished at the museum. You're not going to believe this, but Miller was actually helpful."
"Really?" I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice as we made our way back down the dark stairwell.
"Think he's embarrassed we found my keys without him," Robert chuckled. "Had his officers search every room in the museum, but no sign of Emma's crystals. Did you have any luck?"
"Just some unexpected company," I replied, briefly describing our encounter. "But nothing that points to our mystery poet. Though something about that last riddle still bothers me. We're missing something obvious."
"We'll figure it out," Robert said. "Emma's still convinced the celestial energies are leading us somewhere. But right now they seem to be leading us in circles."
The next day proved frustrating. Despite an extensive search of several other potential locations, including the old library annex, two abandoned warehouses, and what Emma insisted was an ancient spiritual gathering place, but turned out to be a defunct mini golf course, we found no sign of the crystals. The police search yielded equally disappointing results, and Sean's discreet inquiries among his Christmas party guests revealed nothing useful about our mysterious poet. Most concerning was the silence from our riddling friend. No new notes appeared. No cryptic messages were delivered. As the timer ticked down toward its final hours, the lack of communication felt almost taunting. December 31st arrived with fresh snow and biting cold. After the exhausting events of the past few days, Ginger and I had allowed ourselves to sleep in. Now, as the late morning sun struggled to warm the winter air, I sat at my kitchen table nursing a cup of coffee, while Ginger lounged on the windowsill, watching snowflakes drift past. The case still weighed heavily on my mind, but the extra rest had helped clear my thoughts somewhat. When I finally ventured out to check the mail, more out of habit than hope, there it was. Another envelope with that now familiar, flowing script.
"Well, well,"
Ginger observed, jumping on the porch railing, his breath forming small clouds in the frigid air.
"Our poetic friend returns, though his timing could use some work. Nothing like waiting until the last possible moment to keep us on our toes."
Inside the envelope were 2 sheets of paper. The first read, "Consider this a New Year's gift. You have until the final stroke of midnight, when the town clock welcomes the new year, to complete your quest." The postscript below made me freeze. P.S. Have you even opened the riddle book yet? The second sheet contained a list of instructions. For the whiskey riddles, see pages 45 through 47. For the boat keys, pages 78 through 82. For the crystals, pages 124 through 126. The book, I breathed, suddenly remembering the leather-bound volume our mystery poet had left on my doorstep. It's been sitting on my desk this whole time.
"Wonderful,"
Ginger commented, following me as I rushed inside.
"We've been running all over town like caffeinated squirrels, and the answers were literally gathering dust on your desk. This does explain why I kept getting the urge to knock that particular book onto the floor."
The book was exactly where I'd left it, its burgundy leather catching the morning light. With slightly shaking hands, I opened it and began checking the indicated pages. The riddles we'd been following were there, each one only slightly modified from its original form to fit our specific situation. When I reached the section about Emma's crystals, my heart began to race. The final riddle's meaning suddenly became crystal clear. Halls where wonder still retains its grip on time. Chambers filled with childhood dreams, I muttered, remembering something Sean had mentioned during one of our evening conversations at the Salty Breeze. The old entertainment center, I said, the pieces finally falling into place. The one just outside town. Sean told me it was the highlight of every kid's summer back in the day. Had one of the first automated displays in the county. All sorts of mechanical attractions.
"Ah, yes,"
Ginger mused, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
"An abandoned amusement center is a perfect hiding place. Our mystery poet does have a flair for theatrical locations. First, a bakery once owned by our infamous murderous baker Maggie, then a mysterious island, and now a defunct house of mechanical wonders. If detective work doesn't pan out, he could always start a tourism business."
The possibilities raced through my mind. A place dedicated to wonder and childhood dreams, full of defunct machinery and forgotten corners. It was perfect. The kind of place that would appeal to our mystery poet's sense of drama and love of elaborate setups. "We need to call the others," I said, already reaching for my phone. "I think we finally figured out where Emma's crystals are hidden."
"Wonderful,"
Ginger sighed, settling onto his favorite cushion.
Another exciting adventure in a potentially dangerous abandoned building. But who knows? Maybe this time we'll find Emma's crystals displayed in a working mechanical fortune teller. Now that would be worth the trip.
The winter sun climbed higher over Oceanview Cove, its pale light glinting off the fresh snow. Somewhere on the outskirts of town, in a building filled with the ghosts of childhood memories, Emma's crystals were waiting to be found. And with them, perhaps, the final clues to our mystery poet's identity. Chapter 17. The old entertainment center loomed before us, a sprawling structure of faded dreams and forgotten laughter. Snow had settled on its curved roof like a crooked crown, and icicles hung from the eaves like nature's attempt at festive decorations. The parking lot was a blank canvas of untouched snow, broken only by our footprints as we approached. As I pulled up my phone to call Sean, the winter wind whipped around us, carrying the mournful creak of a sign still hanging by one chain. Oceanview Wonderland, where dreams come true. The peeling paint and rusted metal made the promise seem more like a taunt now. Sean answered on the third ring, his voice carrying the warm bustle of the salty breeze in the background.
Jim, tell me you've got something.
We figured it out, I said. The entertainment center outside town. That's where Emma's crystals are hidden.
The old Oceanview Wonderland place?
Sean's voice carried a note of surprise tinged with nostalgia.
Used to take my kids there every summer. Had these amazing mechanical displays, state-of-the-art for their time. But why there?
It fits the riddle perfectly, I explained, watching as Ginger investigated a snowdrift near the entrance. Halls where wonder still retains its grip on time. Chambers filled with childhood dreams. Plus, I found something interesting in that riddle book our mystery poet left me. There was a pause on the other end of the line, filled with the distant sound of clinking glasses. When Sean spoke again, his voice was lower, more serious.
Listen, Jim, something's been bothering me. Last night, one of my regulars mentioned something odd about the Christmas party.
I shifted the phone to my other ear, stamping my feet against the cold. Oh?
Yeah, remember old Chuck? He was sitting with Everett that night. Said something strange happened when that fight broke out. Everett just disappeared. One minute he was there, the next, gone. Chuck thought it was weird, him leaving so suddenly like that.
A chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down my spine. But Everett told me he saw someone in a hoodie near the bar counter during the fight. If he left...
Then how did he see anything?
Sean finished.
Exactly. Jim, you don't think...
The pieces started falling into place with devastating clarity. Everett's bookshop below our office, giving him perfect access to plant those notes. His knowledge of literature explaining the poetic style. His convenient drunkenness at the party providing an alibi for any odd behavior. No, I said, but doubt had already crept into my voice. It can't be Everett. He's our neighbor, our friend.
Maybe you should wait, Sean suggested. Let me call Robert and Emma. We can all meet you there.
There's no time, I cut him off, checking my watch. We've got less than 12 hours until midnight, and this place is huge. We need to start searching now. Just get here when you can, all right? After hanging up, I turned to find Ginger watching me with those knowing green eyes.
Having second thoughts about our friendly neighborhood bookseller? He meowed. It would explain why he's been so terrible at organizing his shop, though. Too busy planning elaborate treasure hunts to properly alphabetize.
Let's focus on finding those crystals, I said, moving toward the entrance. We can worry about who's behind all this later. The main doors were chained shut, but we found a side entrance where the lock had long since rusted away. The door protested with a screech that echoed through the empty building, setting my nerves on edge. Stepping inside was like entering a twisted parody of a Christmas display. Our mystery poet had clearly been busy. Strings of lights had been hung throughout the entrance hall, their soft glow creating strange shadows among the defunct ticket booths and abandoned turnstiles. Tinsel garlands wrapped around support pillars like metallic ivy, and wreaths hung at odd angles on the walls. The overall effect was unsettling. Festive decorations layered over years of decay and neglect. A large mechanical Santa that had once greeted visitors now slumped in his chair like a forgotten corpse, his painted smile somehow sinister in the dim light. Cobwebs stretched between his plastic fingers, sparkling with tiny lights that someone had meticulously woven through them.
"Well,"
Ginger observed, his meow unusually quiet,
"I see our mystery poet has embraced the creepy abandoned wonderland aesthetic, but his decoration choices leave something to be desired. Nothing says festive quite like spiderweb tinsel and a decomposing Santa."
The floor was thick with dust, except for a clear path leading deeper into the building. Someone had swept it clean recently, even adding small electric candles at regular intervals to light the way. The effect was almost like a runway, guiding us forward. "He wants us to follow," I murmured, eyeing the path warily.
"How considerate,"
Ginger replied. His fur had started to puff up slightly.
"Though personally, I prefer my mysterious trails to lead somewhere less ominous. Perhaps a nice seafood restaurant."
We followed the path past what had once been a gift shop. The shelves were still stocked with faded stuffed animals and dusty snow globes. Someone had arranged some of the toys to face the path, their glass eyes following our progress. A mechanical music box suddenly sprang to life as we passed, its tinny rendition of Deck the Halls distorted by age and disuse.
"That's not creepy at all,"
Ginger muttered, pressing closer to my legs.
"I particularly enjoy how he's positioned those teddy bears. Nothing like an audience of dusty plush toys to really set the mood."
The path led us to what had once been the main attraction hall. Here, the Christmas decorations became even more elaborate. Strings of lights created a glowing archway, and artificial snow had been scattered across the floor, glittering in the dim light. The far wall held a series of mechanical displays, once impressive dioramas that had told stories through moving figures and elaborate scenery. Now, they were mostly dark and silent, their mechanisms frozen in time. "Look," I said, pointing to one display that glowed with fresh lights. "Someone's restored power to that one." The display showed a winter village scene, complete with tiny houses and miniature figures. As we approached, I noticed something odd about the arrangement. The figures weren't in their original positions. They'd been carefully placed to form a pattern. "It's a puzzle," I realized, studying the scene more closely. "The figures are arranged like pieces on a chessboard." Ginger jumped onto a nearby counter for a better view, his tail swishing thoughtfully.
"Great. Now he's forcing us to play chess with miniature villagers. Though I must say, that snowman's bishop move is rather aggressive."
Looking more closely at the display, I noticed small numbers written on the base of each figure. Some were positioned on what appeared to be pressure plates, subtle differences in the flooring that suggested they could be pressed down. "We need to move these figures in the right order," I muttered, remembering similar puzzles from mystery novels I'd read. "Like a chess game, but following these numbers." Working methodically, I began shifting the figures according to the numerical sequence. Each correct move was rewarded with a soft click from somewhere inside the display. Each wrong move resulted in an ominous grinding sound that made me quickly reverse my steps.
"You know,"
Ginger observed from his perch,
"I'm beginning to think our mystery poet might have too much time on his hands. Though arranging miniature villagers is a step up from his usual poetry."
Finally, with one last figure moved into place, there was a more substantial click. A small panel slid open in the base of the display, revealing a folded piece of paper. Another riddle in that familiar flowing script. Through winter's heart where children played, where mechanical dreams have long delayed, past the carousel's frozen dance, take a festive polar advance. The indoor carnival area, I said, remembering the building's layout from Sean's descriptions. That's where they had the carousel and other rides. We found the carnival area through a set of double doors, their once bright paint now peeling and faded. The space beyond was cavernous, filled with the silhouettes of silent rides. The carousel stood in the center, its horses frozen in mid-gallop, their painted eyes somehow accusatory in the dim light. Here, too, our mystery poet had been at work. Christmas lights wound through the carousel's poles, creating a strange kaleidoscope of color and shadow. Tinsel and ornaments hung from the horses' manes, and someone had placed Santa hats on their heads at jaunty angles.
"Well,"
Ginger commented, eyeing a particularly garish horse,
"I see someone's been playing dress-up with the local equine population."
A soft whirring sound made us both freeze. The carousel's lights suddenly flickered to life, and tinny music began to play. A distorted version of Carol of the Bells that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
"Please tell me that's part of the puzzle and not just ancient machinery having a moment,"
Ginger said, his tail puffing up slightly. The music seemed to be coming from speakers hidden around the room, but something about it wasn't quite right. Some notes were held longer, others cut short, creating a rhythm that tickled my memory. "Wait a minute," I said, pulling out my small notepad. "Those long notes could be dashes, the short ones dots." I began jotting down the pattern in my notepad as the music played again. Ginger's ears twitched as he listened.
"Morse code set to Christmas carols? How festive! Though I prefer my secret messages delivered in a less musical format. Perhaps a nice straightforward note, or even a telegram?"
After 3 more repetitions, I had enough of the pattern transcribed to decode it. The message was simple but clear. Follow the mirrors where laughter dwells. "The Fun House," I said, remembering Sean's stories about the place. "It was famous for its house of mirrors and mechanical laughing clowns. That's where we need to go next."
"Since when do you know Morse code?"
Ginger asked, looking at me with surprise.
"I thought your areas of expertise were limited to organizing books and making questionable life choices."
Remember that mystery novel I read 2 months ago? The Telegraph Murders? The detective had to learn Morse code to catch the killer. I figured in our line of work it might come in handy. I shrugged, tucking the notepad away, though I didn't expect to be using it to decode Christmas carols. The entrance to the funhouse was decorated with more lights, creating an arch of multicolored illumination. A sign above the door read, "Santa's Workshop of Wonders," in fresh paint, the letters dripping slightly as if recently applied.
"Oh, joy," Ginger muttered as we approached the entrance. "What this adventure really needed was a maze of mirrors. I do hope our mystery poet at least cleaned them first. Nothing ruins a good reflection quite like decades of dust."
Inside, the funhouse was a bewildering mix of mirrors, twisted corridors, and defunct mechanical displays. Christmas lights had been strung everywhere, their reflections creating an infinite maze of colored patterns that made it difficult to tell which way was forward. "Stay close," I told Ginger, though I needn't have bothered. He was practically glued to my ankles, his tail held low and his ears constantly swiveling to catch any sound. We made our way carefully through the maze, trying to keep track of our direction. The mirrors showed distorted versions of ourselves, sometimes stretched tall, sometimes squashed short, always slightly wrong in a way that made my skin crawl.
You know,
Ginger observed, studying one particularly unflattering reflection,
I never realized how much these mirrors affect one's self-image. But even distorted, I still maintain my feline grace. You, on the other hand...
A mechanical clown suddenly sprang to life as we passed, its painted face splitting into a wide grin as it gestured toward a particular corridor. Its movement set off a chain reaction. Other mechanical figures began to activate, each pointing the way forward with exaggerated gestures.
Well, that's not nightmare fuel at all, Ginger commented dryly. Nothing like an army of mechanical circus performers to really get into the holiday spirit.
Following the mechanical figure's guidance led us to what had once been the funhouse's grand finale, a vast circular room. Here, our mystery poet had outdone himself. The room had been transformed into an elaborate Christmas display. A massive decorated tree dominated the center, its colored lights casting dancing shadows on the walls. Beneath it sat an oversized red velvet Santa's bag, bulging with what had to be Emma's crystals. But reaching it wouldn't be simple. The floor between us and the tree was a complex mechanical puzzle. Pressure plates disguised as decorative tiles triggered various obstacles. Mechanical nutcrackers that snapped their jaws, swinging garlands studded with ornaments sharp enough to cut, and jets of artificial snow that could blind us momentarily. The path to the tree was narrow and treacherous, requiring precise timing and careful footwork.
Someone's been busy,
Ginger observed, eyeing a particularly menacing nutcracker.
And apparently watched far too many action movies during the Christmas break.
Carefully, I tested one of the floor tiles. It immediately triggered a nearby nutcracker, its wooden teeth clacking together where my foot had been moments before. We need to find the safe path, I said, studying the floor pattern. There has to be one.
Or we could just wait here and hope our mystery poet gets bored, Ginger suggested. Though given his flair for dramatics, we'd probably be waiting until next Christmas.
Looking more closely at the floor, I noticed subtle differences in the tiles' decorative patterns. Some featured stars, others candy canes, bells, or holly leaves. The arrangement seemed random at first, but then I remembered something from the riddle book. "The patterns!" I said excitedly. "Look at how they're arranged! It's like a Christmas carol written in symbols. Silent night. Follow the stars."
"Brilliant deduction," Ginger meowed. "Now we just have to avoid being nutcrackered to death while playing hopscotch with Christmas symbols."
We began making our way across the floor, stepping only on the star-patterned tiles. Each correct step brought us closer to the tree, while any mistake triggered another obstacle. A misstep on my part sent a garland swinging toward us like a thorny pendulum. Ginger's warning yell gave me just enough time to throw myself forward onto a safe tile, the garland's decorations scraping past my back.
"You know," he panted, "I'm starting to think our mystery poet might have anger management issues. Or possibly just really enjoys watching people dodge deadly Christmas decorations."
Halfway across the room, the challenge intensified. Jets of artificial snow began spraying randomly from hidden nozzles, obscuring our vision and making the tiles slippery. The mechanical nutcrackers increased their pace, their movements becoming more erratic. "This is insane," I muttered, wiping snow from my eyes while trying to spot the next star tile. "Who rigs up something like this?"
"Someone with too much time and a questionable relationship with holiday decorations,"
Ginger replied, delicately picking his way forward.
"Now I must admit, he has a certain artistic vision. Homicidal, but artistic."
We were almost to the tree when metallic clicking sounds began echoing through the room. Looking back, I saw the nutcrackers had detached from their posts and were marching toward us, their wooden jaws snapping rhythmically. More were emerging from hidden panels in the walls.
Of course they move,
Ginger said, watching the mechanical army advance. With the nutcrackers closing in and obstacles still triggering ahead, we were forced to move faster. I nearly lost my balance several times, saved only by Ginger's quick warnings about approaching hazards. Finally, just as the nearest nutcracker's teeth snapped at my heels, we made it to the central platform where the tree stood. The platform was raised slightly above the main floor, creating a safe zone that the nutcrackers couldn't reach. The Christmas tree towered above us, and beneath it sat the oversized Santa bag. Through its opening, I could see Emma's crystals, arranged in intricate patterns that caught and scattered the colored lights.
"Well,"
Ginger said, eyeing the army of nutcrackers now circling our platform like mechanical sharks.
"that was certainly more exciting than your usual Christmas shopping experience."
But before we could retrieve the crystals, a sound cut through the mechanical whirring of the room. Laughter, echoing from somewhere above us, almost lost in the rhythmic clicking of wooden teeth. Chapter 18. The laughter grew louder, bouncing off the walls and mixing with the mechanical whirs and clicks of the displays. I turned slowly, trying to locate its source. A figure appeared on the upper walkway, barely visible through the maze of suspended toy trains. The overhead lights caught the dark fabric of a familiar hoodie, the same one described by multiple witnesses. As I watched, hands reached up and pulled back the hood, revealing an even more familiar face. My stomach dropped. There, looking down at us with an expression of absolute delight, stood Everett Grimes. "No," I breathed, the word barely audible over the funhouse machinery. "It can't be." With a theatrical flourish, Everett shrugged off the black hoodie entirely, revealing a bright green jacket underneath that seemed to glow in the colored lights. He reached to the floor and produced what appeared to be a matching magician's hat, placing it carefully on his wild white hair.
"Well,"
Ginger muttered beside me, his tail swishing with agitation.
"at least now we know why his bookshop's organization system is so chaotic. He's been too busy playing dress-up as a demented leprechaun."
Everett spread his arms wide, his bright outfit making him look like some bizarre master of ceremonies. "Bravo!" he called down to us, his voice carrying that same warmth it had when discussing rare books. "I must say, you've made this evening far more entertaining than I'd hoped. The way you navigated those platforms was particularly impressive." I gripped the railing of our central platform, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. "Everett? You're Riddler Green?" He laughed, the sound unnervingly similar to his usual bookshop chuckle. "Ah, so you've been talking to young Liam. I must say, it took you long enough to put it together. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never did notice how often the bookshop was closed these past few months, did you? Some friend you are." "This whole time," I said, pieces clicking into place with devastating clarity. "All of this, the stolen items, the riddles, the elaborate setups, it was all you?" "Indeed!" Everett's eyes sparkled with an almost manic enthusiasm. "Months of preparation, Jim, months! And you never suspected a thing. Too busy with your cases, too caught up in your own little mysteries to notice what was happening right under your nose." He adjusted his green hat with evident satisfaction. "Or should I say, right under your office?" The absurdity of the situation struck me then. Standing on a platform under a Christmas tree in an abandoned funhouse, facing my neighbor and supposed friend dressed like some twisted game show host. "But how?" I managed, still struggling to reconcile the Everett I knew, the enthusiastic bookseller who got excited about first editions and fretted over proper shelf organization, with this theatrical mastermind. The bakery? The island? All of it?
Ah, yes, Maggie's old place.
Everett's smile took on a nostalgic edge.
Did you know I used to help her in the kitchen? Years ago, before I opened my bookshop. She never did change the locks, even after...
He trailed off, shrugging.
Well, you know how that story ended. And speaking of stories,
Everett continued, beginning to pace along the upper walkway like a professor giving a lecture.
Your last case was quite entertaining. Poor Lily Robinson, so desperate to find Blackheart's treasure.
His expression turned smugly satisfied.
Well, I might have helped nudge her in that direction. A few carefully chosen books left where she'd find them. Some casual mentions of local legends, that special map I drew up.
The implications hit me like a physical blow. You manipulated her, a grieving teenager?
Oh, don't be so dramatic,
Everett waved dismissively.
I merely provided inspiration, though hiding that beach towel in the public restroom was a nice touch. Had to test your investigative abilities, you see, especially that remarkable nose of your feline friend.
Ginger's fur bristled at this.
Remarkable nose indeed, he muttered. Though right now it's being assaulted by the overwhelming scent of ego and cheap hair dye. Seriously? Does he think we can't tell he touches up that distinguished white hair?
Why? I demanded, my voice echoing off the mirrored walls. Why go to all this trouble? The stolen items, the riddles, this elaborate setup. What was the point? Everett's expression shifted, something darker flickering behind his theatrical smile.
The point? The point, my dear Jim, was to create the perfect mystery, to craft a puzzle worthy of Oceanview Cove's great detective.
His voice took on a bitter edge.
Do you have any idea what it's like watching some newcomer waltz into town and become the local hero? I've lived here my entire life, curating stories, collecting mysteries, and then you arrive and solve a murder in mere days.
He began pacing faster, his green jacket catching the light with each turn.
But that's not all. Oh, no. You see, I've always loved riddles, puzzles, the intricate dance of clues and solutions. They were my escape, my comfort, especially after...
He paused, his face hardening.
After my father decided that Christmas Eve was the perfect time to abandon his family. Just took his fishing boat and sailed away, leaving nothing but a letter and a broken promise.
The bitterness in his voice was raw, decades of pain bleeding through his theatrical facade.
That's when I truly discovered books, you see. Stories, mysteries, riddles. They never let you down, never sail away without saying goodbye. And I got quite good at them, too. Learned to sail from my father before he left. Learned to craft puzzles from years of reading. Learned to orchestrate mysteries from the very books I sell.
Everett, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This has to stop. Whatever point you're trying to prove, it's not worth throwing your life away. You'll go to prison for this. His face split into a wide grin that reminded me uncomfortably of the mechanical clowns.
Prison? Oh, Jim.
He reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out what looked like a small remote control.
I'm afraid you're not in a position to make threats.
Before I could react, he pressed a button. With a mechanical whir, the platform beneath our feet suddenly tilted sharply upward, sending us stumbling backward into a net that sprang up from hidden compartments around the tree's base. The net snapped shut with precise timing, leaving us tangled among the branches and ornaments, suspended several feet off the ground. "You've got to be kidding!" I started, struggling against the netting.
Now, Jim,
Everett interrupted, clicking his tongue.
Such indignation! This is a family establishment, or at least it was before bankruptcy forced it to close.
He tucked the remote back into his pocket with evident satisfaction.
Now then, shall we proceed to the grand finale? You see,
Everett continued, his voice taking on the same enthusiastic tone he used when recommending books,
I've saved something special for midnight. A final riddle, if you will.
He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket with theatrical flourish, clearing his throat.
When bells toll 12 and crowds unite, beneath the star that shines so bright, what once stood tall shall bend and sway as old year's dreams are swept away.
The blood drained from my face as understanding hit.
The town square Christmas tree, I breathed. You've done something to it.
Bravo! Everett clapped his hands in delight.
Your riddle-solving abilities really have improved. I suppose I'm a good teacher after all.
His smile turned predatory.
Yes, the town's beloved centerpiece. Quite impressive this year, isn't it? 50 feet tall, specially brought in from upstate, though I'm afraid its grand appearance may not survive the New Year's countdown.
You can't, I said, still struggling against the netting. There will be hundreds of people in the square at midnight.
Oh, don't worry,
Everett waved dismissively.
The tree's engineered to fall away from the crowd. Probably. I did do quite a bit of calculations, though physics was never my strong suit. Either way, it should provide quite the spectacular start to the new year, don't you think?
Ginger, who had been oddly quiet, finally spoke.
Well,
he meowed dryly,
I suppose this explains why he always recommended mystery novels with unnecessarily complex plots.
They'll stop you, I said firmly. Our friends know where we are. They're probably already on their way.
Your friends?
Everett continued, beginning to descend the stairs toward us.
I think not. Have you seen the weather outside?
He gestured toward a high window I hadn't noticed before. Through the grimy glass, I could see snow whirling in the darkness.
Quite the storm. Radio says it's the worst we've had in years. Rather unfortunate timing for would-be heroes, wouldn't you say?
He was right. The weather explained why Sean and the others hadn't arrived yet. They were probably still trying to navigate the treacherous roads, assuming they could make it at all. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Everett pulled up a chair that looked like it had once belonged to a carnival ticket booth. He settled into it with the air of a king taking his throne, producing a leather-bound book from inside his jacket.
Now then,
he said, opening the book with evident relish.
Since we have some time before midnight, why don't we engage in a proper battle of wits? I've collected quite a few riddles over the years. Would you like to hear some?
Without waiting for a response, he began to read. The riddles ranged from ancient to modern, simple to complex, each one delivered with the loving attention of a true enthusiast. The effect was surreal. Trapped in a net inside a Christmas tree, being lectured on the art of puzzles by a man in a green magician's hat, while mechanical elves continued their endless tasks around us.
I think,
Ginger announced after the third riddle, settling himself as comfortably as possible in the netting,
I'll take a nap. Wake me when we're either rescued, or this turns into an even stranger performance art piece.
Oh, here's a good one,
Everett said, flipping to another page in his book. His green hat had slipped slightly askew, giving him an even more maniacal appearance.
I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. I have roads, but no cars. What am I?
When I didn't respond, he looked up expectantly.
Come now, Jim. Surely you can solve this one. It's quite elementary.
A map, I muttered, more to myself than him. Like the one he'd sold to Lily, leading her on a dangerous treasure hunt that could have cost her life. Correct, Everett beamed, looking like a proud teacher whose student had just grasped a difficult concept.
You see, you have such potential.
A particularly strong gust of wind rattled the high windows, sending a shower of snow against the glass. The storm was getting worse. I shifted uncomfortably in the netting, trying to find a position that didn't cut off circulation to my legs. Beside me, Ginger had actually managed to doze off, or was doing a remarkable impression of it.
You know what the truly ironic part is? Everett continued, seemingly warming to his role as villain monologist. I actually considered making you my protege of sorts, teaching you the art of crafting mysteries rather than just solving them. But then I realized you're too straightforward, too honest.
He said the last word like it was a particularly disappointing character flaw. The mechanical elves continued their endless circuit below us, their painted smiles taking on a mocking quality in the shifting light. One passed directly under our suspended net, its arms full of wrapped packages that would never reach their destination. The whole scene felt like some fever dream version of Christmas, filtered through a funhouse mirror and twisted into something unrecognizable. I have to ask, I said, finally breaking my silence. The hoodie, really? Wasn't that a bit obvious for someone who prides himself on subtlety? Everett actually laughed at this.
Sometimes the best disguise is the most obvious one. Everyone was looking for someone suspicious, someone skulking in shadows. No one thinks twice about the friendly neighborhood bookseller.
The wind howled outside. Somewhere in town, people would be gathering in the square despite the weather, ready to celebrate the new year, unaware that the towering Christmas tree above them had been rigged by a riddle-obsessed bookseller with a grudge against the holiday. Did you consider, I asked carefully, that your father's actions might not justify terrorizing an entire town? Everett's theatrical demeanor cracked slightly, a flash of that old pain showing through.
Justify? This isn't about justification, Jim. This is about creating the perfect mystery, the ultimate puzzle. The fact that it happens to disrupt a holiday I despise is merely poetic justice. Besides, he continued, his voice taking on a defensive edge, no one truly appreciated what they had anyway. Sean with his precious whiskey, never even opening it. Robert and his beloved boat taking it for granted. And Emma, he laughed sharply. Those crystals were wasted on her mystical nonsense. I gave them a better purpose, didn't I? Made them part of something greater.
As more riddles filled the air, I found my attention drifting. My mind raced, trying to calculate times and distances. The town square was at least 20 minutes away in good weather. The storm would make it nearly impossible to get there quickly. And even if we somehow escaped this net, how would we stop whatever Everett had planned for the tree? With some awkward maneuvering, I managed to reach my flip phone in my coat pocket. The screen flickered to life, but showed no signal bars. The building's metal structure and the storm must have been blocking any reception. No way to call our friends or the police for help. Through the high window, I could see the snow continuing to fall, each flake catching the colored lights as it passed. Somewhere out there, our friends were hopefully making their way toward us. But would they arrive in time? And even if they did, would they be able to prevent Everett's final act of holiday spite? The timer that had been counting down all these days was now measuring something far more dangerous than stolen items. As Everett launched into yet another riddle, his voice rising and falling with practiced showmanship, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time in more ways than one. But perhaps the most unsettling thing was watching Everett himself. The man I'd thought I knew, transformed into this riddle-obsessed showman. His eyes sparkled with an almost feverish light as he read, his gestures becoming more animated with each puzzle. This wasn't just someone playing a game anymore. This was a man who'd been planning this moment for months, maybe years, carefully crafting every detail of his performance. The mechanical displays continued their endless routines below us, their movements taking on an almost hypnotic quality. Trapped inside the massive Christmas tree, surrounded by ornaments and lights, we could only watch helplessly. Through it all, Everett's voice continued, weaving riddles into the air like some demented storyteller, while the clock ticked inexorably toward midnight. Chapter 19. The hours seemed to blur together, marked only by the endless stream of riddles flowing from Everett's increasingly manic voice. My legs had long since gone numb from the awkward position in the netting. The colored lights reflecting off the ornaments created strange patterns that danced across Everett's green jacket as he gestured dramatically, completely absorbed in his performance. "And here's another classic," he announced, flipping to yet another page in his seemingly endless book. "I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" I didn't bother responding. My attention was focused on Ginger, who had managed to curl himself into a surprisingly comfortable-looking position in the netting beside me. His slow, steady breathing suggested he'd actually fallen asleep. Though, knowing him, it was probably an act of protest against Everett's impromptu riddle recital. Carefully, trying not to draw attention from our captor, I reached over and gently nudged my feline partner. Ginger's eyes opened immediately, fixing me with a look that suggested this had better be important. "Fire!" Everett answered his own riddle with theatrical enthusiasm, apparently not noticing our quiet exchange. "You see, the elegant simplicity, the perfect balance of clues." "We need to get out of here," I whispered to Ginger as Everett launched into a detailed analysis of the riddle's construction. "I have an idea, but I'll need your help." Ginger's whiskers twitched.
"Please tell me it doesn't involve more mechanical elves or holiday-themed death traps," he meowed softly. "I've had quite enough Christmas spirit for one investigation."
"The tree," I whispered, glancing at the massive decorated Christmas tree we were suspended in. "If we can get it swaying enough, maybe—"
"Brilliant!"
Ginger's whispered meow dripped with sarcasm.
"Making a giant tree fall while we're trapped inside it is clearly the safest escape plan, but at least it beats listening to another hour of riddles about birds that aren't birds and doors that aren't doors." Despite his complaints, Ginger understood the plan. We began shifting our weight in the netting, creating a subtle swaying motion. The tree's decorations tinkled softly with each movement. Everett remained oblivious, now deep into what appeared to be a comparative analysis of ancient Greek and modern American riddle structure. His green hat had slipped even further askew, giving him the appearance of a deranged leprechaun professor delivering a particularly passionate lecture. "You know,"
Ginger commented as we continued our subtle rocking motion,
"when I said this morning that I wanted more excitement in my life, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I was thinking more along the lines of premium tuna, or perhaps a new cushion."
The tree's swaying increased gradually. Above us, the ancient mechanism holding the netting creaked ominously. Ornaments clinked together with increasing intensity, creating an odd musical accompaniment to Everett's ongoing monologue.
"And, of course,"
Everett continued, flipping another page,
"the Sphinx's famous riddle to Oedipus represents a turning point in the historical development of—"
A loud crack interrupted his lecture. The tree's base began to splinter, its decades-old wood finally giving way under the constant swaying motion. Everett looked up at last, his eyes widening as he realized what was happening.
"What are you—"
he began, but it was too late. The tree toppled with surprising grace. Everett barely managed to leap from his chair before the massive evergreen crashed to the floor, taking us with it. Ornaments exploded in a shower of glass and glitter. Santa's bag fell, and Emma's crystals scattered across the floor like elegant hailstones. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs. Tangled in both netting and branches, I found myself staring up at the ceiling, where the colored lights now created dizzying patterns.
Well,
Ginger commented from somewhere in the branches beside me,
that was certainly one way to liven up the evening, though next time, perhaps we could escape in a way that involves fewer pine needles in uncomfortable places.
Before Everett could recover from his shock, the main doors burst open with a crash that echoed through the mechanical displays. Sean and Robert charged in, followed closely by Emma, whose silver hair seemed to glow in the chaotic light show.
"Jim!"
Sean called out.
"Are you all right?"
"Just peachy," I groaned, still trying to extract myself from the combination of netting and tree branches. Though I may never look at Christmas decorations the same way again. Robert didn't waste time with words. In a display of efficiency that would have impressed a military operation, he tackled Everett before our former friend could reach the exit. The sight of our fisherman friend taking down a man in a green magician's outfit would have been comical if the situation weren't so serious. Emma, meanwhile, had frozen in the doorway, her eyes wide as she took in the scattered crystals glittering across the floor.
"My babies!"
she exclaimed, immediately dropping to her knees and beginning to gather them.
"Don't worry, my precious celestial channels. Mommy's here."
"Oh, good,"
Ginger muttered, finally freeing himself from the tree.
"I was worried we might have to deal with this situation without proper cosmic alignment."
Robert had produced a length of rope from one of his many pockets, a fisherman's habit of always keeping essential tools handy, and was efficiently binding Everett's hands behind his back.
"This is pointless,"
Everett spat, his green hat now completely askew.
"You're too late anyway. The grand finale can't be stopped." "What grand finale?"
Sean demanded, helping me finally escape the remains of the netting. I quickly explained about the rigged town square Christmas tree, watching their faces grow increasingly concerned. "What time is it?" I asked urgently. Robert checked his watch.
"Just past 11.
"Took you long enough to get here," I couldn't help saying, though relief at seeing them tempered any real annoyance.
"You tried driving through the storm of the century,"
Sean retorted.
"It finally started letting up about 20 minutes ago. We came as soon as we could get through."
Emma had gathered all of her crystals, storing them carefully in various pockets of her flowing garments.
"The cosmic energies were quite turbulent,"
she added, as if this explained everything.
"But now that I have my crystals back, their combined power will surely help us save the town square tree."
I turned to Sean and Robert. "Can you handle him?" I nodded toward Everett, who had started muttering something that sounded suspiciously like another riddle. "We need to get to the square before midnight."
"Go,"
Robert said firmly, his hand like a steel band around Everett's arm.
"We'll make sure the amateur poet here doesn't go anywhere until the police arrive."
"Amateur?"
Everett looked deeply offended.
"I'll have you know my riddles are expertly crafted pieces of—"
"Save it for the police,"
Sean cut him off.
"I'm sure Sheriff Miller would love to hear all about your literary achievements."
The drive to town was a nerve-wracking experience. Snow still covered the roads, though the worst of the storm had passed. My old Buick slid alarmingly around corners, its tires struggling to find grip on the icy surface. Emma sat in the passenger seat, occasionally holding up different crystals toward the windshield, claiming they would help guide our path through the cosmic turbulence. I tried my phone again, but the screen still showed no signal. Emma, noticing my frustration, patted my arm reassuringly.
"Don't worry,"
she said, her bangles jingling.
"Sheriff Miller always attends the town square celebration. He says it's tradition, but I suspect he just enjoys Mrs. Abernathy's special New Year's cookies."
As we approached the town square, the glow of holiday lights illuminated the snowy night. Despite the weather, it seemed like half the town had turned out for the celebration. People milled about, wrapped in their winter coats and scarves. The smell of hot chocolate and cinnamon wafted from vendors' carts, mixing with the crisp scent of pine from the massive Christmas tree that dominated the square. The tree itself was impressive, easily 50 feet tall, its branches laden with lights and ornaments that sparkled against the dark sky. Looking at it now, you'd never guess it had been rigged to create chaos at midnight.
There!
Emma pointed toward a cluster of people near the base of the tree.
I see Sheriff Miller's hat.
She was right. The sheriff's distinctive cowboy hat was visible above the crowd, its owner engaged in what appeared to be a serious conversation with one of his officers. I parked the Buick rather haphazardly, earning a disapproving look from Mrs. Abernathy, who was distributing cookies from a festive tray nearby. Mr. Whiskers, perched on her shoulder like some kind of furry fashion accessory, gave Ginger what could only be described as a superior smirk.
"Now look," Ginger muttered as we hurried past. "The escape artist himself has deigned to grace us with his presence, though I notice he's still firmly attached to his mobile treat dispenser."
We pushed through the crowd toward Sheriff Miller, who looked less than thrilled to see us approaching. His expression suggested he'd rather deal with a dozen drunken disorderly calls than whatever we were about to tell him. "Sheriff," I said, trying to catch my breath, "we need to talk, now." Miller's mustache twitched with annoyance.
"Butterfield, can't this wait? We're kind of in the middle of—"
"It's about the tree," I cut him off, lowering my voice to avoid alarming nearby revelers. "And we know who's behind all the thefts." That got his attention. I quickly explained about Everett, the entertainment center, and the mechanism hidden in the tree. As I spoke, Miller's expression shifted from skepticism to concern, though he still seemed reluctant to take immediate action.
"Let me get this straight," he said when I finished. "You're telling me that the owner of the bookshop, the same man who organizes the annual children's reading program, is some kind of riddle-obsessed criminal mastermind?"
"Who is currently tied up at the old entertainment center," I added. "Robert and Sean are watching him, but you need to send officers out there, and we need to evacuate the square before midnight." Miller's face hardened.
"Now hold on just a minute. I can't evacuate the entire square based on the word of a retired librarian and his cat. Do you know how many complaints I'd get? Mayor Thompson would have my badge."
"Then at least let us check the tree," I insisted. "We've got—" I checked my watch, feeling my stomach drop. "Less than 15 minutes until midnight." Emma, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly stepped forward. Her crystals clinked together melodiously as she moved.
"Sheriff Miller?"
she said, her voice taking on that mystical quality she used for particularly important pronouncements.
"The celestial alignments are most specific about this. If we don't act now, the cosmic repercussions could be catastrophic."
Miller looked like he was developing a headache.
"Fine,"
he sighed, motioning to the officer beside him.
"Send Harrison and Martinez out to the entertainment center. The rest of you, help us check the base of this tree. But quietly. I don't want to start a panic."
We approached the tree cautiously, trying not to draw attention from the celebrating crowd. The massive evergreen's lowest branches nearly touched the ground, creating a natural curtain that helped conceal our investigation. The smell of fresh pine was almost overwhelming this close, mixing with the metallic scent of the tree stand and something else. A sharp, oily odor that seemed out of place.
"There,"
Ginger meowed softly, his nose twitching.
"Behind that maintenance panel. I can smell machine oil and something electrical."
"There's something behind that maintenance panel," I said to Miller. Sheriff Miller knelt down, his flashlight beam revealing a small access panel cleverly concealed among the tree's support structure. The panel itself looked official enough, painted the same dark green as the tree stand, but the lock showed signs of recent tampering.
Well,
Miller muttered, prying the panel open. "Looks like your story might have some merit after all, Butterfield." Inside was a mess of wires and what appeared to be a modified cutting mechanism, likely repurposed from industrial equipment. A small digital display showed a countdown timer. Less than 10 minutes remaining.
"Oh my,"
Emma breathed, holding up one of her crystals for better illumination.
"The negative energy emanating from this device is most disturbing. My amethyst is practically vibrating with concern."
"I'm sure it is," Miller said dryly, examining the mechanism more closely. "The question is, how do we disable it without setting it off early?" I studied the device, trying to make sense of the tangle of wires. Everett might be criminally inclined, but he was also methodical. There had to be some logic to this setup, perhaps even a riddle hidden in its design. "Look at the wire colors," I said, noticing a pattern. "Red, green, white, gold, traditional Christmas colors. And they're arranged in a specific sequence." "Like one of those holiday light patterns," Miller nodded, catching on. "But which wire disables it?"
"If you're wrong," Ginger observed, peering at the mechanism, "we'll be giving the town a very different kind of Christmas light show." The crowd's excited chatter grew louder as someone announced the 5-minute warning until midnight. Parents hoisted children onto their shoulders for a better view, completely unaware of the drama unfolding beneath the tree's branches.
"There!"
Emma suddenly exclaimed, pointing with a crystal-laden hand.
"Do you see it? That small pattern on the control board. It's the same symbol that was on the chest from the island."
She was right. Barely visible beneath a tangle of wires was a tiny engraved symbol, intertwining serpents, just like the decoration on the key we'd found on the beach during our last case. Everett's signature, I realized. He's been planning this for months, maybe even before the Lily Robinson case. The chest, the key, all of it was leading to this moment. "Fascinating," Miller said tersely, checking his watch. "But we've got less than 3 minutes to figure this out." The crowd began to gather closer to the tree, their excitement building as midnight approached. Someone started passing out noisemakers and party horns. Mrs. Abernathy's voice rose above the general din, organizing people for the traditional countdown. "Think," I muttered, studying the wires. "What would Everett do? He loves patterns, symbolism."
"The serpents," Ginger meowed suddenly. "In the riddle book, there was something about serpents representing infinity, endless cycles."
He batted at one of the wires with his paw.
"This one, it loops back on itself, like the symbol."
I traced the wire with my eyes. A thin gold one that wound through the mechanism in a complex pattern before connecting back to its starting point. It seemed almost too obvious, but then again, Everett had a flair for the dramatic. "1 minute to midnight!" someone shouted, and the crowd began to buzz with anticipation. "Butterfield," Miller warned, his hand hovering near the wires. "We need to make a decision, now." Emma held up several crystals at once, creating a rainbow of reflections.
"The celestial energies are aligning. This is the moment."
30 seconds! I reached for the gold wire, my hand steady despite the pressure. "Here goes nothing."
"If you're wrong," Ginger commented, "at least we'll all go out with a bang."
10, 9, 8. The wire felt warm under my fingers as I gripped it firmly. 7, 6, 5. "Jim?" Miller's voice carried a note of warning. 4, 3. I pulled. 2, 1. The wire came free with a small spark. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the digital display flickered and went dark. The mechanism gave a final anticlimactic click and fell silent. "Happy New Year!" The crowd erupted in cheers and celebration. Party horns blared, noisemakers rattled, and someone started singing Auld Lang Syne slightly off-key. Above us, the massive Christmas tree remained perfectly steady, its lights twinkling innocently as if it hadn't just been moments away from creating chaos. Miller let out a long breath, his mustache finally relaxing from its tense position.
"Well, Butterfield,"
he said, carefully replacing the access panel,
"looks like you were right after all. Don't let it go to your head, though."
Emma was practically bouncing with excitement, her crystals creating their own light show.
The cosmic forces were with us, though I think my rose quartz may need cleansing after exposure to such negative energy.
Wonderful,
Ginger meowed, shaking pine needles from his fur.
We've saved the town from arboreal disaster and cosmic disruption. But I noticed no one's mentioned getting me a New Year's treat for my heroic wire identification services.
You'll get your treat, I whispered, smiling despite my exhaustion. Premium salmon when we get home. As we emerged from under the tree's branches, the celebration was in full swing. Couples kissed, friends hugged, and children ran around waving sparklers in dizzying patterns. The snow had stopped entirely now, and stars were beginning to peek through breaks in the clouds. The whole scene looked like something from a holiday card, peaceful, joyful, and completely unaware of how close it had come to disaster. Mrs. Abernathy appeared beside us, her tray of cookies now nearly empty.
Happy New Year, dears,
she beamed, offering us the last few cookies. Even Mr. Whiskers, still perched on her shoulder, seemed to have adopted a more festive attitude.
You know,
Ginger observed, accepting a cookie from Mrs. Abernathy with surprising grace,
maybe there's something to this holiday spirit after all. Though if anyone suggests we go caroling, I'm officially retiring from detective work.
Miller's radio crackled to life, his officers reporting that they had arrived at the entertainment center and taken Everett into custody. Sean and Robert were giving their statements, and yes, they'd secured the riddle book as evidence. Happy New Year, everyone, I said, looking around at our unlikely group. Emma clutching her recovered crystals, Miller already planning how to write up this unusual case, and Ginger contentedly finishing his cookie. The clock tower chimed midnight again, its deep tones echoing across the square. Above us, the saved Christmas tree seemed to sparkle a bit brighter, its lights reflecting off the fresh snow. Another year in Oceanview Cove was beginning, and somehow I knew it would be just as interesting as the last.
Next year,
Ginger added, licking crumbs from his whiskers,
let's try to solve a mystery that doesn't involve quite so many holiday decorations. I hear Easter's much quieter.
Watching the celebrations continue around us, I couldn't help but smile. Another case solved, another crisis averted, and all before the first minute of the new year. Not bad for a retired librarian and his talking cat. The end of this adventure might have marked the beginning of a new year, but something told me it was just the start of many more mysteries to come in our little coastal town. I just hoped our next case would be a bit less festive. Above us, the stars twinkled through the clearing sky, and somewhere in the distance, the ocean waves continued their eternal rhythm. It was, I decided, a perfect way to start a new year in Oceanview Cove, even if it had involved saving a Christmas tree at the last possible moment. Chapter 20. My phone buzzed in my pocket. My ancient flip phone's last hurrah, though I didn't know it at the time. Sarah's name flashed on the tiny screen, and I couldn't help but smile as I answered.
Happy New Year, Dad,
her voice came through, accompanied by what sounded like chaos in the background.
The kids insisted on staying up until midnight this year. I'm pretty sure Emily's running purely on sugar and determination at this point."
"Happy New Year, sweetheart," I replied, moving away from the noisiest part of the celebration. Ginger followed, his tail held high as he navigated through the forest of winter boots. "How's the party going?"
"Oh, you know, the usual mayhem. Jack's discovered noisemakers are excellent tools for annoying his sister, and Tom's already fallen asleep on the couch."
She paused, and I could hear her shuffling the phone.
"Hold on, the kids want to say hi. Emily, careful with that sparkler."
A chorus of young voices suddenly blasted through the speaker.
"Happy New Year, Grandpa!"
"Happy New Year, you two," I chuckled.
"Dad,"
Sarah's voice returned, carrying that tone of amused exasperation I knew so well.
"why do I get the feeling you're standing somewhere more interesting than your living room? I can hear quite a crowd in the background."
"Ah, well," I hedged, watching Sheriff Miller gesture for my attention. "I might have gotten involved in another case."
"On New Year's Eve?"
Sarah's laugh echoed through the phone.
"Only you, Dad, would manage to solve a mystery during the holidays. Please tell me it didn't involve any boat chases this time."
"No boat chases," I assured her, though I decided to leave out the part about being trapped in a rigged Christmas tree. But there were some interesting developments involving mechanical elves.
"Mechanical? You know what? Save it for our next call. I want to hear the full story when I'm not trying to keep your granddaughter from redesigning the living room with glitter."
Sheriff Miller was now making more insistent gestures in my direction, his mustache twitching with impatience. "I have to go, sweetheart," I said, watching Emma attempt to cleanse the area around the saved Christmas tree with her recovered crystals. "Police statements to give. I'll call you tomorrow and tell you all about it."
"Be safe, Dad,"
Sarah said warmly.
"Love you."
"Love you too. Give the kids a hug for me." As I pocketed the phone, Ginger looked up at me with his usual sardonic expression.
"Interesting how you glossed over the part where we were suspended in a giant Christmas tree by a riddle-obsessed bookseller," he meowed. "Though I suppose Happy New Year, by the way, I nearly became a holiday decoration, might have dampened the festive mood."
Sheriff Miller approached, tugging his coat tighter against the winter chill. "Butterfield, we need to get those statements while everything's fresh. My officers have Grimes down at the station, and I want this wrapped up before the sun rises on the new year." I nodded, falling into step beside him as we headed toward the police station. The snow crunched under our feet, and somewhere behind us, I could still hear Mrs. Abernathy leading another chorus of increasingly off-key holiday songs. The next few hours passed in a blur of paperwork and official statements. The police station was unusually busy for New Year's morning, with officers processing Everett's case alongside the usual holiday revelry incidents. The familiar scent of stale coffee and paper hung in the air, mingling with the pine fragrance that seemed to have followed us from the town square. Everett sat in the interview room, his green magician's outfit looking oddly deflated under the harsh fluorescent lights. His theatrical demeanor had faded, replaced by quiet resignation. When I gave my statement, he barely looked up, though I caught him mumbling riddles under his breath like some kind of literary security blanket.
"I just wanted to create something memorable," he said at one point, his voice lacking its usual showman's flair. "Something that would make people remember there's more to me than just that quiet bookseller who helps kids find adventure stories."
Ginger, who had made himself comfortable on a filing cabinet during the proceedings, let out a soft snort.
"Well, he certainly succeeded there," he meowed. "Though I suspect attempted arboreal terrorism wasn't quite the legacy he was hoping for."
The sunrise found us finally leaving the station. The snow from last night's storm glittered like diamond dust in the early morning light, and the air had that peculiar stillness that only comes with the first morning of a new year. "Should we head to the Salty Breeze later?" I asked, stifling a yawn as we trudged through the fresh snow. Sean mentioned something about opening for a private celebration this afternoon.
"Only if I get a proper nap first," Ginger muttered, his tail dragging slightly with exhaustion. "Even my whiskers are tired after this case."
Back home, we both collapsed into much-needed sleep, the events of the night catching up with us. The winter sun was high in the sky when I finally stirred, feeling somewhat human again. After a hot shower and a change of clothes, I set about the task of removing the evidence of our entertainment center adventure. Pine needles and tinsel seemed to have colonized every surface.
"I hope you realize,"
Ginger said, as I carefully extracted a particularly stubborn piece of tinsel from his tail,
"that this thoroughly violates my contract as a detective. Nowhere in our agreement did it mention becoming a Christmas ornament."
"We have a contract?" I asked, trying to hide my amusement at his disgruntled expression.
"It's implied,"
he sniffed, attempting to maintain his dignity despite his rather disheveled appearance.
"along with the provision for premium treats after particularly harrowing cases. Speaking of which..."
The Salty Breeze looked different in the daylight, its weathered exterior softened by the fresh snow. Sean had cleared the walkway and hung a private party sign on the door, though he'd left up the holiday decorations. The warm glow from inside spilled out onto the snow, creating pools of golden light that seemed to welcome us home. Inside, the usual bar scents of polish and beer were overshadowed by the smell of fresh coffee and what I strongly suspected was Sean's famous New Year's brunch spread. The regulars were already there. Robert nursing a coffee at the bar, Emma arranging her newly recovered crystals on a table in what she claimed was the most harmonious configuration for new beginnings.
"Jim!"
Sean called out from behind the bar, his face split in a wide grin.
"Take your usual spot. We've got something special for you."
"If it's another riddle, I quit," I joked, settling onto my familiar bar stool. Ginger hopped up beside me, his nose already twitching at the smell of food.
"Better than a riddle,"
Robert said, reaching under the bar and producing a sleek box.
"Consider it a thank you gift, and maybe a way to prevent future communication issues during cases."
I opened the box to find a state-of-the-art smartphone, its screen gleaming in the bar's warm light. The device looked impossibly sophisticated compared to my trusty flip phone, which suddenly felt very heavy in my pocket.
"We all pitched in,"
Sean explained, setting a fresh cup of coffee in front of me. I stared at the phone, genuinely touched by the gesture. I don't know what to say. Though I should warn you, my technological expertise extends about as far as successfully operating a toaster.
"Don't worry,"
Emma said, abandoning her crystal arrangement to join us.
"I've already downloaded some very helpful astrology apps, and my sisters swear by this meditation timer."
"Heaven help us," Ginger muttered. "Now we'll have to deal with cosmic alignments in digital format. But at least it's an improvement over your current phone, which I'm fairly certain was manufactured during the Stone Age."
The next few hours passed in a warm blur of food, laughter, and increasingly hilarious attempts to teach me the basics of smartphone operation. Sean's brunch spread was magnificent, featuring everything from traditional hangover cures to elegant pastries. Stories from the case were shared and embellished, each retelling growing slightly more dramatic. Robert's version of our island expedition had us battling waves as tall as houses, while Emma insisted that her crystals had been giving off warning signals about Everett for months.
"Remember when he reorganized the mystery section?"
she said, gesturing with a piece of toast.
"The cosmic energies were completely disrupted for weeks." I think that had more to do with his filing system than any cosmic disruption, Sean chuckled. Never could figure out how he organized those books.
By riddle complexity, probably,
Robert suggested, helping himself to more coffee.
With a subsection for particularly dramatic plot twists.
The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and the occasional sarcastic commentary from Ginger. The tension of the past few days melted away, replaced by the comfortable warmth of friendship and shared experience. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again, fat flakes drifting past the windows like nature's confetti. The sight prompted another round of stories about winter cases and close calls, each tale accompanied by Sean's expertly mixed drinks, all named after local landmarks and mysteries.
I call this one the bookshop betrayal, he said,
sliding a complex-looking cocktail across the bar.
Seemed appropriate.
Please tell me it doesn't come with a riddle, I said, examining the drink warily.
Just a twist of irony, Sean winked, and maybe a hint of poetic justice.
As the afternoon faded toward evening, our gathering showed no signs of breaking up. More townspeople dropped by. Mrs. Abernathy with a fresh batch of cookies, and Mr. Whiskers, who immediately engaged in a staring contest with Ginger. Chuck, from the old school with tales of his janitor days, even rose from the cafe with a container of her famous chowder. The smartphone sat beside me, periodically lighting up with notifications that I had no idea how to handle. Emma had apparently signed me up for several astrology newsletters, while Sean had installed what he called essential apps, but which mostly seemed to involve games I couldn't quite figure out.
You'll get the hang of it,
Robert assured me, watching my fumbling attempts to silence what turned out to be a meditation timer.
Took me months to figure out my phone, and it's nowhere near as fancy as that one.
I'm starting to miss my flip phone, I admitted, accidentally opening what appeared to be a weather app that insisted on showing me celestial conditions. At least it only did one thing at a time.
Progress, old man,
Ginger commented from his perch, where he'd been watching my technological struggles with evident amusement.
Now I have to say, watching you attempt to navigate touchscreens is better entertainment than any of those apps could provide.
As evening settled in, I found myself reflecting on the strange path that had led me here. From a quiet retirement to solving mysteries with a talking cat. From simple lost pet cases to thwarting holiday-themed crimes. It wasn't the life I'd expected, but somehow it had become exactly the life I needed. The warm glow of the bar lights, the sound of familiar voices sharing stories and laughter, even the weight of the new phone in my pocket, it all felt right, like pieces of a puzzle finally falling into place. Not a puzzle designed by Everett, with its tricks and traps, but something more natural, more meaningful.
Stop getting sentimental,
Ginger meowed, butting his head against my arm.
You've got that look that usually leads to long internal monologues about life's mysteries. Save the deep thoughts for your next case notes.
I smiled, scratching behind his ears. Just appreciating the moment, partner.
Well, appreciate it with less brooding, he suggested. And maybe appreciate it while figuring out how to work that new phone's camera. I have a reputation to maintain on social media, you know.
You don't have social media.
Not yet, he purred. But give Emma 5 more minutes with that phone, and I'm sure she'll have me all set up with an astrologically optimized Instagram account.
The night deepened outside, but inside the salty breeze, time seemed to move at its own peaceful pace. Stories continued to flow, each one a thread in the tapestry of our small town's history. Even the old regulars, who'd heard most of these tales dozens of times, listened with fresh attention, perhaps hearing new details they'd missed before. As I sat there, surrounded by friends both old and new, I couldn't help but feel grateful for every twist and turn that had brought me to this moment. Even the challenges, the midnight adventures, the close calls, the occasional death-defying escapes, had contributed to making Oceanview Cove feel more like home than I'd ever expected. "You know what the best part of solving mysteries is?" I asked Ginger quietly, as another round of laughter rippled through the bar. He looked up from his comfortable sprawl, one eyebrow raised.
"The dashing heroics, the intellectual stimulation, the endless supply of opportunities for sarcastic commentary?"
"The people," I said, watching Emma attempt to explain crystal energy alignment to an increasingly confused Robert. "The way it brings everyone together, even in the strangest situations." Ginger's expression softened slightly, though he quickly covered it with his usual sass.
"Well, I suppose the human companionship isn't terrible," he conceded, "though I maintain that my contribution to these cases is the most essential. After all, who else would keep you from taking yourself too seriously?"
"Happy New Year, you furry critic," I chuckled.
"Happy New Year, old man," he replied,
settling back into his lounging position.
"Here's to another year of improbable adventures and questionable decision-making."
Outside, the snow continued to fall, each flake carrying the promise of new mysteries waiting to be solved. But for now, in the warm glow of the salty breeze, surrounded by friends and accompanied by my sardonic feline partner, I was content to simply enjoy the moment. After all, tomorrow would bring its own mysteries, and in Oceanview Cove, you never knew what might be waiting around the next corner, though hopefully it wouldn't involve any more mechanical elves or riddle-obsessed booksellers. The end of the third book in the series. This has been Christmas Heist, written by Arthur Pierce, narrated by Timothy Burke. Copyright 2024 by Arthur Pierce. Production copyright by Arthur Pierce.